Chapter 24. I'll take the packet of black powder and open it, and pour the contents into the steaming pail of water I have prepared, and then I'll take a stick and stir. This done, I'll take the breeches that I got off poor Charlie the night he died, and plunge them into the dye, and poke them down with the stick and swirl them around. I'll leave the whole thing sit for an hour or two, and then I'll pour off the dye and rinse out the breeches and hang them to dry. It won't be a great dye job, but it will do for my purposes. I'd been keeping the pants in my sea bag, 'cause though they are tight, I can still get them on. There's a New England homily that I heard Peg say one day that goes, "Use it up, wear it out, make it do or do without." And I holds to that motto as it appeals to my practical nature. I got the dye this morning at the chemist's at the end of Sprague's Wharf, when Abby and I was sent down to the market to get some fresh-killed chickens. We don't usually kill our own hens, as long as they keep on laying eggs, but we do kill the roosters when we get too many of them, or when we have a pressing need. A while back I was taken out and shown the axe, and the chopping block with its 2 nails stuck in it about an inch apart, which is where you put the chicken's head, and then stretch out his neck out, and then... I couldn't look. And one day when Peg said, "Jacky, go kill 2 chickens, I need 'em for the broth," I took the axe, but I dragged Annie outside and begged and pleaded for her to do it, and she did. In spite of the nickname I picked up on the ship, Bloody Jack don't like killing, and she ain't particularly partial to blood. I also bought a watch cap, one of those black knit woolen things that sailors wear rolled up on top of their heads when it gets a bit chilly and pulled down over their ears when the weather turns harsh. I've already got one, of course, but I'm going to need another. Abby looks at me funny when I pays a penny for that, but I just say that winter is coming. "It ain't exactly the fashion," says Abby with a laugh. It's always a joy to come to town with the plump and jolly Abby, she of the red curls stuffed up in her cap, she with her wandering eye for the lads. Won't be long before she's married and dandling a fat baby on her knee, I'll wager. "Don't matter," says I. This morning, too, I gather up some sooty ashes from the edge of the fire and put them in an old cracked jar, and let's see, I'm going to need an extra bucket of water in my room, and some old ragged towels that no one will miss. An old mop. I get all these things, and I'll sneak them up to my room and stash them in the shadows where the roof rafters meet the floor. Then I'll go down and attend to my duties. I am easy in my duties now. I know how to make bread, and am skilled in washing and ironing, and under Peg's sweet guidance I am learning to cook. I keep up with my studies on the sly, and steadily improve in my painting and my music. I can read the little musical notes now, and Maestro Facelli is showing me some things on the fiddle, as I've shown interest because of listening to Gully. I'm even doing some embroidery. Mistress would be proud if she knew, but if she knew she'd probably beat me for neglecting my duties, so it's better she don't know. In turn, I've been helping Rebecca with her reading and writing and math, she being the little girl I talked to my first day here as we sat all miserable doing our samplers. Poor thing. She's really too young to be here, and seems so lost. So anyway, I'm paying back an instruction for the instruction I've been getting, and that seems fair to me. Clarissa don't bother much with me any more, now that I have been in her eyes completely destroyed, and am no longer worthy of her steel, though she does keep a wary eye on me since that little thing with Randall at the grand high tea. The serving of the meals is no longer the humiliation that it was at first. I am used to it now, and so is everyone else. It is merely a job to be done, and, it is to be hoped, done well. We do the noon dinner, and then clean up, and later I help Dolly, Miss Fraser, that is, serve the afternoon tea, as it is her turn. She is gracious and charming, and she orders me about with a brisk but kind manner that I hope I will be able to show some day if ever I have servants, which ain't likely. Dolly is going to be a fine lady, I can tell. She already is one. When I help serve the evening meal, I notice how the preacher's eyes seek me out every few minutes for a split second and then dart away. Not plain enough for anyone else to notice, of course. He is much too careful about that. But I do, and if I had any doubts as to which girl he was talking about last night, I don't have them now. What I can't figure, though, is how he can appear almost sane now in the daytime and then turn into a raving lunatic at night. Maybe he's a werewolf. This night I sit and talk with Amy, and I give her the Rake's Progress to read, and I say for her to take it with her downstairs, but she says, nah, Mistress will take it if she sees her reading it, unseemly, you know, and so she will read it only when she is upstairs here with me. And so we each curl up with our books and we read till we hear the call for prayers downstairs, and I tell Amy not to come back up 'cause I'm going to be all right with the nightmares tonight, and she shouldn't risk getting caught hanging about with the servants. Unseemly, you know, and she agrees and goes below. I read for a bit, and then, when things go completely quiet in the school, I get out of bed and take off my nightdress and pull on Charlie's pants that are black now and quite tight from the dye bath, but that's good 'cause I don't need any extra fabric flapping around me tonight. Put on my black sweater and over that my black vest. I think about shoes, but I know I can climb better without 'em, so I stick to my bare feet, which have always served me well in the past, no matter what the rigging. I cram my faithful old black watch cap down over my hair and low on my brow. Then I go to my jar of soot and take some and rub it over my face to take the white shine off it, and I do the same to my feet. Then I go and pull down the stairway and go up the widow's walk. He is not yet at his window, but somehow I feel he will be tonight because of the glances he sent my way at supper this evening. So I put my foot on a stout branch of the overarching oak tree and begin to climb. The moon is rising, and that makes it easier for me to make my way through the branches, but it also makes it easier for me to be spotted in spite of my burglar's gear, and so I am careful to move slowly. Soon I am over the trunk of the tree, midway between the two buildings, and I pick out the branch that will lead me to the church. I begin to climb out on it, and it sinks under my weight until it touches the roof and makes it easy for me to step onto the tiles of the church roof. When I get off, the branch lifts a bit, so I will have to leap up for it on my return. I quickly pad over the roof to the gable above the window from which he holds forth, and I nestle down into the shadows of the gutter to await his arrival. It occurs to me while I sit there and wait that most girls might find this a strange and scary thing to do. But to me it ain't much different from being on watch at 3 in the morning and sitting astride the main royal yardarm and taking in a line to trim a sail that don't want to be trimmed 'cause of shifting winds. Then, too, I reflect on how me and the gang in Cheapside would climb to the tops of high buildings, first up on a low shed, then up to a low roof, then to a higher one, then higher and higher, as the buildings were all close together, and we could jump from one to the other till we got to the top of the highest one. We did this sometimes for safety, like when some of the bigger gangs was at war and we needed to stay out of the way, or when the police was keen on nabbing us 'cause of what we had been up to. But mostly we did it 'cause when we was up there we could spy out any profitable mischief down below, a pie cooling on a windowsill, or some clothing hung out to dry that we could pinch and sell to the ragman. And we did it 'cause it was fun. I don't have to wait long. I hear a shuffling down below, and then a lamp is lit and light pours out the window. I crawl to the end of the gable, straddling it with my legs to either side like I am riding a horse. I sit and listen. I hear the window opening. The arm and the hand at the end of it come thrusting out of the window so suddenly that I start back. I could lean over and touch the hand with the pointing finger, I am that close. There that one lies, and well it should, and the other one shall lie beside her, and so shall all the evil witches in this hellish world. By the living God, I will make it so. What? Grandfather, what did you say?" It chills me to hear these words, but I will not make a sound. The hand is withdrawn, and I can hear a clink like what? Ah, like the clink of a bottle on a glass. Ah, yes. Yes, Grandfather. In your day she would already be hanged or burned or drowned. But in these unholy times I must have proof, or they will take me and end my ministry. Satan's minions control the courts. That damned popinjay of a lawyer she has enthralled. He thwarts my every move. That damned little man, he mocks me to my face. Good work, Ezra, I thinks, high above on my perch. Again I hear the clink of bottleneck on rim. I think I can even hear the gurgle of the spirits sloshing into the glass. I'm thinking that this explains a lot. It is the drink that pushes him over the edge into lunacy at night. It is a pity. I much preferred him as a werewolf. I have been gathering evidence, Grandfather. I have learned that she carries the very mark of the devil. A pitchfork on her belly, she does. And I am gathering other evidence, so do not mistake me. Now, how the hell did he find out about my tattoo? Which, by the way, you demented lunatic, is an anchor, not a pitchfork, and it's on my hip bone, not on my abdomen. I think on this. It had to be that louse Dobbs, who surprised me one day when I was taking a bath. Peg warned me to hurry up and get out, 'cause Dobbs was coming soon with wood for the fires, but me, in my contrary way, said, "Don't worry, I'll get out in a minute," and I sank back into the lovely suds. But he did come bursting in just as I was getting out, and I thought I got the towel up in time, but I guess I didn't. So the vile Dobbs is in the preacher's pocket. Good to know. Yes, Grandfather, there will be the judgment. First the discipline, then the judgment, just like the other one. So there we have it, from his own mouth. I have heard enough, and make ready to make my return when I have an idea. When he starts into ranting again, I lean over and say real low in a wee, sad voice, "Please, sir, don't." Just as I imagine Janie Porter did when first he came at her, she in all her innocence, and he with worms crawling in his brain. Then I leap back over the roof beam of the church, the pads of my feet silent on the roof slates. For sure that stopped his ravings real quick, and though I can't see him, I know he's craning his head around trying to see where the sound came from, but I also know he can't see nothing but blackness. I hadn't planned on doing that tonight, it just come to me, but I figure it was a good opening shot across his bow. Sleep well, preacher. When I am back in my room, I sit on the edge of my bed and breathe deeply and think for a while. I had stayed up there on the church roof until the preacher turned off the lamp, and even a little longer after that, to make sure he wasn't sitting there waiting to hear something like me getting back into the tree, which I can't do totally silent. And sure enough, a little later, I hear the window slide shut. Only then do I creep back into my tree. I get up and take off my black clothes and scrub my face and ankles and feet with the water from the bucket and towel off with the ragged towels and hide them. Tomorrow I shall wash them on the sly. Then I wash teeth, armpits and parts in my usual way and get my nightclothes on. But instead of turning to sleep, I turn up my lamp a bit and take out my new watch cap and my needle and thread. Then I take the old mop and, with my shiv, cut strands of it off, some long, some quite short, and I begin sewing on the whitish strands, the long ones on the sides and back, the short ones on the front, like bangs. Chapter 25. "Jacky, please don't go," implores Amy. "We're up in my room after supper, and I'm getting ready to go out." "I got to go. Gully expects me," I says. "We've been making some serious money. After this weekend I may have enough to buy a cheap passage to London and Jaimy. The fleet's in, and we play tonight and then twice tomorrow, and it should be good. I've made a small bag built like a sling, and it goes over my shoulder easy, and into it I'm stuffing my concertina and some stuff we use in the act, like my sailor shirt, the doll, and my dolphin cap." "But I worry about you so, out there all alone in the night," she says, low and whispery. "So come with me, then. It'll be fun." Amy sits back down on the bed. "But I'm scared," she says. "Me too. But if you're going to be poor like me, soon you'll have to go out in the world, scared or not." "I suppose." I lace up my waistcoat and slide in my penny whistle and my shiv. "What will you do if you're put out in the world, sister?" I ask. "I suppose I'll be made a governess to someone else's children, unless a match can be made for me." "Not much fun, that. More fun to make your way on your own. It can be done, even as a girl alone. Come, we can rig you out with bits and pieces of clothing from downstairs, and you'll look just like me, the wild and contrary Valentine sisters out on the prowl." "But I'll be missed at prayers tonight." All right. You can't go out tonight, that's certain. But we'll do it tomorrow afternoon, for we do a Saturday afternoon show as well as the nighttime one. Ready now, I turn and go to the window. "Please be careful, Jacky." "I will, sister. Turn off the lamp when you leave." She says that she will, and I hook my leg through the open window and fit my foot on the first rung. Much later, when I return, smelling, I'm sure, of spilt ale and tobacco smoke, and with much jingle in my purse, Amy is there in her night-clothes, sprawled across my bed with a book on her chest and the lamp long since gone out. I open my sea-bag and add my handful of coins to my hoard, and then get into my night-togs. I rouse Amy enough to get her under the covers and on her side. She murmurs, "Thank goodness," and then falls back into sleep. Dear Amy, I thinks, crawling in beside her and pulling the blanket up over both of us. You need not have worried. The crowds were cheerful and well-behaved and generous with their applause and their money. We've added a closing number to our act, and it went over wonderfully. It's called The Parting Glass, and it's a slow song, almost a lament. Gully plays the straight melody and sings over it. "Oh, all the money that ever I had, I spent it in good company, and all the harm I've ever done, alas, it was to none but me." I play a breathy counter-melody over it all on my whistle to add a wistful touch, and after we do the final verse. "And all I've done for want of wit, to memory now I can't recall. So fill for me the parting glass. Good night, and joy be with you all." Gully bows low, and I do a deep curtsy, and we are off. A perfect way to end the set and the evening. "Always leave them wanting more, money-maker," says Gully, putting the Lady Lenore gently back in her velvet-lined bed. He had even cleaned up a bit and stayed almost sober the whole night, and insisted on walking me home after our set. I said he didn't have to, and was even a little suspicious, and made sure my shiv was handy, but he was a gentleman, and it was good walking and talking with him and not having to stay in the shadows. He left me at the foot of my ladder, chuckling at my arrangement. "Och, you're a rare un, ye are, money-maker," he whispered, and disappeared in the dark. I put my hands behind my head and look off into the dark, too keyed up to sleep just yet, and I think back on another funny thing that happened tonight. These two gents come up to me after I was stepping off the stage at the end of the set, and they bow all polite, and I'm watching 'em real careful for any false moves, but they don't invite me upstairs or anything like that. Instead, they hand me a small white card that says, Fennel and Bean, Thespians, Theatricals and Reviews. I looked at the card, and then blankly up at them.
Actors, miss. I am Mr. Fennel, and this is Mr. Bean.
A sweeping bow.
We are always looking for talented young actresses, are we not, Mr. Bean?
Yes, we are, Mr. Fennel, says Mr. Bean. But I'm not.
Oh, yes, you are, and we notice that you are not at all shy in performance,
says Mr. Fennel.
And you are also not shy about donning costume,
says Mr. Bean.
Please keep our card, Miss Faber. We will be staying the season at the Bull and Garter, giving performances at various fine halls about town. Please feel free to call on us at any time. Shall we go, Mr. Bean?
Yes, we shall, Mr. Fennel, says Mr. Bean. I think on all that for a while, and then I turn over and go to sleep. Chapter 26. Amy and me rolls into the Pig at about 2 the next afternoon, and there's already a crowd gathering. My reputation grows. I know, 'cause I get looks and even a small round of applause just by walking in. I hate to say it, but it warms me. I lower the eyes and dip a bit in answer to the claps, and then take Amy up to Maudie at the bar. This here's Amy, Maudie. She'll help out doing the rush, for tips, all right? Me and the other girls had cobbled together a version of our uniform for Amy so she don't stand out. For sure, Amy. Any friend of Jacky is a friend of mine, says Maudie. She's lining up freshly washed glasses along the bar. There's aprons hanging there. Put one on and get some change for your pouch, dear, for it looks like it's going to be a good night. Maudie is fair beaming at the thought. I hear her man Bob rolling in another keg, and he looks right cheerful too. I give Amy a slight shove, and I can feel her shoulder shaking under my hand, but she goes over and picks an apron and puts it on. Do it, Amy. It's a skill like anything else, and it never hurts to pick up another skill. A nickel a pint and no one runs a tab, says Maudie. Just dish it out and don't stand for no foolishness. I can see that some of the glasses on several of the tables are getting low, so I take an apron myself and says, Here, I'll show you. I put the apron on over my head and tie the strings behind me and take a tray and go to the nearest table and say, Gentlemen? Hey, 3 more, lass, and then come and sit on my lap like a good girl, says the biggest rogue of the lot, patting his leg. His friends guffaw and say, Well said, Mike. I'll not try your lap, sir, says I, but I will get your pints. I turn to Amy beside me and say so that they can hear, You reach way in to get the glasses. That way they can't get too close to you, and always back up from the table so they can't pinch you. And if they do grab you, call for Bob, and he'll come running with his shillelagh and bash a few of 'em till they behave. The men snort and say they ain't afraid of no Bob with no club, but I notice they don't give Amy no trouble when she goes back with the full glasses and collects the money. I have gotten a tip, she says when she comes back to the bar. The first money I've ever earned in my life. May it not be the last, dear, says I, as Amy heads back out to another table. I believe she will enjoy this, I know I do. So where's Gully? I ask Maudie. Don't worry, he's about. He's being careful about the British warships in the harbour. He thinks he'll be pressed if they catch him being a seaman and Scottish and all. That, and being the hero of Culloden Moor, I says. If they take him, they'll surely hang him, says I. He's got to be careful. Maudie don't say nothing, but I get a feeling she ain't too worried about him being hanged for that. 2 more tables come in and sit down. I guess I'll go up and do some solo, says I. Get 'em warmed up like. That would be good, Jacky, says Maudie. I pull off my apron and take out my concertina and mount the little stage that Bob had built at the end of the room and begin to play. I don't give my usual show opening patter, but instead just play, 'cause I don't want them to get real worked up yet. I do the Blue-Eyed Sailor, and then step down from the stage and walk among the tables playing Rosin the Bow. Just playing, no singing or dancing, just something to get them in the mood. I brush by Amy and we exchange glances. She seems to be doing just fine. The place is filling up, and I see that some of the men have brought their wives with them. The word must be getting around that we run a clean act in a respectable public house. I had told Gully I didn't like singing the really bawdy songs like The Cuckoo's Nest and Captain Black's Courtship, 'cause I didn't like the way the men looked at me when we did them. All smirks and knowing winks and such. And Gully says that some men would look at me that way if I was up there in a white gown with wings and halos singing the bloody Messiah, so leave off. But I say I don't mind being looked at. I am a performer after all, and I like being the centre of attention, but I don't like being snickered at or laughed at. So I get my way. I know that Maudie eyes the women and makes sure they are wives and not something else before they are welcomed and seated. There are some taverns where Mrs. Bodine's girls and their like are allowed, and some where they ain't, and the Pig is one where they ain't. I run a good, clean public house, and I don't need them here, she told me early on. I don't need the men fighting over them, and I don't need angry wives bursting in with muskets loaded to blow the heads off wayward husbands. If I can't run a respectable house, then I won't run one at all. I go back to my bag and pull out an old lace shawl that I got down at the rag shop, and I put it on my head and whips one end around my neck, and I step back on the stage. I note there's a lot of Irish in the crowd, and more coming in, so I decide to do the Galway shawl, which is about a young man on the road who meets a maid wearing a Galway shawl, like the one I'm wearing. This song is usually done with just the voice, but since I ain't done it before in front of an audience, I take out my penny whistle and plays the melody with a few embellishments, and then drops it and lifts my chin and sings... In Erin Moor, in the county Galway, one fine evening in the month of May, I spied a colleen. She was tall and handsome, and she nearly stole my heart away. She wore no jewels or no costly diamonds, and as for silken stockings, she had none at all. She wore a bonnet with a ribbon on it, and o'er her shoulders hung a Galway shawl. The maiden in the shawl takes the young man back to meet her father who was 6 foot tall, and the boy charms him by singing Brown-Eyed Sailor and Foggy Dew, and the girl sits with the lad by the fire, and they hold hands through the night. I warbles the last 2 verses. Early next morning I was on the high road, out and bound for Donegal. And as I wandered, thoughts strayed wildly from me, dwelling with the maiden in her Galway shawl. So all young men from me take warning, don't you love no maiden, be she short or tall. She'll wander with you in the mists of morning. She'll steal your heart in her Galway shore. Just as I'm ending and bowing my head, Gully strides in with the lady under his arm, and the applause breaks out, and Gully takes it for his, and bows grandly, and bounds to the stage and says, "Good one, Moneymaker, we'll add it to the act." And I flush with pleasure, and as Gully pulls out the fiddle and rips into Bonnie Kate, I nip off the stage and grab my bag and pull out my sailor top and sailor cap and pull them on. As Gully finishes up, I bound back on the stage to cheers and starts on the whistle, and we swings into our act. We're flying along, and the crowd is in a state of near delirium with the music and the drink, and we're coming up on our break, and I ends up with a fine rattle of me hooves, and we bow, and there are cheers and whistles, and the lovely clatter of coins being thrown into the Lady Lenore's open case, when there's the sound of horses pulling up outside, and in a moment 6 young men swagger in. They're finely dressed, with swords clanking by their sides, and they look like they're just itching for trouble. And at their front is Randall Trevelyan, and he has his best arrogant, sneering, damn-your-eyes look on his face. Oh, Lord. He walks up to the stage as if he expected to find me here in this place. I can feel the ill will of the crowd toward these unwelcome puppies, and I hope I can cut the fuse of this situation and calm things down. Randall holds his thumbs across his sword belt and says, "Your reputation has extended across the river, Jacky, even unto the ivy-covered walls of Academe. When I heard rumors of a girl in a sailor suit who sang and danced and played a tin whistle in one of the sailor bars, I knew it could be none other than yourself. It's plain that his friends find him a rare man about town and speaking of me as if he knows me well. Well, he don't. You are welcome here, Lieutenant Trevelyan, I say, and again I see the chest swell a few inches when I say it. Please be seated, and we will attend to your needs." I turn to Gully and say under my breath, "College boys, half drunk, trouble. Do you know any college tunes?" Randall strolls back to his table to the admiring looks of his chums and the black looks of the usual pig patrons, while Gully thinks and says, "I know some, mostly obscene, though. Oh, I know Glorious, a real rouser. All will enjoy. Concertina KFC chord along. Introduce it, Jacky, and tell them to sing along with the chorus." I pick up my squeeze box and take a breath and announce to the crowd, "We have with us some fine lads from the college across the river, and to give them a proper pig and whistle welcome, Mr. McFarland and I will do Glorious, and we invite all to join in the chorus in the spirit of brotherhood and good fellowship." With that, Gully puts fiddle and bow to his sides and booms out the chorus. "Glorious, glorious, 1 keg of beer for the 4 of us. Glory be to God that there ain't no more of us. The 4 of us can drink it all alone." I start droning out the chords on the concertina, but it's Gully's deep voice that's carrying the tune. "The first thing we drank to the Queen. Glorious, glorious, glorious Queen. If she have 1 son, may she also have 10. Have a whole bleeding army cry the sophomores amen." Gully does the chorus again, and the crowd, getting the form of it now, joins in with gusto, and then Gully sings the next verse, which is about the prince and his horses, except the crowd don't sing sophomores and other college words. They put in sailors or soldiers or whatnot, depending on their trade. The ladies in attendance pretend to blush like they ain't never heard words like these before. Then there's the chorus again, and on to the last verse. "The next thing we drank to the king. Glorious, glorious, glorious king. If he have 1 mistress, may he also have 10. Have a whole bloomin' brothel cry the seniors amen." I guess I should have seen that coming, but what's the harm in it, I thinks. The place is jumping and they all roar into the last chorus, thumping the tables, stamping their feet and making the rafters ring with their roaring, and they are as brothers. More coins are tossed to us as we leave the stage, and just then Amy comes up to the table where the college boys are seated and says, "Gentlemen, another?"
"By God, yes,"
says one of the boys, and Amy leans in to pick up the empty glasses. I see out of the corner of my eye that Randall is still looking at me, leaning back in his chair, his legs in their white breeches crossed, his knee-high black boots gleaming in the lamplight. He has lit a cheroot and draws on it and sends a puff of smoke in my direction. "Watch your hands, sir," warns Amy, and Randall, distracted from his examination of me, looks languidly over in the direction of her voice. That's the last languid thing he does this day. He shoots to his feet.
"Get your hands off her, Chadwick!" "What? Trevelyan has dibs on all the dollies? It ain't fair!"
protests the baffled Chadwick, as Randall grabs Amy's arm and hustles her off to the alcove at the end of the bar where they will not be seen by his cohorts, and he puts her up against the wall.
"Just what in hell do you think you are doing?"
he says, furious. John Thomas notices all this, however, and makes a move toward them, but I put my hand on his chest and hold him back with, "Don't, John. It's a family matter." John Thomas has become the self-appointed guardian at the Pig of me during his time ashore, and now of Amy too, 'cause he feels responsible for getting me thrown in jail that time, and I can't say I'm sorry to have his rough protection. I go to the bar to get a tray to take up Amy's slack, and I catch a bit of what is said between the warring Trevelyans. Amy squinches up her nose and comes back at him with, "I am learning a trade, Randall. What do you think you will be doing when father loses everything? Join a grand regiment? Somehow I do not think that the finer units are hiring very junior officers from country militias just now."
"You watch your mouth, sister."
"You let go of me, Randall. I am not afraid of you any more."
"Hear, hear,"
says Bob, coming up with his club.
"Get away, barkeep,"
Randall snarls.
"Back to your slops."
"Tisk, tisk. You must think I'm one of those barkeeps what don't like pounding the knobs off spoiled little rich boys," says Bob with a grin. "You are sadly mistaken in that notion, lad." He hauls back his club and starts his swing at Randall's head.
"She is my sister,"
says Randall, hunching up his shoulders to take the threatened blow.
"Now leave off,"
he says with what little dignity he has left. Bob looks dubious, but Amy nods, and Bob lowers his club and says, "Well, hurry it up. She's needed out front." I go by them to the bar and see that both sets of Trevelyan teeth are bared. "'Tis by keeping company with that low-life vagabond that has made you this way," he hisses. "She is giving me instructions in how to make my way in the world while poor and destitute, brother," Amy hisses right back at him, "and I assure you she is an excellent teacher." Low-life vagabond? Well, I've been called much worse since I first set foot in Yankee land, and actually it sums me up pretty well, so I shan't take offence. I don't hear no more, as I take the tray of glasses meant for the college boys and go to their table. One grins and goes to grab my bottom, and I scoot sideways. Boys, I swear, why can't they be good? "You must behave yourselves in here, young gentlemen," I says. "There are some in here who would cheerfully rough you up and throw you out all bloody into the street." The lad follows my glance over to John Thomas, who has resumed his place by the wall and is glowering at the young man with very little love in his eye. And here, in these close quarters, your fine swords would be of very little use, for this is the world of the bludgeon, the fist, and the sting of the hidden and wicked knife. The young man withdraws his hand and puts it on his glass. "Thank you, gentlemen," says I, as I gather in the coins. "Please enjoy yourselves." I smile on all and say, all are welcome at the Pig and Whistle. Presently Amy comes back into the room with her tray and goes to serve a table of British seamen in the corner. Randall stalks back to his table and says, "Come on, we're going." "What?" says his comrades. "We just got here." But they down their glasses and stand. I'm stepping back up onto the stage and I feel his eyes on me. I turn and meet his angry gaze. "Come," he says to his friends, "there's better music down the street." I hold his gaze and put the whistle to my lips and play a bit of Yankee Doodle, and then I sing out the fragment, "And with the girls be handy," and I let the final note hang in the air and then go flat and sour. With that as farewell, Lieutenant Randall Trevelyan turns on his spurred heel and retreats from the Pig and Whistle. "He won't peach on you," I promises Amy as we wind our way through the night-darkened alleys and back streets on our way back to the school. I've worked out a route that takes me back and forth to the Pig with the least danger. I know what yards don't have barking dogs and are safe to cross. I don't cross the common at night anymore, 'cause I've tripped over too many drunks sleeping it off in the grass, and too many amorous couples who ain't exactly happy to hear my excuse-me's neither. Why not? Well, she ain't really happy to be out in the city in the dark. She ain't as jumpy as she used to be. For one thing, what has he to gain? He just has the quick pleasure of seeing you in trouble, and then what? Nothing, except that you could then peach on him for being in a low dive. Do your parents know that he goes to places like the Pig? Or know who Mrs. Bodine is? Nay, I'll wager Randall's been telling your mum and dad he's taken tea with his divinity teacher, Reverend Bluenose, of a Saturday evening or some such. Smoking? Does he smoke at Dovecote? Uh-huh, I thought not. Ah, here we are, back home. We get the ladder the vile Dobbs keeps by his shed and lean it up against the wall, such that Amy can climb up it and get on the rungs and so into my room. Amy is coming along, but I know she is not quite ready yet to climb the rope. I put the ladder back, go up the rope, pull it in, and soon we are in bed and asleep, as it has been a long day. Chapter 27. Preacher Mather ain't quite up to his usual fire and brimstone this Sunday morning. He don't look like he's been sleeping well. I can't look at him much, though, knowing what he'd done. But he gets through it and damns us all to hell for being base sinners, and then it's over. And I'm thinking I'll be changing churches, me being Church of England and all. Who's to keep me here, me not being a lady no more? I can't even sit with Amy. No, I got to sit in the back. Looking at the boys ain't no fun any more neither, since the preacher's eyes are on me all the time. Who could object? Mistress would hit the roof if I went to church with Annie and Betsy and Sylvie, them being Catholic and all. I think Abby and Rachel go to another church nearby. I'll have to check it out. It would be fun to go with them. I help Abby and Rachel serve the midday meal to the few ladies who are at school today, and then go get Gretchen and I'm off on the town. Maybe I'll go see Annie and Betsy. It being Sunday in Boston, ain't nothing open, so I can't possibly get in trouble. Just a leisurely ride on a really warm fall afternoon. Just going out to enjoy the weather. Just going out to visit dear friends. Amy stays back, needing the rest, she says, after yesterday's work at the Pig. She plans to spend the afternoon scribbling in her book. She seems all excited about it, but I don't see why. It seems it's all about my own poor adventures, and who could be interested in that? She's always asking me questions about what I told her back in the hayloft at Dovecote that day. Things like, "Jacky, how did you and the others survive the really cold days in winter? You couldn't have lived through that wrapped in rags and shivering under a bridge. It's not possible." And I'd think back and say, well, you know, Cheapside was the market part of London, just like Haymarket is here in Boston, and so there was a lot of horses, and 'cause of that, there was a lot of blacksmiths, and on deadly cold nights the smiths would let us curl up next to their forges for the night, and the waning warmth of the forges was enough to keep us alive till the next day. We were always careful not to take anything or throw any more coal on the banked fires, though, 'cause then they wouldn't let us do it any more. I watched the smithies fire up their forges in the morning and learned how to do it myself, so that after a while they let me do it for them, and so me and the gang would be allowed to stick around the heat for a little bit longer before we were put back in the streets. So you see, not everybody was mean to us. She nods and writes. And so you also see how no skill, no matter how lowly, is ever learned in vain. I was very proud of the way you handled the serving yesterday in the pig. She blushes and continues to write. It is very warm for this time of year. Everybody's been saying it's been an uncommon fall, and townspeople are standing outside their doors to take in the last real heat of the year. I look at the Excalibur lying down in the harbour. I had gone aboard her several days ago to post yet another letter to Jaimy, but there was nothing from him. I don't know what's happening with that. I just don't know. Gretchen and I walk lazily downtown, and I'll hold my face up to the warmth of the sun and let my mind wander. I figure I'll visit Sylvie over in the North End, and then maybe I'll go see Annie and There's a commotion down on the pier where the Excalibur lies. I give Gretchen a bit of a kick, and we head down to see what is the matter. It don't take long for me to find out. Oh no! They've got Gully! It's a press gang, and they've got him good, and they're hauling him aboard. He's putting up a mighty struggle, but I can see it ain't going to be any use. They've got him for sure, and when they finds out he was the hero of Culloden Moor, they'll hang him for sure. Gully McFarland ain't much, but I'd sure hate to see him hang. And there goes our act for certain. Damn, and it was going so well. Damn! They've pulled him up the gangway, his gangly arms and legs flailing uselessly about, 'cause he ain't strong, he's all just skin and bones, and they've got him on the quarter-deck, and rope is being brought to bind him up. I leaps off Gretchen's back, and I runs up the gangway and goes to my knees in front of the captain and cries, "Oh, Captain, please, if you take our poor papa, all us girls will starve for sure, Mamma being sick and all, and poor baby Agnes. Oh, sir, what will become of poor baby Agnes?" I got real tears running down me face, half believing this drivel myself, and I drives on. Oh, what will become of her when poor papa is gone across the sea and can no longer bring home the few pennies he does now? She's poorly, sir, and we fears the worst, and the other poor tykes ain't got no milk neither, sir, and we won't be able to buy milk or medicine for poor baby Agnes. She's such a dear little thing, but don't ask for much. The captain is starting to look a little doubtful, and is scratching his chin when a voice calls out from above, "Rummy Gully McFarland ain't got no kin, Captain, 'cept maybe the bottle." There are low, throaty chuckles all around, and the sod goes on. "'Cept maybe the bottle, what he cradles to his breast like any poor baby Agnes our own." Damn! There is outright laughter now, and I know this battle is lost. All right, plan 2. I jump to my feet and whip off my cap and pull off my shoes with my toes and pull down my skirt and roll everything up in a ball and throw it all to the dock. And then I hook my toes in the mainmast ratlins, and quick as a flash or any ship's boy, I am up to the maintop. And I lean out over the edge and look down at the astounded captain and crew below. Ain't no sailor alive what can catch Jacky Faber in the rigging. And with that taunt I heads higher. If it were not for the fact that Gully's fate hangs in the balance, my chest would be pounding for pure joy in being aloft again. Still, it does pound as I climb the ratlins that run from the maintop to the main topsail yard. Yards being those things that go crossways from the mast and what hold up the square sails. And I turns to look down. "Bring her down!" thunders the captain, and 2 fit and fast-looking seamen head aloft after me. I know I must look foolish climbing in drawers with flounces on 'em, but up I go anyway, up and up past the main topgallant yard, on up to the main royal yard, and there I wraps my legs around the mast and pulls out me shiv and puts it on a line that is thick as my forearm and hard and stiff as iron from the stress that is put on it, keeping the mainmast from being taken over by wind and weather. I calls down, "Captain, stop your men. Call them back down. I have my shiv on the main topgallant stay. I can cut through it in a flash. In front of me are the 4 royal braces, and aft of me are the main royal braces and the main topgallant braces. I can reach them all and cut through them before your men reach me, and you will be a week fixing the damage, and I know you're supposed to leave today. What will the Admiralty say when you come in a week late? Is it worth 1 pressed seaman?" The 2 men stop about 15 feet below me and look back down at the captain, who's looking up at me with pure hatred writ all over his crimson face. I move the knife to another line and say, "But let's watch the main royal sail fall to the deck first, shall we?" And I pretend to saw away. "Stop!" roars the captain, and I stop. "Look at the pilings on the pier, Captain, and you'll see the tide is ebbing. The same tide you're supposed to be sailing on, sir," says I. "You must hurry or you will miss it. What will the First Lord say?" "All right, let him go," says the captain, not taking his furious eyes off me. They take their ends off Gully, and he jumps to his feet and runs all gangly down the gangway and across the pier and disappears around a building. Gully is saved. Our act is saved. But now, who will save poor Jacky? "Tell your men to go back down," I says. I've still got my knife poised on the stay. The captain nods, and the feet of the 2 men quickly thump on the deck. Why bother chasing me, they're figuring. I got to come down sometime. I put my shiv securely back in my vest and tighten down the vest's laces, and I start down. They make a circle about the deck in the place where I must come down, so that I won't be able to make a dash for it. The men are hugely enjoying this, of course. What a story it will make, and who cares about 1 more seaman on board, more or less? Ah, but the captain, he is not so amused. He mutters something to a sailor next to him, and the sailor leaves and comes back with the cat. He slaps the cat's 9 tails against his palm and grins up at me. The boatswain, for certain. When I get down to the topsail yard, I wails, "Surely that cat's not meant for me, sir." They don't say nothing. They just waits. I put my foot on the ratlins that lead down to the maintop, the ratlins on the pier side, to throw them off. I climbs down to the maintop platform, blubbering and crying like I'm afraid I'm about to be whipped. But when my foot touches the main yard, I yelps, "Ha-ha!" and runs the length of it toward the seaward side of the Excalibur, and now they're starting to shout an alarm, but it's too late, mates, you can't catch me now. I'm at the end of the yard, hanging out over the water. I turns and grins and dives off. I tries to make the dive as graceful as possible, having an audience and all, and I hits the water right neatly, just like I practised back in my lagoon down in the Caribbean. Just like the Caribbean, except for the cold. The day's warmth had warmed me into thinking that the water would be as warm as the air. It ain't. The water grabs my chest like an iron fist that means to squeeze all the air out of me forever. I fights the panic that wells up in me and opens me eyes and looks about. It ain't near as clear as the water in my lagoon, but I can make out the looming hull of the Excalibur in the murk, and I makes myself swim toward her under water. I comes up gasping next to the rudder, and I moves next to the pintle, where I know they won't be able to see me, and hangs there, trying to make my chest stop shuddering and shaking. While I collects myself, I listens to them shouting up above. "Stupid girl! Drowned for sure!" and "'Tweren't our fault, God knows! It tweren't our fault!" and Ah, the poor thing. She'll haunt us for sure. And
We've got the wind and the tide. Let's get the hell out of here. We can't hang about for a goddamned inquest. Damn that girl.
that from the captain.
All hands aloft to make sail. Cast off lines 1, 2, and 4.
I take a breath and go back under and swim over under the pier. My feet touch the muddy bottom and I stand and wrap my arms about myself. Teeth chattering, I hear the swoosh of the sails dropping and filling, and the bow of the ship begins to swing out from the dock.
Cast off 3 and 5. Take a strain on 6.
The captain is in a hurry, taking his ship out without using small boats full of rowers to carefully warp her out of the harbour.
Take in 6. Shift colours.
The Excalibur is under way, free of the land. I swim over to where the water comes up under the dock. I had hoped to find one of those ladders that go down in the water for the loading of small boats, but no such luck, and have to slog through the muck to the shore. There's over 100 years of harbour filth in that mud, but I got to crawl through it. I am lucky that there ain't no sharp stuff buried there, and so I don't get cut. I stay away from the barnacles on the pilings themselves, 'cause I know they'll cut me deep if I so much as brush up against them. I'm about to gain the shore when I slip and go down up to my elbows in the slop, and my hair flops down in it, and I have to kneel in the glop to free my hands, but I do, and I figure it's all better than a whipping. I get to the head of the dock and see that the Excalibur is about 25 yards from the pier, too far out in the channel to come back to get me, so I strolls out to the end of the dock. I can't let them think I'm dead, as it would ruin their voyage. I'm sure the most superstitious of the sailors have already seen my ghost, and great portents of bad luck and disaster have already been cast 'cause of the death of poor me. I can't let them sail out under the shadow of something like that. I put my fists on my hips and bellows out, "Good sailing, mates!" I waves, and they are not so far out that I can't see the heads snap around and the smiles of relief on their faces when they see me standing here, filthy but alive, and waving and grinning from ear to ear. I hear whistles and cheers, and I see some thumbs held up. I can see the captain, too, as he rushes to the rail to glare at me, mouth open in curses I can barely hear. The legend of this day will not go easy on him, and I think he knows it. He snaps his jaw shut and gives me a gesture with his finger that I take to mean something nasty. I resist the temptation to turn about and drop my drawers and give him a good look at my bare and muddy backside, but I quells the urge. After all, I am a lady. Sort of. I have to put my skirt back on over my muddy drawers, 'cause I'll be arrested if I don't, so I do it. Then I go and fetch the faithful Gretchen, who is waiting for me at the end of the dock, and whose nostrils quiver as she gets a whiff of me. But she is good and forgives me, and lets me lead her to the pig, where I find Gully stuffing a bag with his things, and I ask him what he's doing. "Och, I'm leaving this town, money-maker. Too hot for old Gully, the hero of Culloden Moor. There's more of King George's ships doing, and one of 'em'll get me soon enough." "Leaving?" I says, standing there stinking and dripping on the floor and not believing any of this. "But what about our act? We was doing so well. You can't break up the act." "I got to go, missy. Don't ask me to take you with me, 'cause I can't. Got to travel late to keep ahead of the king's minions." "But I wouldn't have saved you if I'd knowed you was gonna cut and run." "Saved me?" he snorts. "Och, nee, I was just about to bust loose from them blackguards when you come up. All you did was prevent me from hurting some of them." Gully slings the Lady Lenore around his shoulder and heads for the door. "I'd kiss you goodbye, money-maker, but you stinks too bad." And he is gone. I get up on Gretchen and ride slowly back to the school. I'm lucky there ain't many people about to wonder at my condition, and I get into the common where it don't matter, so I pokes along, thinking about things. I know I've been fooling myself about a lot of things. I'd made enough money by last week to buy a cheap passage back to England and Jaimy. So why didn't I go? Is it 'cause I'd lose my money that Mistress is holding? Nah, I don't care about that. Is it 'cause I'm afraid that Jaimy's found another girl, one better and finer than me? No, that ain't it. That would hurt me deep, but that ain't it. I know it's because I got all these other things pulling at me. Amy losing Dovecote, Randall marrying that awful Clarissa, and most of all, poor Janie Porter lying unquiet in her grave because of the terrible evil done to her. Ephraim Fife walks the earth without joy, and he and Betsy can never come together in happiness till that pall is lifted from them. That pall on which is stitched the name Reverend Richard Mather. I'd left friends once before, that night back in London, when I put on Charlie's clothes and lit out, and I ain't been easy with myself about that ever since. Oh, I know. What could I have done for 'em, me being a mere girl and all? But the thing was, I was clever and cunning, and they were not. That's the thing that gets me up some nights and robs me of sleep. I bring Gretchen to a stop and look out across the town and down to the sea. That's it then. I will stay till things are resolved, one way or the other, for good or ill. Peg has her hand around the back of my neck and she pushes my head back under the sudsy water and she keeps me down there longer than I really think she has to. "Why can't you ever be good?" she scolds when she brings me back up. I had hoped to sneak in and clean up on my own, but Peg caught me and stripped off my clothes and threw me in a laundry tub and poured in the hot water, all the while yelling at me. Rachel and Abby are over at the side basins trying to save my clothes. My secret tattoo is now common knowledge to all. "But Peggy, I had to—" But then my head is plunged under water again and Peg gets her scrub brush working the harbour grit out of the roots of my hair. "Had to nothing," says Peg. "Had to get in trouble, that's you all over. Why a nice girl like you has to carry a knife like that? And tattooed?" "You're the fastest girl we know, Jacky, and we're proud to know you. Ain't we, Abby?" chortles Rachel. Abby nods in delighted agreement. "But a sailor always has a nut—" "Back down under." "But you ain't a sailor. You're supposed to be a good girl, is what you're supposed to be, and you ain't even close." Then the door opens and Amy comes in to join the throng pointing out my faults and is quickly brought up to date on my latest crimes against ladyhood. "Why don't you ever think before you act?" is her addition to the conversation. That and a worried look and a hopeless shaking of the head. Once again my head is pushed down between my knees. It occurs to me that being the only naked one in the room when all about you are clothed and yelling at you ain't the most comfortable of situations. The warm water does feel good, though, after the chill of the harbour. This time when I come up, however, I hear neither scolding nor banter. I open my eyes and see, through the blear of the water and the strands of my hair hanging down, the disapproving face of Mistress Pym. I put my arms across my chest, and I am glad that my tattoo is under water. My mouth drops open, but I don't know what to say, and I rummage frantically about in my head for a saving lie. "The foolish thing was sent down to the market to buy fish and fell off the pier," lies dear Peg for me. Mistress says nothing to this. Instead she says, "Dobbs has discovered a ladder leaning against the outside wall under your window.
We have investigated and discovered that your room has been ransacked. I trust you had nothing of value in there. You will be well advised to keep your window latched from now on."
Mistress turns and leaves.
"The first thing I'll check for is the money, and, of course, it's gone. Every penny. The poor little bag lying flat on the floor. The rest of my things are scattered about where he emptied my sea bag and overturned my chest in his search for other things that might be worth selling. Did I even tell him that I kept my money in my sea bag when he expressed concern that I might lose it and must be careful? I might have. Did I really think it was a kindness when he walked me back home the other night, when all he really wanted to do was case the job? How could I be so stupid? I look over the mess, and then flop down on my bed, face down.
Chapter 28.
James Emerson Fletcher, 9 Brattle Lane, London, October 24th, 1803. Miss Jacky Faber, The Lawson Peabody School for Young Girls, Beacon Street, Boston, Massachusetts, USA. Dearest Jacky, I hope this letter finds you safe, well, and happy, and that you are continuing to profit from your schooling, and that you are enjoying the companionship of your new friends. I am sure that you are most popular with the others, considering your wealth of charm and your infectious high spirits. I am sorry to tell you that the crew of the Dolphin has been broken up. Upon our arrival in Britain, an inspection of the repairs needed to get her back ship-shape showed that they were much more extensive than we had previously thought, and she would have to go into dry dock for a long time. The Brotherhood is scattered, I'm afraid. Davy to the Raleigh, Tink to the Endeavour, and Willie to Temeraire. I am posted to the frigate Essex, along with George Eliot, whom you will remember as being a fellow midshipman on the Dolphin. He is a very decent sort, and we have become quite good friends. It is a very good posting, the Essex, and we have Captain Locke to thank for it was his recommendation that secured it for us. We will soon set sail to join Lord Nelson's fleet, which has bottled up the French fleet at Toulon. It is important work, for Napoleon intended to use his fleet to invade our country, and he has been thwarted in that attempt. May Britannia always rule the seas. It is rumoured that we might even meet the great man himself. Can you believe it? Perhaps it is well that I have left the dear Dolphin, because in my time on her after your departure, when on watch or in the performance of my regular duties, I would see you in all our old nooks and crannies, and it would both delight me and sorely oppress my mind. The day before we left her, I climbed to the foretop and carved our initials there, J.F. plus J.F. I wonder what future generations of ship's boys will make of that. At least in leaving the Dolphin, I will no longer be subjected to the looks of envy directed toward the scoundrel who wormed his unworthy self into the affections of the redoubtable Jacky Faber, girl sailor, midshipman, and the scourge of the 7 seas. Well might they be envious, for I am a very lucky man to have been loved by such as you. I hope that I continue to be lucky by remaining uppermost in your heart, but I fear that I may be mistaken and unlucky after all. I have received no letters from you, Jacky, and the Shannon has returned from Boston, as well as the Sprite and the Plymouth. I check with my mother each time I am home, but she informs me, to my infinite sorrow, that there is nothing from you. I am cruelly disappointed, and I am beginning to be worried. My mother further implores me to seek out alliances of those within our own set, but I will not allow her to continue in this vein. I inform her that there is none for me but my brown-eyed sailor. We leave on the tide tomorrow. There are many rumours flying about, but it seems certain we are about to blockade the French fleet at Toulon, and will be on station for many months.
I shall continue writing, but I fear the delivery of my letters will be chancy at best. Please be careful. I worry about you, given your propensity for plunging into trouble. And please write to me. Your most devoted servant, Jaimy. Chapter 29. I mope around for a bit, but then, like always, I get over it. In a few days I take tea with Maudie, and we both grumble over our losses. "Never trust a drunk," says Maudie again. "Older and wiser now," says I. "How much did he get you for?" "Some lodging, some board," sighs she, who warned me in the first place, but who I guess didn't take her own advice. "But what I hate most is losing the business his fiddle and you brought in. What I hate most is being taken for a fool. I just found out that the Battle of Culloden Moor was 50-some years ago, and Gully couldn't possibly have been there. Jacky Faber, Cheapside scammer, was scammed again, scammed royally. And all my money gone. I had noticed that my concertina was gone. I find out later that Gully had sold it at the pawn shop, and it's going to cost me $2 to get it back. Aye, I says, I could do a solo act, but we both know that without Gully's fiddle, and without his wild craziness, it wouldn't work. Just some afternoon shows with me making a few sailors cry in their beers with my sad songs. Not the thing that fills the coffers. I mean, I'll do it, 'cause I really need the money now, but it ain't going to be the same. I bid Maudie good day and go out and climb aboard Gretchy, her saddlebags bulging with the stuff from the greengrocer's that I was sent to buy. I'll bring her up to a brisk trot, 'cause I want to get back to show Mr. Pete my latest poor attempt at miniature portrait painting, and to get his kind advice, and I've got a math problem I can't figure out that I want to see Mr. Sackett about. And then, after I'm done with the work of the day, I must make my preparations for tonight. I put the last strand of the mop on the top of my watch cap and sew it in tightly. Then I patiently unravel the mop strand, as I have done to all the other strands I have sewn onto the cap. I have long since sent Amy down to her own bed, complaining of sickness that I do not want to pass on to her. I am going out to visit the preacher, but this time I do not put on my black gear, but instead keep on my serving girl outfit. And this time, instead of blackening my face, I'll take flour and spread it over my face, rubbing it in so it won't dust off. Then I'll rub it on my hands. I have already worked it into the strands of my watch-cap wig. Now I'll take a little dish and put some soot and a little water in it, and mix it around with my finger till it's a black paste, and with my biggest watercolour brush I'll fill my eye sockets with black, and then paint 6 up and down lines of black from my upper lip down to my chin, to look like the teeth in a grinning skull. Then I put on the white Dutch boy wig. I'll wrap my black cloak around me like a shawl to keep me from being spotted in my white blouse, and I open my window and go down the rungs, tying the rope to the 3rd rung from the bottom, and drop down to the ground. I'll stick to the shadows and work my way around to the graveyard, looking up to see that the Reverend has yet not come to the window of his study. He may never come to the window this night, but I must be patient. If not this night, then the next. If not then the one after that. Patience. I dart across the road and fling myself down next to the stone wall that lies between Janie's grave and the church. I worm my way along on elbows and knees till I am lying next to the grave, and there I lie and wait, hidden from the church by the wall, and hidden from the road by a row of bushes. The side of the school that faces this way is the opposite side from my rung ladder, and like my side is made up mostly of massive chimney. It is the blind side of the school, without even one window. The moon is rising and casting a fine light on the graveyard. I wait, my eye on the window. What to do while I wait? Maybe I'll compose another letter to Jaimy. Dear Jaimy, I hope you are well and passing your time in joyous pursuits. I myself am lying next to a grave in the middle of the night, waiting for a demented witch-hunter to— Hush! There he is! I hear him before I see him. Sorceress! Witch! Comes clearly across the churchyard from the window. Then, Demon! I put my eye to a cleft between the stones, and I can see him, but he cannot see me. He is gesturing and posturing like before, but this time I can see his crazed face straight on, and it is not a sight to make one sleep easy at night. While he seems to be shouting and pointing directly at me, of course he is not. He is pointing at poor Janie in her grave. I know the way he moves through this performance of his, having watched it twice already, and I wait for one of those times when he steps away from the window to rant and rave inside and pour another drink and gather fury for another bout of arm-waving, pointing and hissing. There he goes, now. I get up and stand on top of the grave. I step carefully so as to leave no footprints. The earth is hard, but still. I just stand there with my arms to my side, in my white hair and bangs, my white face with empty eye sockets and painted teeth. No grimacing, no saying boo, no waving of arms. Just standing there, stock still in the moonlight. He comes back to the window and launches into his routine with the accusing finger pointed directly at me, and then he says, "Corruption!" and then, "Wicked!" and then he opens his eyes, and he jerks back and don't say nothing at all. He just stands there with his mouth wide open and his trembling fingers still pointing. His eyes are wildly staring. I keep my own eyes as slits so he don't see the whites, but still I can see him plain. Then he says, "No," and it sounds as if it's coming from the very bottom of his twisted soul. And he stumbles back, and there's a sound of a chair being overturned and a crash of maybe a bottle, and he disappears from my view. I take that opportunity to nip down behind the wall and begin my creep back. Don't want to overdo things. That will do for tonight. I have a branch from one of the bushes, and I'll sweep it behind me to cover any traces of my being there. When he gets up the nerve to look back out, all he will see is the grave lying there all still in the moonlight. Still, but not quiet. I pause by my rope and dust the leaves and twigs off my clothes as best I can. Then up I go to the rungs, untie the rope, slip it over my shoulder and climb up to my window, congratulating myself on a job well done. As I've just got head and shoulders through the window, I stiffen as I hear someone in the room. The lamp is turned up, and there is Amy Trevelyan staring at me as if at a very demon from hell itself, which, if you look at it from her point of view, she has. Then she says, "Ah," and her eyes roll back in her head and she faints onto the bed. On the bedside table is a bowl of chicken soup, now quite cold, that she has brought up for me. How sweet of you, sister. I have taken off the wig and rubbed off some of the flour and soot from my face. I am patting Amy's hand and slowly bringing her back into this world. She comes unwillingly, but as she nears full consciousness, I put my arms about her and whisper, "Sister, please, it's just me, Jacky. Come on now, wake up." Her eyelids flutter, and she looks at me and says, "Oh, Jacky, no," as she has so many times before. Chapter 30. After that first time I appeared to Reverend Mother as Janie, I let things lie for a couple of days. I watched him on the next day, though, and sure enough, he came out to the gravesite and looked about for signs of something real and not ghostly there, but he found none. His movements were jerky, and his face was sunken. And that's it, preacher. Stew in your guilt for a while yet, then we'll up the ante. Each night after that, Amy and I would creep up to the widow's walk and watch the preacher to see the changes in his actions. For certain he don't rant and rave and point no more. Rather, he peeks out timidly every few minutes to see if the spectre has come back. It would be comical to see, if it weren't for the real tragedy of Janie Porter. But after several days I figured he needed another shot, so last night I got back in costume and headed out on another moonlit night, leaving Amy wringing her hands back in the room. Again I snuck up next to the wall and waited for him to turn back into the room. Then I stood, and when he came back and looked out, there I am as Janie on the grave. His eyes went big as saucers, and he put his hands to his mouth to stifle a moan of horror, but he didn't jerk back into the room this time. This time he just stood there looking. Well, I couldn't stand there all night, and I certainly couldn't just walk off as if to say, "Good night, preacher, we've done with tonight's haunting, and I'll be going now. Haunt you next time." So there we stood as the minutes ticked by, and then I had a thought. Slowly, I brought up my right hand and pointed an accusing finger at him, my other fingers on that hand hooked into a claw. His eyes grew even larger, and then suddenly he buried his face in his hands, and I took the opportunity to drop like a stone behind the wall. I watched through the cleft in the stones to see what he did then. He looked out again, rubbed his eyes, and I could see profound despair was writ on his face. He appeared to be mumbling something, probably asking his grandfather to get him out of this. I shall have to go back up on his roof soon to hear what the two were talking about these days. I got back to my room without incident. Amy breathed a sigh of relief at seeing me come through the window. Word had come this Saturday morning that Ezra wanted to talk to me again, but Peg was having none of it. "You'll come back all tarred and feathered, or else we'll run off with the circus. No, you ain't going nowhere, Miss Nothing but Trouble." But I got down on my knees and clasped my hands together and pleaded, "I'll be good, I promise, and you can send Betsy with me, 'cause she's so sensible, and Amy Trevelyan'll come too, and she's a lady as cautious as any dormouse, and—" All right, said Peg, giving it up. "But if you come back in disgrace one more time—" She didn't go into what she'd do if I came back in such disgrace again, but I was promised it would not be pretty. I yelped and went upstairs and got Amy, and then I grabbed Betsy by the arm, and the three of us were out the door. I'd wanted to have Betsy along, 'cause I planned to visit with Ephraim again to bring him up to date with what was happening with the preacher, and Amy 'cause I wanted to put her next to Ezra again to see what happens. We're going across the common, and I can see that Betsy's a little shy to be with Amy, and so I stop them and join hands with both, and say that when we're in the school, we're girl, and lady, but when we're out on the town, we are all just members of the same dread sisterhood. Agreed? They agree, and we walk down the path as sisters. We go first to see Ephraim, and his eyes light up upon seeing Betsy, and hers light up upon seeing him, and that gladdens my heart. And then we take him in tow and head down toward Ezra's office, and as we go we fill him in on all the things that's been going on with the preacher. His mouth is set into a firm line of satisfaction that something is being done, and he demands that he be allowed to do his part, and I say for him not to worry, as his time will come. "I've been haunting the preacher, Ezra. It's as simple as that. He would not look upon Janie on that day. He will look upon her now," I say with firmness. Ezra is at his desk, and we are seated facing him. Introductions have been made. Ezra looks upon me with wonder. "And what good do you think this will do?" I fluffs up and says, "His guilt will overcome him and he will confess." "And then we will take him out and hang him, I suppose," says Ezra. "I had thought more in the way of a lunatic asylum, as long as the name of Jaimy Porter is cleared of shame." Ezra looks at me long and hard. Then he turns to Amy. "You knew of this, Miss Trevelyan?" "On the widow's walk we heard the Reverend admit his guilt," says Amy steadily. "Good on you, Amy, I thinks." She gives him a short account of the preacher's words and actions. "Why didn't you report that to me? Perhaps we could have charged him with his crime." "On the word of Jacky Faber, convicted of lewd and lascivious conduct. Jacky Faber, what sings and dances in taverns, and what plunges into Boston Harbour at the slightest provocation?" snorts I. "I am well aware of my reputation in this town." "Besides," says Amy, "what he said, though plain to us, was vague enough that any good attorney could successfully defend him. One such as yourself, Mr. Pickering." "That is very perceptive of you, Miss Trevelyan," says Mr. Pickering, fairly beaming at her. "And you are right. I have no doubt I could get him off." "And you, Mr. Fife, you approved of this?" Ezra asks of Ephraim, who sits stolidly in his chair, his hands in fists which rest on his knees. "I didn't know of it, but I approve. Jacky is a brave girl. Janie was a brave girl too, what didn't deserve what happened to her," says Ephraim. Betsy puts her hand gently on his shoulder. "And you, miss?" Ezra asks of Betsy. "She was friend to me," is all she will say, but it is enough. There is a small silence, and I throw a question into it. "Who was the preacher's grandfather?" Ezra considers this for a while, and then says, "He is probably referring to Cotton Mather, a towering figure in the early colonies, both in religion and law." Ezra pauses and looks at me, and then goes on. "Cotton Mather was instrumental in the Salem witch trials, wherein 49 people were executed for witchcraft, largely on the evidence of several hysterical girls." I shiver and resolve to be more careful. Ezra goes on. "He was directly involved in the trial of a young girl here in Boston in 1682. It concerned the death of her baby. She said she had rolled over the infant in her sleep, causing its death by accident. The court, urged on by Cotton Mather, convicted her of murder. On the day of her execution, she had to sit there and listen to a 2-hour sermon on the sins of youth, delivered by Reverend Mather, before she was taken up and dropped." Ezra puts on a thoughtful attitude. "Poor thing. Had I been her, I would have offered to go first." I'm sitting there trying to keep my gorge down, when Ezra brings his eyes again to lock with mine. "It is reported that Reverend Mather marched immediately around the corner to have his sermon printed up for distribution, even as the girl still hung on the gallows. So you see, Jacky, the Mathers are very serious people." I take his warnings even more to heart. Ezra Pickering looks about at the assembled gang of conspirators and says, "There have been some developments. Our Reverend Mather has redoubled his efforts at getting his petition of guardianship granted. He has hired an attorney, a Mr. George Blish, a man I personally cannot abide, but who is nonetheless extremely competent. Blish has entered into the court record a deposition describing your recent physical fight with another girl at the school, and your propensity for singing and dancing in public houses. Reverend Mather seems to have excellent sources of information, and you, of course, do everything possible to further their case." Ezra looks at me sternly. "The vile Dobbs," I thinks, "and prolly Wiggins." But what I sighs and says is, "There'll be no more singing and dancing. I shall try to be good. And I shall try to block this petition at every turn, but it is getting increasingly difficult. And I shall continue looking into the matter of reclaiming your money, but somehow I do not think this case is entirely about the money. It isn't, Mr. Pickering, I says. I believe he has convinced himself that I am a witch, the same thing he convinced himself about Jaimy Porter, and we all know what happened there. Ezra is silent for a while on that, and then he says, looking steadily at me, "We must all be very careful then, mustn't we?" After we leave Ezra's office and return up the hill, I see a strange thing in the side yard of a stable. It seems to be a wooden figure of a man with a cone-shaped hat on his head, sitting in a chair that's on a narrow platform, and right behind him is another wooden figure, a devil with a pitchfork and horns and tail painted red. I say, "What's that?" And Ephraim says that it's a Pope's Day wagon that will be paraded down the street on the night of November 5th, and the gangs from the North End will try to knock over and destroy the Popes of the South End gangs, and all will have torches, and the fights will go long into the night. And there's supposed to be at least 3 British ships in, which should add some spice to the mix, he says. He gives his arm to Betsy, and she takes it. They smile at each other, and I think it's the first time each has really smiled in a while. I'm thinking it's a lot like Guy Fawkes Day back in old London town, when me and the gang would get wholeheartedly into some serious mischief. "Sounds like fun," I says, ever up for some excitement. "Can we come too?" Chapter 31. "Come on, Henry," I'm saying, dragging on his arm. "You can be my gallant escort. Come on." "But the horses? Sven can watch the horses, can't he, Herr Hoffman?" Herr Hoffman has appeared, as I am trying to haul his son out of the stable and into the riot of the night. Halloween's come and gone, and now it's Pope's Day. Herr Hoffman puts his hand on his son's head and ruffles his brown hair. "Ach ja, Heinrich, go with the young people. Have fun, boy. The responsibilities of age will come soon enough." With that, Henry grabs my arm, and we are off joyously into the night. The others are right down the street. There's Sylvie and Abby and Rachel and her young man, Paul Barclay, whom she will marry in the spring, and they plan to go west to claim a homestead and farm. He brings along his brother, who is pleasant and soon accepted by all, and who quickly falls into step with Abby, who don't seem to mind. Amy has climbed down the ladder route and is dressed in her common gear to fit right in with us milkmaids, and we're to pick up Annie and Betsy on our way down. We walk the road between the school and the church, and I look up, and sure enough, there he is at his window. "I'll leave you alone tonight, preacher. May you not enjoy the rest." The others are waiting down the road, and Maudie has said we can go up on the roof of the Pig and watch the whole thing from there. Won't it be grand? I crows. Henry allows that it will be, and thanks me for taking him with our merry group, and I'll say, "Thanks nothing. You are a finely turned-out fellow, and I'm proud to walk by your side." I am a little surprised to learn that Henry does not know all the girls of the sisterhood, what with him working so close to them and all. I guess their paths just don't cross is all. Like, he had never really met Sylvie before. Now, upon their first meeting, she gives him a shy bat of her dark lashes, and he can barely stammer out his own name. Darkness has long since fallen, and already we can see groups of torches gathering in the streets down below. I assume there are others over there in the North End as well. There is the sound of sporadic firecrackers. I'm saying that I hope it's not gunfire, but Amy says Pope's Day isn't as big as it once was before their revolution, when the gangs of Protestants from the North End would clash with the gangs of Catholics from the South End, and injuries and even death would occur. It sort of ended when General Washington told everybody to knock it off, because he had both Catholics and Protestants in his army, everybody fighting for liberty and such, and he didn't need them at each other's throats. Sylvie says that's true, but some of the old customs hang on, 'cause they're too much fun to give up right off. It's good to hear Amy talk so easy and unfearful with everyone. I have put her through a bit since coming into her life, but I think she is the better for it. Annie and Betsy come out of the darkness to join us, and Ephraim appears at the corner of State and Cornwall. He don't approve of all this, but he comes along to lend his protection. Boys, I clucks to myself, so careless of their own conduct, so careful of ours. "So, how did you get out?" he asks Betsy, who was already on his arm and looking up into his face. "I'm sure your father knows nothing of this." "We told him we were going to spend the night with Sylvie," says Annie. "And I told my father that I was staying with you," laughs Sylvie. "It turns out that everybody is staying with someone else." "Some are sure to get in trouble," warns Ephraim with a dark look. "Not if we get back before our fathers get back. They're out there too," says Annie. "Ours is fighting for Ward number 10. "And mine for Ward number 4, cries Abby. "They'll all be kept busy, and I'll wager they'll all be too tired to beat us when they get back." Wards, I am told, are voting districts and go from Ward 1 in Boston's North End down to Ward 12 in the South End. Actually, it turns out that all of them plan to go to the school in the wee hours and so avoid capture by any father, which seems like a good plan to me. A gang of young boys comes up to us, and they beat sticks upon their crude pope and devil figures. Some wear masks, and some are fully costumed as devils, and they sing out to us, "Don't you hear my little bell go chink, chink, chink? Please give me a little money to buy my pope a drink." "Not very respectful of the Holy Father," says Annie, giving each of the boys a treat. "But I suppose they don't really take the sense of it at all." Each of us girls has a basket that is filled with small balls of dough that were fried in lard until brown and then rolled in sugar. Peg made 'em for us, saying that we wouldn't get far without giving out some treats. They're good if you don't eat too many. Here's another bunch of boys with a wooden figure that looks like it's supposed to be King George, and they have another chant. "Pray, madam, sirs, if you will something give, we'll burn the dog and not let him live." "Not very respectful of His Majesty," says I, also dropping treats into the outstretched hands of the boys. "And where are your sisters, boys?" I asks. "Why, home where they belong, miss," says one boy, eyes wide with the stupidness of my question. "Right," I say, and let it go. We give out the pastries to each group of small boys who come up and demand a treat, and they are appreciative, but the boys are getting bigger and bigger, and their demands are not for sweetmeats, but for other kinds of sweets. And I am glad when we reach the pig and get the ladder from Bob and climb on the roof and pull it up after us. What a great perch! We can see the various groups as they make their way up the narrow streets, slowed down by their very numbers, and slowed down even further by meeting the resistance of rival gangs. Young men down below whistle and tell us to come down and they'll show us a treat. And we go to the edge and say that we know what kind of treat they plan for us, and though they are all very pretty, they can all go and sod off. This gets us hoots and hollers, but it all seems in good fun. Maudie and Bob have got the good sense not to open up the inside of the pig, but instead of dealing the ale and rum out the front door, with the lower half of the door shut. The tankards have small lengths of light chain attached to their handles so they can't be carried off by the revellers. There is a mob in the street below, waiting for one of the popes to try to get through, and so I go over to the edge of the roof over the doorway and pull out my penny whistle and toots out a high and shrill bit that'll carry over the noise of the throng, and I'll get some cheers, and so I goes on and gives 'em a few more. But then there's a real roar. "Here they come!" And a pope cart appears at the end of the street, surrounded by very determined-looking defenders. I'm told that the object is to get your cart to Cobb's Hill against all odds, and there to burn it on the bonfire that is already raging in the distance. That is, you throw it on the fire there before your opponents can destroy it and burn it in the street. The cart gets closer, and we can hear the chant of the South End stalwarts what are pushing it along. "It's up the long ladder and down the short rope, the hell with King George and up with the Pope. If that doesn't do, we'll tear him in two and send him to hell with his red, white and blue." The chant incites the attackers to great violence, and from the crush of fists and clubs comes the chant of the North Enders, who have now come out of the night. "Here comes another," is the shout, and they have their own Pope and Devil on their shoulders. Their Pope has a barrel for a body, and there is someone inside, probably a small boy, who turns the grotesque head about and about, and it glares at all who gaze upon it. They have a chant too, but I can't make it out over the roar of the crowd, but it don't matter anyway. I jumps up and down and cheers and shouts, and the blood is up in me for sure, and me heart is beating in me chest hard enough to burst out, and I know I shouldn't like this wildness so, but I do. I take my whistle and I just blasts on it to add my bit to the mayhem and the chaos of the night. Amy reaches up and pulls me down to sit next to her, and she says, "Be good." The two groups come together with ruinous intent, and there's the bellowing of threats and curses as the Pope and Devil figures rock back and forth in the press of the combatants. And then there's great shouts, and the South End cart goes down in the sea of bodies, and there's crackings and splinterings and a huge cheer, and the North Enders have won, this battle at least. The crowd surges back and forth, and it's hard to tell who's who in the way of the teams, and there's blood on some faces, and some are on their knees recovering from blows, and the crowd eventually surges up the street in the direction of Cobb's Hill, and the defeated ones pick up the pieces of their vanquished Pope and Devil and follow, in as good a cheer as can be expected. This leaves the street almost empty for a bit, except for... there's a bunch of men and boys over there, and they got someone pinned up against a building, and that person is... Mamselle! The bunch of scum is poking at her with sticks, and she is trying to keep her dignity under their attack, her head up, but that ain't gonna happen as they keep pulling at her yellow dress, and have already torn off her yellow hat with the yellow plumes and trampled it in the dust, and she has cradled a little lapdog to her breast to keep it from being hurt, but they're poking at it too, and I can see her eyes all scared, and she knows that soon she will be down in the dirt too, and they will kick her and stomp her, and they will step on her little lapdog and kill it, but there's nothing she can do. Some bastard must have lured her out of Mrs. Bodine's with a promise of a fine parade or some such, and this is what she gets. "To me!" I shouts. "We've got to save her!" And I'm already shoving the ladder over the side, and Ephraim and Henry and the other boys follow me down, and someone cries, "But why?" And I says, "'Cause she tried to save me twice is why, and she's different, which is why they're at her." And I'm down and racing up the street, and I yells to John Thomas, "Help me, John Thomas!" And he leaves his post at the door of the Pig and follows me without question. I charges into the pack of slime and says, "Leave off, you curs!" And their shocked faces turn on me, and some say, "We'll not. We was only having some fun with this thing." And I goes to pull out me shiv, which I only once before pulled with serious intent, and that when me very life was in danger. But I don't have to get it all the way out, for John Thomas's bald fist smashes into the mouth of the cove what was talking his trash talk to me, and blood squirts out of the cove's nose, and he goes down, and Ephraim has the heads of two of the dogs under his strong arms, and is proceeding to squeeze the life out of them, and brave Henry puts his fists up in the face of yet another knave, but the knave retreats, and the others retreat, and so leave the field of battle to us. I bend down and pick up Mamselle's battered hat and hands it to her.
Why, if it isn't my little precious, come to save her dear Auntie Claudel from harm,
she says, dusting off the hat as if it was just an unfortunate accident of the wind at the races in New Orleans.
Thank you so very much for your intervention. I cannot believe the ungentlemanly nature of some of the citizens of this city. I do fear the ruffians would have made sport of me for a tedious long time. Will you and your brave consort not accompany me back to my lodgings?
"We will, mademoiselle," I say. Mamselle murmurs to her puppy, and she puts her yellow parasol out before her, and we proceed in as grand a style as we can manage back to Mrs. Bodine's. On the way, Mamselle says,
"You know, precious, I know this will break your dear little heart, but your Auntie Mamselle Claudel has decided to go back to New Orleans. No, dear. Please do not protest. It is for the best, for this clime does not agree with me, and neither does the quality of the folk hereabouts. I shall take ship within the week."
When we reach the stairway up to Mrs. Bodine's, Mamselle turns to me and says,
"I will give you a token, precious, to remember me by."
She reaches behind her neck and undoes a clasp on a gold chain.
"Lift your hair, precious," she orders.
I reach back and lift my pigtail from off my neck, and she leans over to me and puts the chain around my neck and fastens it. There is something dangling off the chain, and it hangs on the bodice of my dress. It is a little beaded bag about 1 inch by 1 inch, and has strange designs worked into it.
"It's an asafoetida bag,"
says Mamselle, and she pulls my bodice out and drops the little bag down there. It rests there where Jaimy's ring usually sets, except now it's in my ear for the night.
"It is powerful magic, precious, and don't forget it. It was made especially for me by Maman Boudreau herself, a famous conjure woman, and it is full of magic and power. Did it not bring me you, precious, when I needed you most?"
"What's in it?" I asks stupidly.
"Oh, precious, no one ever knows what's in each bag. Could be a piece of bat wing, rare and poisonous herbs, strands from a hangman's noose. Who knows? Only the conjure woman knows. She what made it and put the magic on it. And she knows the hoodoo, the voodoo, and the gree-gree, and it's best not to mess with it, dear little one. You got to let the magic be, and let it work for you, that's all."
She puts her foot on the stair and says,
"Goodbye, precious. If you ever come to New Orleans, please come visit your dear Auntie Claudel."
With that, she goes up the stairs, and Mrs. Bodine opens the door, and Mamselle goes in, and I see yellow no more. Mrs. Bodine gives me a nod, of recognition, of thanks, I don't know. Other girls come out on the landing and say, "John Thomas, come up, John Thomas." But he says, nay, he's working, and can't let their considerable charms keep him from his duty, and we all head back in the direction of the pig. So we're rolling back up the street, my bully boys and me, and I still got my shiv half out of my vest, for show, really, since I don't plan on pulling it out, most of the fighting being in fun and not in deadly earnest, when there's a line of striped shirts in front of us, and we know they are British sailors, and it don't look like they means to let us pass without a fight. And Ephraim squares his shoulders, as do the Barclay brothers, and Henry raises his puny but brave fists, and John Thomas prepares to do damage to the line of battle, when I hear a familiar voice say, "You know, Jacky, when I thought of you back here in the States, I really thought you'd be sitting in a rocking chair with a shawl about your little shoulders, some needlework in your lap, and a prayer on your lips. I really did." I squint into the night, and there's a sailor in the centre of the line who's grinning at me. And then all the noise and revels drop away from me. It's Davy! Oh, good God, it's Davy! I leap forward and wrap my arms around his neck and my legs around his waist. I'm so glad to see him, and I stop blubbering and crying, and the rogue kisses me full on the lips and shouts out, "Didn't I tell you, mates, one in every port?" cheers from his mates. I blush and reflect that I seem forever to be making boys' reputations at the expense of my own. I unwraps my legs on that one. Davy ain't changed, not in that way. He's gotten taller, and under my hands the muscles on his arms have become harder and more well-defined, but I'm hardly noticing, 'cause all I can think about is... Jaimy! Where's Jaimy? Oh, Lord, I didn't know the Dolphin was coming in. Where's... I'm pounding on his chest with me fists and looking wildly about as I'm saying this. The Dolphin ain't in, Jacky, and you should calm down. The Dolphin's crew was broke up as soon as we got to England. Too much hidden damage. She had to be put in dry dock, and they scattered us out to the nearest ships around. I'm on the Raleigh, Tink's on the Endeavour, and Willie to the Temeraire. As my stunned mind is soaking this in, Davy's pals wave off and head down the street to one of the open taverns, thinking the only dolly mop in sight is already taken up by their mate Davy, and my crew looks Davy over and figures things out pretty much, and we all start moving again toward the pig. And Jaimy? I say, full of dread. He could be killed or dead of some fever, or... He's on the Essex, on station off Toulon, last I heard, says Davy, putting his arm around my shaking shoulders. Nah, you just forget about Jaimy, 'cause he sure forgot about you, the snob. Now, let's me and you go get married and have a fine toss in the hay, and then we'll talk about other things. Davy looks out across the crowd. Let's us lovers find a preacher. He points at a tall man in a black coat. Sir, you there, are you a preacher? Well, who cares, you'll do. Now, just say the words now. Then I starts blubbering and I put my face in my hands. For one moment I really thought I was going to see Jaimy again, and now... No. And Davy sees my crying face and says, "Ah, now, it's just fooling with you. The last time I saw Jaimy, all he could talk about was you. It fair made me sick, it did. Disgusting, I can tell you." "He did?" says I through my tears. "Really? I ain't got no letters." "Really, Jacky? Now, let's have some fun. I'm back to sea in 3 days, and if you think I'm going to spend any of my liberty in talking about your Jaimy Fletcher, then you don't remember your old pal Davy very well. I means to rack up some memories to hold me when the wind blows cold. Who's all this, then?" And I introduce him to Ephraim, who don't look like he's got a whole lot of use for him, and Henry, who don't know much about the world and is glad to meet anyone who's seen some of it, and John Thomas, who sees Davy as one of his sea-going brethren and claps him on the back. And we all surge up the street and put the ladder back up at the pig, and the girls' faces are looking down at us in relief that we got back without damage, and we climb up and I do more introductions, and then Davy's looking at Annie, and Annie's looking at him, and I come back to my senses and say, No, Davy, she's a nice girl, you stay away from her." I get between them. "Annie, don't..." But it is too late. Well, at least I can keep them to hand-holding tonight. But there's so much I want to ask him. I guess it will have to wait till later, after they're done with the sparking. Amy comes over and stands next to me and puts her hand on my arm to bring some sense back to me, I guess. And then I hear a call from down below, and there's Ezra. And Amy looks at me with narrowed eyes, and I just shrug and feign ignorance. But of course I did send word to him that we would be up here tonight. I direct him to the ladder, and he comes up and bows to Amy, and she dips in return. Ladies and gents, even on the sloping roof of a tavern in the middle of a night of devilment, I swear. Then I turn around and notice that I have lost my own escort. Henry and Sylvie are over on the roof beam, sitting together, holding hands and looking into each other's eyes. Ah, well. The street revels are winding down, and the popes and devils alike are being thrown onto the bonfire on Cobb's Hill, and it's safe enough for Maudie to send up a trayful of ales, and we gratefully quaff them, our throats dry from shouting and singing, and then Ezra buys another round, and we sing and dance, and Lord, what a night! On the way back, I look at the couples in the moonlight, and it strikes me that unlike on the Dolphin, when I was the only girl with a boy, here I'm the only girl without one. We turn up the road twixt the school and the church, and were startled to see a man with a dog on a leash patrolling the graveyard. The preacher has hired a watchman. All who are in on the plot exchange glances. Changes will have to be made in our plans. I shiver a bit. I could have been so easily caught. I was lucky to have seen him this night. When we go round the school and arrive at the kitchen entrance, most get into amorous embraces, till Amy coughs, "Ahem!" and the lovers part. Paul and his brother go off down the hill, and I go and get between Davy and Annie, which ain't easy. With a final squeeze of his hand, she turns and gives him a wave, and then she joins the other girls, who all go in the kitchen door, opened by Peg in her nightgown, clucking over her girls like any mother hen. Sylvie, I'm sure, would go into the hayloft right off with Henry, but good sense prevails, and after a long good-night kiss, she too disappears through the kitchen door, and Peg's strong arm reaches out and pulls the door shut. There is the sound of a latch being thrown. Henry, in a daze, wanders back to his bed, after what has to be the finest night of his young life. Ezra and Davy escort us around to our rung ladder and look up at our rope trick, and Davy says something like, "Can't keep that one down for sure." Ezra takes Amy's hand and bows over it and kisses it. Amy lets him do it, and then turns and goes to the rope. When Amy goes up, shinnying like I taught her, Ezra looks away like a gentleman. Davy don't, and I expect he won't look away when I go up neither. I can't wait to get that little weasel alone for a while, but it ain't gonna happen now, I know. "I gotta talk to you, Davy," I whispers. "I know, Jacky, I know," says he, "but I got the duty tomorrow, and they won't let you on the ship, not to talk to the likes of me, they won't. But it will all keep. I'll see you on Monday. I'll come here." I bet you will, thinks I. I've got to get that Annie aside and tell her some of the facts of life, and of sailors. I go up the ladder, and Ezra and Davy walk back downtown together, seaman and lawyer, brothers, at least for this night. Chapter 32. "But I like him," says Annie. I'd gotten up close to her on Monday morning, when we were in the kitchen scrubbing up the breakfast pots. "You don't know the little weasel like I do. You'll catch something from him, or he'll give you a baby and run away to sea." "I can't believe that," she softly says. "What's he promised?" "That he'd think of nothing but me when he's out on the sea." "That's probably true," I admits, "but that don't mean much." "Will you give him any token?" "A lock of my hair, braided and tied up in one of my ribbons." "Aye, and it's lovely, I'm sure, Annie, and he'll show that to all his mates, so they'll think he's a mighty lover what's broken many a young girl's heart, yours included, you can be sure of that, too." "But what's the harm in that? I know that I'll probably never see him again after tomorrow, but it's nice to dream on things, sometimes." "Huh!" I grumps. It occurs to me that I'm probably acting a lot like Mistress right now. "He said he'd swing in his hammock at night with the lock clutched in his hand and next to his heart, and all fear banished from his mind, knowing I was safe and warm back on land, no matter what cruel fate awaited his poor self." "Oh, please, that's what they all say." "Davy does have a gift of gab, I'll own, if nothing else," I say, thinking back to when he talked himself aboard the Dolphin, when there was plenty more boys bigger and stronger than him. Then again, I'd done the same thing. But he's probably not lying about lying there in the dark with the token to his breast, for it does get cold and lonely out there. All right, just you be careful is all. The Davy I remember don't think with his head, that's for sure. What's that rascal got planned for today? Just a walk in the common, then a bite to eat, and then I got to go home at my usual time, you know that, or else my father would kill me. Well, do you mind the tall grass in the common, Annie? I know how to be careful, Jacky. You're the one what needs to be more careful, from what I've heard. I ain't got nothing to say to that. Davy comes up the hill at about 11 in the morning, and I'm layin' for him. I've been about jumping out of my skin all yesterday and today, I'm so keen to talk to him. I head him off at the kitchen door. Come with me, I say, and we go around to the side, and then we're up in my room. Keep your voice down, and if anyone tries that door, you dive out the window, you hear? I had put a small wooden wedge under the door to keep us from being surprised. Pretty nice kip, says Davy. How come you're separate from the others? I got busted down from lady to serving girl, I say, making myself not hang my head. Sounds like something you do. He tests the bed. Why don't you call down for Annie to pop up here for a bit? She's a good girl and a nice girl and a good friend to me, and I don't want the likes of you to hurt her. Oh, Jacky Faber, the Mother Superior, looking out for a little flock. Ain't that sweet? I mean it, Davy. Still the bossy one, ain't you, Jacky? Now, boys, dress up in these pretty little uniforms I made for you. Now, boys, stand up all straight in a line here. Now, boys, wear the cute little caps. Now, boys. He looks at me all serious. Look, Jacky, she's the first real girl I've met since I got on the Dolphin. You don't meet many of 'em in my line of work, you might recall. And hell, I've only been ashore about a week and a half total since I signed on to this jolly seafaring life. Still, he sneers and pokes me on the breastbone with a stiff finger. No real girls, 'cept for you, of course, but you never did me much good in that way, saving it all for Jaimy like you was. And is, I reckon. Ah, is that your Jaimy up there on the wall now? Davy and I are back in our old stance, nose to nose, eyes narrowed, lower lips jutting out, fingers pointing each at the other and snarling. You don't know what it's like to be me, Davy, then or now. Maybe I don't care what it's like to be a bossy, pig-headed little cockney chambermaid what thought she was going to be a lady. That hurts me, and I jerk like I've been hit. I got nothing to say to that. He knows he hit home, 'cause he looks a little ashamed, and he don't follow it up with any more jibes. I make an effort to settle down. Fighting with Davy over female virtue ain't exactly what I had planned for this morning. I'm sorry. I just don't want you to hurt her is all. I'm not going to hurt her, Jacky. He says this gently, and I half believe him. All right, I say, calm now. I sit down in my chair and fold my hands in my lap. Please, now tell me what's up with Jaimy. Davy goes over and flops down on my bed. He has gotten longer and leaner for sure. He is turning into a fine-looking man, and it is easy to see why Annie is taken with him. All right, Jack, I'll tell you. He picks up my pillow and sniffs it, and then crams it back under his head. I'm glad to see there is no tar in his hair. On the way back to England, he was Mr. Midshipman, and Tink and me and Willie was ordinary seamen, so our paths didn't cross much any more. But I will say that Jaimy never lorded it over us, but always found a way, like if he had to give us an order, to do it in a way that didn't make us feel like dirt. And sometimes, if we was some of us on watch in the middle of the night, we'd sit and talk and joke like in the old days. Then we rounded Margate and were taken into the docks on the Thames, and little men with notebooks swarmed over the Dolphin and declared she was not fit for sea. Her knees having been weakened by the blast of the pirates' fire ship that day," says Davy. "You got something to drink here?" I had sat on the edge of the bed to listen, and got up and got him a glass of cider from the jug I had put here for just such a purpose. It's a little bit hard, and I figure, shamelessly, that it might loosen his tongue a bit. He says. "Good." He puts the glass down on my bedside table and taps it with his finger. I fill it up again. "I like you as a serving girl, Jacky," he says. I give him a low growl. He goes on. "Anyway, we're back, and the Dolphin's crew is being broke up, and Tink and Willie and me volunteer to go on the Raleigh, and being seasoned man-o'-war's men we are taking on, and we're happy that at least some of the brotherhood is still together. But then some brass hat from the Endeavour comes aboard, and he outranks our captain, and he takes a bunch of men, including Tink, to his ship. And then 2 days later another bleeding captain comes up and takes Willie and some others for the Temeraire. Pissed us off it did, but what could we do? But anyway, the Raleigh is laying next to the Essex, which Jaimy is posted to, and he comes over and says to come to his house, and where's Tink and Willie? But I says they're gone to sea. It's just him and me now. So we go off together, brothers again, as soon as we're out of sight of the Royal Navy. And we gets in a coach, and I'm feeling like a proper knob, I am, and we're laughing and remembering old times. But then we get to his house, which is a pretty fine place, I can tell you, and we go in and I meet his mother, and that dragon takes one look at me, and I'm off to the servants' quarters for a meagre bite with cold tea, and then I'm out the back door by myself. I ain't seen Jaimy since then, as the Raleigh made sail the next day, and I was gone." "He didn't try to find you after his mother sent you off downstairs?" "He was going upstairs to change clothes, and I'll wager when he came back down his dear mother had some sort of story for him, like I ran off after a scullery maid or got sick or something." Davy draws a long breath. "It was like she didn't want Jaimy to have anything to do with his past life or anybody who was in it, which is funny considering the money that put her family back on its feet come from the likes of us." I thinks on this and says, "Life ain't fair sometimes, Davy." "For sure, Jacky." "What about Liam?" I ask, avoiding the big question for a bit. "His plan was to take his prize money and light out for his farm in Ireland where his wife and kids were. Whether or not he made it past the press gangs I dunno. Saw Snag in a tavern a little later, and he seems to think that Liam made it." "Good for you, Liam. I wish you the joy of your farm and your family." "Jaimy, did he say anything about me?" I prepare myself for the blow. "He talked about nothing but you, and I know he checked with every ship that come in from the States to see if you had sent him a letter, but he never got one. There was the Plymouth and the Juno and the Shannon." "The Shannon?" I cries and jumps up. "I sent a letter on the Shannon, and the midshipman who took it from me knew where Jaimy lived and swore he would deliver it to the house, and I believed him." "And I'll bet he was as good as his word, Jacky," says Davy quietly, and shuts up, letting me figure it out on my own. Which I do. I sit back down on the edge of the bed. His mum probably wants him to marry a fine lady, which I ain't, and which is why she ain't letting my letters get through to him. And now he ain't got no letters from me, and probably thinks I've gone off with someone else. "And that's the way I'd cipher it out, Jacko," says Davy. "And the story of you running around in the rigging of the Excalibur and taking a dip in your drawers didn't help none neither." "You heard of that?" "Everybody's heard of that," he says, and then mimics my voice. "Ain't no sailor alive what can catch Jacky Faber in the rigging." "Oh, you're famous, you are. Famous in legend and song, just like you always wanted." He rocks back and forth with glee. "Hush now, you!" I hisses at him. "Someone will hear." Captain Morgan of the Excalibur has let it be known that he will run his sword through you at next meeting, and if he has to hang for it, so be it, he crows, and I hope to God I'm there as witness. All right, enough, I says. I will have a letter for you on the day after tomorrow when next you have liberty to deliver to Jaimy. Be good to Annie, or I'll find a sword to run through you. Now get out. We've got to get ready to serve dinner. Davy gets up and says, Gladly, as I got someone to meet. With a wink, he is out the window. Chapter 33. Jacky Faber, in care of Miss Amy Trevelyan, Dovecote Farm, Quincy, Massachusetts, United States, November 8, 1803. Mr. James Fletcher, midshipman, on board the Essex, on station. Dear Jaimy, if you are reading this letter, you will know that I met Davy in Boston when his ship made port here. It was a great joy to see him, and it was an even greater joy to hear from him that you were well the last time he saw you. It was with great sorrow, though, that I learned that you have not gotten even one of the many letters that I have sent to you by way of the ships of the Royal Navy that have come to this harbour. It fair broke my heart, it did, to know that you have not been assured of my love for you, and have probably gone off into the arms of another by now. Alas, I have not gotten any letters from you either, and that has been the hardest part of my life here, not knowing how you fare, and if you think of my poor self, if at all. I must now write of something that may distress you. In talking to Davy, he said that you didn't get a letter when the Shannon docked there. Jaimy, I sent a letter on that very ship by way of a very kind and honourable officer who knew your address and promised me that you would get the letter. I know he was as good as his word. There's only one thing we can cipher from this. Someone in your house has not been passing my letters on to you. I will not insult you by telling you who I think it is, but I think you will be able to figure it out. From now on, I will send my letters to you on your ship direct. Whoever has been reading my letters knows that I continue in my love for you, in spite of your long silence. If you should want to write to me, please do it at the above address, as I don't know where I will be from one day to the next, and I am sure that Mistress Pym here at the school would not give me any of your letters, as she doesn't approve of sailors, and she ain't given me any yet. All that I have written of my life here has been lost, and into it all again I cannot go, at least not now. Let it be enough to say that I am happy and have many new and dear friends, but I have been demoted to serving girl because I got in a bit of trouble. After I got busted down, I sent you a letter saying if you didn't want me any more because of that or anything else, then I was releasing you from your vow of marriage to me, which I'll here repeat again. I am enclosing a miniature painting I did of myself in hopes that you might like to look at it sometimes. I have done one of you, such as my poor memory and even poorer talent serve, and it hangs over my bed. Your ring rests close to my heart. It filled my heart with hope to hear from Davy that you did talk fondly of me the last time he saw you. I am still your girl, if you still want me to be that. With all my love, Jacky. Chapter 34. I'm putting the finishing touches on my miniature painting of Annie. One more little dab of blue right there. Good. We set her up on a stool in the kitchen, 'cause the light's better down there, and she's sitting there all blushing in my blue dress that I made on the Dolphin, the one with the low front, 'cause I copied it from the one Mrs. Roundtree was wearing that day she set me straight on the facts of life. Mrs. Roundtree being one of the ladies on Palmer, where we made our first Liberty call, and copying my dress from hers, considering her particular profession, was probably a mistake. Well, what did I know at the time? I really think I got Annie pretty good. Honey brown ringlets hanging by her cheeks, a ribbon in her hair matching the dress, her upturned nose all jaunty, and a saddle of light freckles over the blush of her cheeks. I'm right proud of this one, and it is with a fiendish delight that I lean over my work and paint the bodice on the dress even lower than it actually is, 'cause I know it'll drive that imp Davy stark raving mad with lust when he's far away at sea. And with Annie having a lot more on top than me, I say, let's make those parts extra plump and peachy. What's the harm? There, I says. I put the oval watch glass over the ivory disc and snap the frame down. Then I put Annie's braided lock of hair around the whole thing and bind it up with the blue ribbon. You really don't deserve this, Davy. Then I show it to Annie in the sisterhood. Squeals all around. Oh, do you think I should? Says Annie, crossing her arms over her chest, her face a comely shade of pink tending to red. Oh, yes, says Rachel, our oldest and wisest. Oh, yes, you will give it to him. Better not let Father see that, warns Betsy. Believe me, he shan't, says Annie, looking at the thing in wonder. It's amazing, says Sylvie. It looks just like her. I can't believe it. She hesitates and then asks, Jacky, could you? Of course, Sylvie, I say. Let's drive Henry mad too. Let's drive them all mad. Shrieks and cheers from my sisters. Course this means I got to do all of them, but it's good practice for me and it delights them, so it's all for the good. But if Annie hoped to spend more time with Davy again this day, she is to be disappointed. As we're clearing the dishes at the noon dinner, I lift my head and cock my ear, and I hear, far off, the sound of ship's bells and foghorns and trumpets even, all coming from the harbour. Uh-oh. I take my tray of dirty dishes and put it on the cart in the hall and dash to the front door and peek out. I don't like what I hear and see. Something's up down at the docks, I say, as I rush back into the dining hall and take the wide-eyed Annie by the arm. Come, up to the top. We rush up to my room, and I pull down the ladder to the widow's walk, and up we go. I grab my spyglass on the way, and while she's viewing the scene with ohs and ahs, I put the glass to my eye and train it on the 3 ships down below. Sure enough, there's men running about in a hurry, doing things that I know is done when ships is about to get under way. The Guerrière is flying the Commodore's flag, and a line of flags is hauled up the masthead. Red square, then white square with blue X, then the numeral pennants, 1300. The other ships answer with the same flags racing to their own mastheads. All ships get under way at 1300 hours. For some reason known only to the Royal Navy, all shore leave is cancelled, and I can hear the seaman's complaint now. Goddamn captain probably had a goddamn fight with his goddamn mistress ashore, and now I'm missing my goddamn liberty, I am. Davy will not set foot on the United States for quite a while yet, if ever. Damn, and I ain't talked everything out of him yet. I take the glass from my eye. The fleet's leaving early. They'll be at sea by mid-afternoon. She takes the news calmly. She drops her head and says, "Ah, well." "Ah, well, nothing," says I. "I will send my letter by him. Do you have your miniature?" "Yes, it's here in my vest. I was going to give it to him today." "Maybe you shall yet do it. Let's go." And I'll lead the way back down, snatching up my packet from my bedstead on our way through my room. Down the stairs to the first floor, and then down into the kitchen. "Cover for us!" I yell as we go out the back door. We run up to the stables, and I take a bridle from the rack on the wall, and I go into Gretchen's stall and put the bit in her mouth and slap the harness over her head and back her out of the stall. "Surely a saddle, Jacky," says Henry, coming upon us in our haste. "No time, Henry. Open the barn doors." I leap onto Gretchen's back and move her over to the hay crib, which has a side like a ladder. "Climb up here, Annie, and get on behind me. She can carry us both. Arms around me now and hold on." When I feel she's on, I give a "Yah!" and dig my heels into Gretchen's sides, and we bolt out from the stable and down the road we go. I've been riding long enough that my legs are strong enough to grasp the horse's sides without the need of stirrups, and I've tried it a couple times bareback, so I know I can do it. We get to a full-out gallop down through the common, and Annie's hanging on so tight I can hardly breathe, but she's game and don't cry out, and when we get to the street we hardly slow down at all, and some people look up in alarm, and some shake their fists at us for riding so fast through the town, but I don't care. We've got to get there in time. We're down School Street, and the boys and girls at the schoolyard there gaze in wonderment as two crazy girls on horseback thunder past them. And then it's on to Water Street, and then a hard left on Kilby, and then a right on State, and then the cobblestones of the street give way to the planks of the pier, and we're on Long Wharf where the ships are tied alongside. There's last-minute provisions being taken on all three of the ships, but the one on the end of the pier and closest to sea, the Java, was already pulling in her gangway and starting to throw off lines. The next one in line is Davy's ship, the Raleigh, and the final one, flying the Commodore's flag, is the Guerriere. It will be the last to go. I pushed Gretchen into the melee around the Raleigh's gangway and earned myself a few curses for my cheek. I'm looking around for Davy, and I scan the rigging, but somehow don't think he's aboard yet, and I'm looking over the heads of the crowd on the pier, and Jacky! Annie! I wheel Gretchen about and see Davy bounding toward us. As I suspected, he was ashore when the call to return to ship went out, and he waited till the last possible moment to go back aboard. I throw my right leg over Gretchen's head and slide off, and then I help Annie off, and she slips down with a fine flash of petticoats. I got to get my business done first, 'cause Davy sure ain't got eyes for me. I'll hand him my packet and say, "Put your hand on your tattoo." "Which one?" he says with a grin. "Your brotherhood tattoo, you ninny. I've no wish to see whatever else you've had stitched on your nasty butt." I huffs. He shrugs and puts his hand on the proper place. "Now swear, Davy, that you will try to deliver this to Jaimy, and you will place it in no one's hand but his." "All right, Jacky. I swear on my tattoo. I will do my best to get it to him." "Thank you, Davy, and be careful of it. There's a miniature painting in there that's on ivory what can break, and make sure it don't get wet neither, as they are watercolours and can run." "All right, Jacky," he says, and turns to Annie. They embrace, and I turn around to give them what little privacy they can find on a crowded pier. I hear some whoops from the ship, and I know that Davy's reputation is being made. I wait, patting poor Gretchen, who's standing there snorting, her chest heaving like a bellows. "Ain't you the best girl, then? Poor Gretchen, you had a lot easier life before I got here, didn't you?" She nuzzles my cheek and forgives me. "Here, Davy, is a token to remember me by," I hear Annie say with a slight quiver in her voice. "I think Jacky made me too pretty." The show-off in me wants to turn around and see what he thinks of my work, but I don't have to, as I hear him draw in his breath sharply. "No, no, not too pretty at all, not by half, dear Annie. Trust me, this will warm many a lonely night." "Goodbye, Davy. God be with you. Be safe." "Goodbye, Annie. I will write to you. I will be back." I turn around, and he has his hands on her shoulders, and she has her arms around his waist. Davy plants a final one on her forehead, and they part, and he lopes back to his ship. I did not think it would happen, but my chest tightens upon seeing Davy bound up the gangway, him looking again all gangly and boyish mid all that cruel machinery of war. He leaps up into the top to his station on the main royal yard. He raises his fist and shouts down, "Goodbye again, dear Annie, and goodbye to you too, Jack. Bless the Navy, and up with the brotherhood forever." I raise my fist in return. The sisterhood too, I thinks, as I gathers up Annie, and we ride at a much slower pace back to the school. We take a different route so we don't have to say sorry to anyone we might have run over on the way down. We get back. We are not caught. I cover for Annie as she goes back up on the Widow's Walk to watch the ships leave the harbour and put to sea. Chapter 35. Davy's gone, and the fleet's gone, and my letter's off, and I guess things will settle back to normal, or as normal as things get around me. Sylvie and Henry are forever sneaking off and mooning and spooning, and Annie heaves great sighs heavenward to the gods and goddesses of love. I'm keeping busy doing miniatures of all the girls to make up for all the times I've said cover for me on my way out to some mischief, and I'll do a Henry for Sylvie and a Davy for Annie, and an Amy for Ezra, but I won't tell her who it's for, 'cause, as she always says, I'm not ready for that sort of thing yet. I'll take all my miniature paintings to Mr. Pete for his comments, and he shows me where I've done right and where I've gone wrong, and he gives me hints on how to do better. I'll keep up with my arithmetic and pass my homework sheet into Mr. Sackett, who corrects it and hands it back, and I'll study French with Monsieur Bissell when he and I can find a moment. It is such a moment when, having finished the morning chores, I find time to talk to Monsieur Bissell about some problems I've been having with the French language, and we are both leaning over a desk, and he's explaining to me why the verb to be goes through so many twisted versions. It's just like English, Jacky. In English we say, I am, you are, we have been, we are, he is, they are, we will have been, they... There is a rustle of black silk and a coldness in the air, and I turn my head fearfully about. It is Mistress standing there.
"Is this part of your duties?"
she demands, knowing very well the answer. I stand and say, "No, Mistress."
"She is a good and willing student, Mistress," says Monsieur Bissell gallantly. "Thank you, Monsieur Bissell," says Mistress. "Faber, go to my office."
Oh, Lord, I'm gonna get it now. I follow her to her office and advance to the white line and put my toes on it and then flop down on the desk and pull up my skirts, feeling very sorry for myself. A tear works its way out of my eye and it goes across the bridge of my nose and falls to the blotter on Mistress's desktop. I breaks the rule about talking to her without being told to, but I don't care. I'm just going to get beat anyway. I don't know why you want to hurt me so, Mistress. I really don't. I'm middling good. I do my work, I do. You won't find me shirking any of it. I sniffs. I was just trying to learn. I wait for the sting, but it does not come.
"Oh, do be quiet and stand up, girl," says Mistress.
She sits down as I straighten up in confused relief. What? She looks at me standing there quivering for a while, and finally she says,
"You thought, did you not, that I did not know what you were up to?"
What did she find out? The pig? The singing? The dancing? Oh, no. I don't know what you mean, Mistress," I quavers.
"You see, I know everything about my school. Everything," says Mistress.
She has a pen in her hand and is tapping it on the edge of her desk.
"For instance, I know that you have continued your studies when, as a serving girl, you are not expected to do so."
Tap, tap, tap. "Yes, Mistress," I admits, hanging my head and looking contrite.
"And furthermore, I know that you have been tutoring young Rebecca Adams."
Tap, tap. "Yes, Mistress." She lets me stand there some more, wondering what she's going to do with me. Tap, tap.
"Actually, I find all that quite commendable," she says at last, and relief floods through me. "You will continue to help Miss Adams. Set aside an hour each day as she needs it. She is too young to be here, I knew from the start, but it is hard to say no to Mr. Adams. I would send her back home, but her family is overseas on diplomatic duty. Do you think she can catch up on her studies?"
"Oh, yes, mistress," I say. "She is a bright girl. She is coming along nicely. She just needs some help and some kind words."
"Which you shall provide. I cannot have the other teachers give her individual instruction, as it is not a profitable use of their time."
Still she taps. Tap, tap, tap. "Yes, mistress, I will be pleased to do it." Mistress continues to regard me.
"So you see, do you not, that I know everything concerning my school?"
I think she is saying this with some satisfaction, almost smiling, in fact. And still, tap, tap. I think, as I stand there waiting to be dismissed, on what she does not know about her school, or about me. I think back on what Ezra told me that last time in his office, about the preacher closing in on me, and I decide to press my luck. "Then you know, mistress, that preacher Mather has petitioned the court to gain custody of me and my assets?" The tapping stops. Although I am staring over the top of her head, eyes cased, as is my usual posture when standing on the line, I can see well enough that she did not know that. I go on. "Please don't let him take me, mistress. I don't want to go over there. I want to stay here. Please, mistress." Saying that, I feel my eyes get all hot, and I think I'm going to cry, 'cause I really meant what I said.
"Look at me, girl,"
says mistress, and I drop my eyes to hers, and I see the fury in them. I sense that she is outraged to the very marrow of her bones.
"Tell me, have you learned humility?"
"Yes, mistress," I managed to say.
"And have you learned that your conduct reflects not only on your own reputation, but on that of the school, and all in it as well?"
"Yes, mistress."
"Do you now have a clear notion of what it means to be one of my girls?"
"Yes, mistress, I do." She continues her steady gaze into my eyes. I want to look away, but I can't. At last she speaks.
"Very well, then, Miss Faber. You may come back upstairs and resume your studies."
It hits me like a club, and I am staggered.
"And, Miss Faber, please do your best to make the transition smooth, without your usual histrionics."
Yes, mistress," I manages to stammer.
"Very good. You are dismissed."
Mistress turns in her chair and faces away from me, and I turn on my heel and go out into the hall, my mind all a whirl. I place my back against the wall and try to collect myself. My thoughts are spinning wildly about my head, but one thing stands out. She is trying to help me. I don't know if she intended to reinstate me before I told her about the preacher or not. I don't know if she's thinking about my money, and I don't know if she just hates the idea of anyone messing with her school. I don't know nothing. I just know she is trying to help me, and has bought me some time, and I thank her for it. I take 3 deep breaths, and then I stand up straight. I put on the look. I turn and go to my room. I take my school dress from my sea chest and carefully unfold it and lay it upon my bed. I take off my serving gear and put it neatly away. I put on my school dress once again. I go back down the stairs, and hearing the chimes, I go in to dinner. Part 3. Chapter 36. The day of my reinstatement as a possible lady, I walked into the dining hall, the look in place, and I headed for my old spot next to Amy, who looked up in complete surprise and then delight. The ladies and the serving girls looked and wondered at seeing me once again in my apprentice lady rig, and as I got to my chair, Dolly Fraser rose from hers and started clapping, and then Martha Hawthorne did the same, and then little Rebecca, and then others, till the place resounded with their applause. Clarissa, of course, sat in stunned silence, a sour expression on her face. Annie and Betsy and Sylvie were serving, and beamed their pleasure at my joy with their broad smiles. Mistress came in and marched to her place and called on me for the grace, and I gave it, thanking the good Lord for the food and for all those, both upstairs and down, who have bestowed on my poor self the precious gift of their caring love and friendship. That evening the preacher was not at the supper table, nor would he ever again reappear there this winter. 2 girls are called each night to dine with mistress instead of just the one. The next morning I got up early, washed, dressed, and went down to the kitchen, where I knew the staff would be having their breakfast. They looked up in surprise as I took a tray of eggs and went around serving them, to show that sisterhood is more powerful than any notions of class or standing. And Rachel says, "Now that you're a teacher as well as a fine lady, shouldn't you be sitting at the head table then, Miss Faber?" And I say, "You'll call me Jacky when I'm down here, or I'll tip this platter of eggs over your head, and won't you make a fine bride for your Mr. Barclay then, Miss Rachel?" And the other girls hoot and laugh, and all is easy between us. And so we passed the winter, the dread sisterhood of the Lawson Peabody and I. We attended to our studies, or did our duties, depending on whether we were lady or girl. We read, we painted, we stitched. We had oceans and oceans of time, and we filled our hours with music and song and talk, endless talk, and I waited for a letter that did not come. The snows came at last, and I do not have to fear them as I did when I was on the streets of London. We are quite cosy here, with all 4 fireplaces blazing away, and it is pleasant to study and stitch in front of the glowing fires, and maybe roast a potato on the edge of the coals for a hot treat. Course, with the snow on the ground, I can't haunt the preacher no more, not the way I was, 'cause the snow would show my footprints on Janie Porter's grave, and then the game would be up, as ghosts don't leave tracks. Nah, I must content myself with putting on my black burglar's outfit, and, on those dark nights when the moon is down and the snow has slid off the church roof, crawling over and scratching at the tiles over his head and giving out a piteous moan or 2. The preacher still has the night watchman making rounds now and then, but he can't see me up on the roof. I see the preacher every Sunday, of course, and he seems to be coming apart piece by piece. He is a shadow of his former self, with sunken cheeks and black circles under his eyes. His hands shake as he turns the pages of the Bible up on the pulpit. I would pity him if I could, but I know what he's done, and I can't. There's now some empty pews on Sunday, and people are beginning to talk. Amy tells me that Puritans are now called Congregationalists, 'cause they ain't got a central authority like us Church of England types got the Archbishop of Canterbury and the Catholics got the Pope. Each congregational church is unto itself alone, and there ain't no higher authority to complain to if you've got a problem with your preacher. Which is why, I guess, that the preacher has lasted here. He's a mather, says Amy, and he's got powerful supporters in the congregation. We'll see. I went with Amy to spend Christmas at Dovecote with her and her family. I met her mum and dad, bows and curtsies all around, and I think I acquitted myself well in that regard. Can hardly tell me from a real lady now. Amy's mother is sweet, and says how nice that Amy finally has a little friend, which causes great mortification in Amy. Mrs. Trevelyan is the exact opposite of Amy, happy, gay and fluffy, and she is fun to be with. Amy's father, Colonel Trevelyan, is a strapping, thick tree trunk of a man, given to wearing sporting clothes and smoking big cigars. A tree, a very sweet-smelling spruce, was brought in, as is the new custom, borrowed from the Germans, and we had great fun decorating it with popcorn strings and small candles and bits of crystal. Mrs. Trevelyan had brought back from New York boxes of coloured glass balls, and these were hung on the tree, where they gathered and reflected the light from the candles most wondrously. Even the high and mighty Randall joined in the spirit of the thing and helped decorate the tree. On Christmas Eve we had songs and carols and happy conversation, and the household staff and the field people were all brought in, and I got up and sang the Cherry Tree Carol, which everyone said was top-notch, and all received from the Colonel their gifts of money and geese and turkeys to share with their own families on Christmas Day. The Colonel, for all his faults about money and gambling, is not an ungenerous man. Afterward, when only family and me was left, we exchanged gifts. I gave the elder Trevelyans a miniature portrait of their daughter, the only thing I have to give, really, and they proclaimed themselves delighted. I gave Amy the portrait of Ezra, him sitting there in profile, looking all right and proper, with his little smile on his lips. And she blushes, and all tease her, but I think she likes it, even though again she says she's not yet ready for that sort of thing. Amy, for her part, gave me a large package bound in bright ribbon, and I opened it, and in it was a fine riding habit, all maroon with turned-back lapels of warm light grey and skirt of deepest green. When I say it is too much, I can't possibly accept it, she waves me off with, "It is too small for me now, and I have no younger sister to give it to." Once again I have to blink back tears. I will no longer have to wear the duster in equestrian class. Randall Trevelyan has forgiven me, I guess, for having dragged his sister down into the haunts of the poor, for he gave me a fine Spanish mantilla made of black lace, which he offhandedly said he had picked up in a second-hand shop in Cambridge for almost nothing, but I don't believe him. In return, I gave him a portrait, not of Clarissa, which I would not do, nor one of himself, which he would surely give to that self-same Clarissa, but rather one of the many I have done of myself for practice. It is shameless, I know, but still I do it, and say, with my eyes so low cast down, "Just to remember me by." It was a wonderful, wonderful time, that holiday at Dovecote. And of course I never missed a chance to get up on the Sheik when I was there. During this winter, too, I went and looked up Mr. Fennell and Mr. Bean, the actors who had given me their card back in the Pig that day. I got put in some small parts, like Puck in A Midsummer Night's Dream and other such elf parts. Being that I can play the penny whistle sort of fits right into that, and I've got a real smart outfit, all green stockings and a little short kilt and a top that looks like it's made out of green leaves and a pointed cap. I'm billed as Jack Tar, so as not to be discovered as a girl, 'cause that would be a scandal, 'cause of the costume and all. I only do these parts on weekends when I know I won't be caught, as I don't want to be busted again. I do love to take the bars and hear the applause, though, and it makes me a little money. Money that I keep in a little money belt that I have made for myself, which fits flat around my waist. When I get enough copper and silver coins from the acting jobs and from doing my solo act at the Pig on some Saturday afternoons, I change them into the tiny $10 gold pieces, which fit more compact on my belly. I have several now. I take the belt off only to wash. I do not completely escape the sting of the lash this winter, though. We were all in household management class one dreary grey day, and I was bored beyond all sense, and began making faces and crossing my eyes to make Rebecca Adams, sitting next to me, laugh and giggle, which of course she did. But then Mistress rose up and said, Miss Adams, would you like to stand up and tell us just what you find so humorous about providing a clear and simple accounting of household expenses to your husband? What mirth is to be found therein that we dullards have overlooked?" Little Rebecca went white as a sheet, and got to her feet with great difficulty, as if rising to mount the scaffold and face eternity itself. She was unable to speak, but only stood there, shaking in mortal terror. "Come up here," said Mistress, picking up her rod and tapping it on her desk. Poor child looked like she would go off in a dead faint, and didn't move. I rose to my feet, because it was my own stupid fault that this happened, and I pushed Rebecca back down in her seat and said, "Begging your pardon, Mistress, but it was not her fault, as I was playing the fool with her." Not waiting for an invite, I marched up the aisle, went around Mistress's desk, and flopped down upon it, my skirts up and my face looking out to the class. It occurs to me that this is what the crowd must look like to those poor sods strapped to the guillotine. Mistress raised her rod and gave me 4, and I returned to my seat. Strange thing, though, Mistress did not hit me hard. It was as if she pulled back on each blow just before it landed, although it made me wince and I had to snuffle back tears of humiliation as I went back to my seat. The beating did not hurt at all. Strange, that. Rebecca looked at me with absolute worship in her eyes, and at supper that evening she left her table and came and sat with Amy and me. Then we were joined by Dolly and Martha, who gave my shoulder a squeeze as she sat down. The winter does wane, and the sisterhood does increase. I've even been doing some decent needlework. I've worked for some days on the edges of a silk pillow slip, embroidering it with intertwined roses and briars, and a few blue anchors thrown in for good measure. I wonder, as I do the stitching, whether Jamie's head will ever lie next to mine upon this pillowcase. Nothing from Jaimy. Chapter 37. James Emerson Fletcher, midshipman, on board HMS Essex, January 25th, 1804. Jacky Faber, the Lawson Peabody School for Young Girls, Beacon Street, Boston, Massachusetts, USA. Dear Jacky, at least I know that you are not dead, and that is some comfort to me. There was a new group of sailors brought on board the Essex yesterday, and one of them was lately come from the Excalibur. I later overheard him regaling his fellows on the forecastle with an account of a girl in Boston racing seasoned seamen through the Excalibur's top rigging. I knew it could be none other than you, my wild and foolish girl. I have chosen not to believe their tale of the girl taking off her dress and diving into the water, and attribute that to the sailor's love of tall tales. That is the only news of you that I have gotten since we parted. I exchange letters quite often with my mother, and she informs me with each letter that I have received nothing from you, and I am cast down into darkness each time she so informs me. Why, if you were on the Excalibur for your sport, why did you not send me a letter by her? I know you to be many things, Jacky, but cruel and hard-hearted and indifferent are not among them. You must tell me why you are treating me so. I throw myself into my studies to try and get you out of my mind, but I am never completely successful. I shall be testing for lieutenant within the year, but it will be a hollow honour if I succeed. We keep the French fleet bottled up here, with endless patrols back and forth across the mouth of the bay, but they've got to come out eventually, and when they do, well, maybe a cannonball will cure my black despair. Please write, Jacky, if only to tell me I am no longer in your heart. I am desolate. Your most humble, Jaimy. Chapter 38. Spring! By God, it's finally spring! Spring, when a poor girl can poke her head out of her cloak without fear of it being frozen off at the neck. Spring, so long in coming. Cruel winter would just not let go. Oh, no, he wouldn't. Then suddenly, one day, the clouds of winter broke and the heat was on the land and the snow patches melted and shrunk and slunk away and then were gone. And incredibly, there's a green blush on the grass and, by God, it's spring! Hooray! I dance up the path to the stables and say to Henry, "My horse, Henry, my horse, for it is spring and it is Saturday, and no one is looking, and I've my fine riding habit on, and I will ride wild and free, and I will go downtown, and I will—" "Please, calm down, Miss Faber," says Henry. He goes and gets Gretchen and puts the side saddle on her, and will not hear of any other. "You're a lady again, and you will ride side saddle, or you will not ride at all." I think I catch a glimpse of Sylvie's skirt disappearing around a corner of the stable. 'Tis spring, and everyone's thoughts turn to those of love. "And I shan't ride till you call me Jacky again, Henry. I won't." "All right, Jacky. Up you go." And I'm up and off. Gretchen and I thunder across the common, and I can feel her beneath me, and I know that she is just as glad to get out as me, and she fairly kicks up her heels, and we go crazily rollicking across the land, hallooing as we go and making general fools of ourselves until we pull up at the dear old pig and I slide off. "What's a good word, Maudie?" says I, as I enter and pull back my cloak. I revel in the feel and the look of the maroon riding jacket, and I know I am committing the sin of pride, but right now I don't care. It is spring, and I think I can be forgiving. "Death and taxes, dear," says Maudie, full of cheer as usual. I survey the half-empty house and reflect that it ain't as good for Maudie and Bob as when Gully and I played the house, but it ain't as bad as it was before. They'll get by. "It is our own dear Puck, Mr. Fennel, and looking especially fine."
"She is indeed, Mr. Bean. A glass of wine with you, dear Puck."
I spy the two rogues sitting at a table by the fire. Though 'tis spring, there's still a nip in the air. I go over to them, and Mr. Fennel pulls out a chair, and I sit down. "A cup of tea will be fine, Maudie, thanks," says I. "What's the news?" It's plain that they are quite pleased with themselves about something.
"We have rented a bigger and better hall, the very Fenwick itself, for the season, have we not, Mr. Fennel?" "We have indeed, Mr. Bean, and therein our gallant troop shall reach even greater heights of theatrical glory. We plan to do the complete Lear, not just the ending. How fine that will be! We shall be the toast of Boston." "Yes, and come summer we shall take the whole thing on the road and then become the toast of the entire coast from Boston to Richmond. Shall we not, Mr. Fennel?" "Yes, Mr. Bean, we shall. Now, dear, once again we beg you to take the role of Cordelia. What say? You would be perfect for the role,
I shake my head. They had wanted me to do Cordelia in the bit of Lear they had been doing, but I just couldn't do it. The part where Cordelia is hanged at the end. Well, I can't even watch it, let alone play her. As written, that part of the play takes place off stage, but Fennel and Bean have staged it in full view of the audience for the shock value. And shock value it has, for sure. They have devised a dress, a black one, that has a bunch of straps inside it that go around various parts of the actress and then up her back to a loop, and the noose hooks on to that, not to her neck. But it sure looks real. When the executioner kicks the chair from beneath her feet and Cordelia falls, the shriek from the audience can be heard clear out on the street, which is where I'm at during this part, covering my ears with my hands and trying to keep old memories from welling up. I did see it done once, when they first rigged up the actress, and when they did it, I had to run outside and throw up. I hear they have several faintings at each show. "No, sirs, I cannot do that," I say firmly. Best let me keep doing the small parts as I've been doing with great joy, for who knows where I'll be come summer. Maudie brings me my tea, and I thank her and sip at it. I joke with the merry pair for a while, but the pull of the new spring sun is too much, and I bid them and Maudie a good day, and I'm out the door. I take Gretchen's reins from the hitching rail and walk dreamily along beside her, my face held up to the sun. We walk past the alley next to the pig, and a claw-like hand reaches out of the shadows and hauls me in. Gretchen whinnies and shies away, and I drop the reins and try to get at me shiv, but a familiar smell hits my nose like a hammer. "Gully," I say. "Gully, what?" If it's possible, Gully McFarland is even dirtier than last I saw him. There's a wild, crazy gleam in his eye, and I waste no time in sticking my finger in that eye and snarling, "Gully, you miserable son of a bitch, where's my money? I'll have it right now, or I'll call the constable and have you hanged for a common thief." He bats my hand away from his face, and something like a grin splits his grimy face as he says in a cracked and ravished voice, "We got us a job, money-maker." He has even less teeth than before, and what teeth are left are green and rotten. His rancid breath would put our cesspool to shame. "I ain't playing anywhere with the likes of you, Gully. Not now, not ever. You stole my money, you lying bastard!" "Back up on top of the world again, ain't ya, money-maker? A fine lady again, y'are. I can tell by how you're dressed. And fine dress it is, little Miss Tidy Mouse." He is unsteady on his legs, but still he reaches inside his coat and pulls out a bottle with a vile-looking greenish milky juice in it, and he puts it to his lips and swallows long. It is disgusting to see his grisly Adam's apple bob up and down. "How long you think you'll be in that fine gear when I tell your schoolmistress what you've been doing? Playing in low taverns, showing of your legs, spending nights at Bodine's, entertaining gentlemen." "That ain't true, and you know it. I'm going to tell Maudie and Bob you're back, and they'll fix you good." "You tell them that, and I'll go straight to your schoolmarm." "How could you be so mean, Gully?" I says. My mind spins around, but all it comes up with is, I'm trapped. He shrugs and says, "I'll meet you here on Thursday night, money-maker. There's some ships in. We'll make some money." "Right, which you'll steal, you drunken sot." He puts the vile bottle to his lips again. That stuff is a new one to me. It ain't rum nor whiskey, that's for sure, and it don't seem to be doing Gully much good. I ain't never seen him this bad, and I've seen him pretty bad. "So, meet me in front of the Plough and Anchor at 10 Thursday night, and just bring your whistle. It's mainly the dancing you'll be doing anyway. We'll be playing at Skiverines." "Skiverines?" I shouts. "Gully, that's the lowest dive in town. Even Mrs. Bodine won't allow her girls in there." 10 o'clock, here. Don't be late. We go on at 10:30. Remember, money-maker, you show up, or I'm on the steps of your school first thing in the morning with many a fine tale to tell." He lurches off down the street, clutching his bottle. The Lady Lenore is strapped to his back, and it looks all forlorn hanging there amid his rags. Damn! And everything was going so good. Chapter 39. I've got my serving gear on, 'cause I can hide my shiv in my waistcoat, and my whistle in there too, and 'cause I certainly don't want to be in Skiverines in my school dress, as I sure don't want to be before Judge Thwackum on my knees in that dress again. This evening after supper, I went up to my old room and took out my serving clothes and laid them out on the bed. Then, after prayers and lights out at 9, I lay there in the dormitory for a while, and when all the breathing about me is slow and regular, I pull back the covers and creeps out of the room and up the stairs. I'm pulling my nightdress over my head when I hears a footfall. As I pokes up my face, I sees that it's Amy standing there, wringing her hands.
"Please, Jacky, tell me you're not going out," she whispers. "Please tell me that."
"I got to, sister. Gully McFarland is back in town, and he wants me to play with him."
"But you can't. You're upstairs again."
"He has threatened to go to Mistress and tell lies on me. Damned lies, to be sure, but lies he can make stick. All he has to do is accuse me, and I'm expelled. He is a changed man, Amy. A very sick one, too."
"Oh," she wails, "this is going to turn out badly. I just know it." "Hush, you'll wake the others."
I finish dressing, and after I put in my shiv and my whistle, I pull up my skirts around my waist and say, "Wrap those lengths of rope around my waist and hips now, tight so they don't slip down. Now, don't ask, just do it." Whimpering, she does it, and I fix the ends so they won't fall out. I put my regular escape rope around my shoulder and go to the window.
"I will wait here for you, Jacky. Please be careful."
"This will be the last time with Gully, I swear. I'm gonna take care of that," I says, and then I am gone. Gully is sitting at the appointed spot, his back against a wall, mouth hanging open and legs sprawled out on the cobblestones. I nudge him with my foot and says, "This is it, Gully. I ain't doing this no more."
Yeah,
he says without listening to me.
"Let's go."
He struggles to his feet, and we head down to the lowest part of town. The fleet is definitely in, 'cause I can see their mastheads and rigging hanging out there in the gloom on Long Wharf. Looks to be 4 of 'em, one a first-rater, with 2 decks of gun ports, one over the other. 88 guns, what a thing! Plenty of sailors, too, on the wharf and thronging the streets. Maudie should do good tonight. I don't bother asking Gully why we ain't playing in no decent tavern. It's plain none of them will let him anywhere near their places, the condition he's in now. If Maudie found out he was back, she'd have her Bob beat him half to death for running out on his room and board. I see a lit doorway at the end of Market Street by Sprague's Wharf, where some dirty little tubs are tied up. Skiverines don't even got a sign. Gully goes in first, and then I go in, and already I don't like this crowd. There's a cheer upon seeing me, but I look around and don't see none of my regulars. I see some men smirk and point at me, and some wink at Gully, and he winks back. What's going on here? Gully takes his fiddle out and tunes up. He steps up to the low platform that serves as a stage in this hell. The place stinks of piss and sweat and some other things I don't want to know about. I step up also and pull out my whistle. The sooner we get this over with, the better. Gully says, "Saddle the pony." And we tears into it, and then we do the Pet of the Pipers, and things seem to be going all right. And though my heart ain't into it, I does my best, 'cause I hates to give a bad performance no matter what. But then Gully turns from the fiddle tunes and the funny ones like New York Girls and calls for a whole string of the dirty songs which he know I don't like to play. Things like The Cuckoo's Nest, and all the men are looking at me funny, like they're expecting something. I'm glaring at Gully after the last number, and he says, "Put away the whistle. Just dance from now on." Then he plays a long jig, and I'm bouncing up and down and clattering my feet as fast as I can. Then he brings that one to an end and plays another jig, and I look at him all curious. Then it happens, and all comes clear. There's a disagreeable-looking cove who looks like he ain't washed in a month at the table next to the stage, and he gets up and comes over to me and holds a fiver up in front of my nose. "Ain't you just the prettiest little thing, bouncing around up there so gay?" Before I can do anything, he stuffs the bill down my shirt front. "Nah, let's see how you bounces without your shirt." The rest of the house roars its approval. I turn to Gully with my mouth open and say, "What?" And he just shrugs and says, "Why not?" I look back at the crowd and another bloke has pulled out another crumpled bill. He throws it at my feet. It's a 20, and we ain't never been tipped a 20 before. Really scared now, I looks at Gully for help, but he just looks at me real hard and says, "Do it." I look hard back at him. "So now you're a pimp as well." I pull the bill out of my bodice and throw it on the floor and ram my whistle back in my vest and heads for the... By God, they're trying to close the door. I'll be trapped in here. I'll whip out me shiv and hold it out in front of me, and the bloke who's closing the door thinks better of it and moves back, and I'm out the door and out into the cool night air. I put me shiv back in its usual spot in me vest and stand there, my chest heaving with the anger that's raging through me. Then the door is jerked open and Gully lunges out and I rushes at him and sticks my finger in his face and shouts, "What the hell were you thinking of in there? What kind of girl—" The back of his hand hits my face and I go to my knees. He pulls my face up to his and says, "Listen, bitch, you're gonna go back in there and do exactly what they say. Understand? Exactly what they—" Through the fog of my shattered mind, I realise the men are pouring out the door, calling out to Gully, "That's it, teach her a lesson. Show her her place."
Damn bum show. Waste of time it was.
Gully yells after them, Wait, come back, she'll do it. Damn, they're leaving, God damn it. $25, and that was just the start. Now nothing, you... And he rounds on me kneeling there helpless, and he balls his fist and brings it crashing down on my eye. My head explodes in pain and shock, and he lets go of me neck and I fall in a heap of weeping misery to the cobblestones. He gives me another curse and goes back inside. I lie there for a while, and then I get up and stagger over to an alleyway. I get in there and I lie back down because I'm so dizzy with the force of his blow that I can't stand right. I put my hand to my eye and feel that it is already beginning to swell. In a while, I get up and go to the pig. When I get there, I don't go inside, but instead go around the back to Bob's work shed and take his wheelbarrow from where it leans against a wall. I set off rattling back to Skiverine's, and when I gets there, I puts the wheelbarrow back in the shadows of the alleyway. I can hear Gully ranting and raving inside, and I sits down to wait. He's thrown out into the street at about 2 o'clock in the morning, barely conscious. The Lady Lenore comes flying out soon after, but I manage to break her fall. I bring the wheelbarrow up next to him, and I say, "Come on, Gully, we've got to get you home. Up now." I put my hands under his arms to help him to his feet. "Moneymaker," he says, his voice all thick and stupid. "Where've you been?" He tries to focus on me, but he can't. "Lenore?" "I've got her. She's safe. Over here now, Gully." I get him between the handles of the barrow and eases him back. I need him far enough forward with his weight over the wheels so that I'll be able to lift him. There, that's good. "Lie back, Gully. Lie back and sleep." He does. Soon he snores. I lift my skirts and untie the lengths of rope that I had tied there. I tie each of his ankles to the wheelbarrow handles, Then I tie one end of a piece of rope around one wrist and pull that arm over the side of the box, and I take the rope underneath and wrap it around the wheel housing a few times, and then bring it up on the other side to his other wrist. I tuck in the ends so they will not drag. Then I take the small bunch of rags that I'd put in my pocket, and I pinch Gully's nostrils shut, and when he gasps and opens his mouth, I crams the gag in. There. Time to go. I sling the Lady Lenore over my shoulder, and I grab the handles and lift. Not too bad. I've got about 200 yards to the water. I can make it. I rattle off down the street, and the jarring motion of the hard wooden wheel over the cobblestones wakes Gully, and he looks about in confusion. He notices that his hands and feet are tied, and he starts struggling. I knows how to tie the knots, Gully, as I've been to sea. The more you struggle, the tighter they'll get. He struggles anyway, mumbling into his gag. My eye is almost completely swollen shut, and now I can't see out of it at all. You hit me, Gully, you did. You was my partner and was supposed to look out for me, but you didn't. What you did was take me to that place where I didn't want to go and try to make me do something I didn't want to do, just so yous could buy more of that green stuff. Gully's shaking his head back and forth. You probably don't even remember doing this to me, Gully, right? I see you shaking your head, but you did it, Gully. You put your mark on me, and you'll do it again the next time you get drunk, and I can't let that happen, I can't. I've got to get rid of you, Gully. I'm sorry, but I do. At this, his eyes grow wide, and he cranes his head about to look where we're going, and he sees that we're going toward the water. The look in his eyes changes from one of confusion to fear. He makes a loud sound into the gag and redoubles his thrashing about. It don't do him no good. Because of my tiredness and my throbbing eye, I'm starting to ramble, and sometimes I make sense, and sometimes I don't. What's it going to be like if I lose me eye, Gully? If my Jaimy comes again for me, will I lift my face to him and show him a gaping empty eye-hole? Or an eye that's all filmed over, disgusting milky white, staring at or blind at nothing? You don't know this about me, Gully, but in some quarters I'm known as Bloody Jack, 'cause I killed 2 men by my own hand. Yes, it's true. It's also true that they had it coming, just like you got it coming, Gully, but it still weighs heavy on my soul. The fear in his eyes has been replaced by pure terror. He cranes his head and twists his neck around again and sees we're about halfway to the water. He makes mewling sounds. You know, Gully, it's such a shame. We had a really good act. People really liked us. Good people, not like those scum back there. And yes, I know you're sorry, and you'll make it right, and I know you say that we'll get the act back together again, and it'll be like it was, but we won't, Gully, 'cause you'll just get drunk again and mess it up. I stop and put the barrow down for a second to rest. Surprised I can do this, Gully? Well, I'm little, but I'm strong, I am. Then I lift him up again, and we press on. His eyes get bigger and bigger, and he looks frantically about for some passer-by to save him, but there ain't nobody out this late, and if we do run across someone, well, I got a story already cooked up. Poor Dad. When he's like this, it's the only way we can get him home. What a trial he is to poor Mum, sir, you can well imagine. Yes, Gully, it's a shame. You were a great fiddler. You just weren't much of a man. Gully groans in despair as we roll up onto the planks of the wharf. We go on for a while, and then I pulls up next to the 88-gun HMS Redoubt, looming up there above us in the gloom of the early morning. I put down Gully and the barrow. "Ahoy the quarter-deck!" I shouts up. An officer steps out on the gangway and says,
What do you want?"
"Begging your pardon, sir, but this here gentleman has expressed a desire to return to sea."
The officer of the deck barks out a short laugh.
"He has he? He looks like he's right tied up in knots about it."
"Aye, sir. He is Gulliver MacFarland, a prime seaman and a British citizen. Scottish, he is, so you won't anger the locals by taking him. He was foretopman on the Solstice, that much is true. The rest he tells you will be lies."
Other men are called, and they start down the gangway. Gully, his fear of death gone, looks at me with cold hatred. "They're finally getting the hero of Culloden Moor, ain't they, Gully?" says I. "I found out about that too. You weren't the hero of Culloden Moor. You weren't the hero of nothing. You only found glory at the bottom of a bottle. What a fool I was." The sailors come and stand around Gully.
"You are sure he is a Scotsman?" says the officer.
"Yes, sir," says I, and I reaches down and pulls out the gag, and a torrent of curses pulls out of his mouth, thick with a Scots accent. "See?" says I, and I jams the gag back in. Gully's curses turn to gurgles.
"He is Scots, for sure. But what do you expect to get out of this?"
"Nothing, sir. Just a good English girl doing her duty by king and crown, and for the good of the service, like."
"Wait. Did he do that to you?"
The good officer puffs up in outrage. Ah, the eye. It must be a sight. "Yes, sir, but he was out of his mind when he did it, so don't hold it against him. I would, however, warn you that he is more slippery than any eel. Perhaps if you held him in the brig till you sail?"
"We will hold him," he says grimly, and turns to his men. "Take him."
"Wait, sir. One more thing." I go over to Gully and open his coat and take out his bottle of the greenish liquid. I lean over and look down at Gully's eyes as I say, "He has a problem with the drink, sir. I would deny him his rum ration, at least for a while." I can imagine what Gully is calling me right now, but nothing gets by the gag except a gargling sound. The boatswain takes the bottle from my hand and uncorks it and sniffs at the neck. He makes a face.
"Wormwood. Rotten Frenchy wormwood. Rots the brain. Might as well drink lye."
He throws the bottle over the edge of the wharf, and we hear it shatter on a crossbeam down below. The men untie Gully and pull him upright, one good strong sailor on either arm. They leave the gag in. I take the fiddle case from my shoulder, and am about to hand it over when the officer says, "Ah, no, miss, no fiddles. The captain can't abide them, and won't let any aboard." I sling the case back over my shoulder and look at Gully, and this time his eyes show only a deep, deep sadness. "Sorry, Gully, I really am, but I'll take good care of the Lady Lenore for you, and if we ever meet again, I'll give her back to you." With that, I pick up the wheelbarrow, and I turn and take it back to Bob's shed. The sun is coming up when I see Amy running toward me when I turn up Beacon Street. Annie is with her, and their relief at seeing me back is gone the instant they see my eye. Amy's mouth opens, but nothing comes out. "Sweet Jesus," says Annie, "we got to get her to peg right off." There's a kind of thick juice coming out from between the slit of my eyelids. Please, God, don't take my eye. I'm led into the kitchen. "Oh, my poor little girl," moans Peg. She puts her hand on my forehead and looks at my eye. Her hand feels wondrous cool and soothing. "Sylvie, go down to the apothecary shop and get 5 leeches. Quickly, Abby, to the ice house. Run!" Peg wets a towel and takes me to her room in back. "Get in here. We can't let Mistress see you like that. Stretch out on the bed."
I take off the lady and I lie down gratefully. "Who did that to you?" she demands. "I swear I'll have the man that did that." "He's gone away, Peg, and he won't be back for a long, long time," I says, and falls into a deep, deep sleep. Much later, when I swim back into something close to wakefulness, I feel a cold ice pack held to my eye. I open the other eye and see that it is Amy who is holding the compress. I fumble around and find her other hand and hold it to me. "Dear Amy," I whisper, "thank you." Then I hear Peg say, "All right, let's take a look." With my good eye, I see her squinting at my other eye. "The swelling's down. Let's get him on her." With great joy, I find I can see a little out of my hurt eye, just a little slit of light, but it's something. Peg brings something black and shiny and wiggling over into my sight, and puts it down, cold and clammy, on the top of my cheekbone, close to my lower eyelid. "One there, and one over here, and two up top." I see that Amy's look of tender concern has been replaced by one of stern disapproval. "I told you something like this would happen," she scolds. "What do you have to say for yourself?" I considered this for a bit. "You know," I says, as I feel the leeches' rasping mouths working their blood-sucking way through my skin, "I'm thinking of giving up show business." Chapter 40. Amy thinks it might be a good idea to get me out of the school for a few days, what with my eye and all, and I think it is a great idea. So we go to Dovecote for a few days this weekend. I spend all Friday in bed claiming to be sick, and when Mistress came in to check on me, I flipped over on my side and pressed my bad eye to the pillow so she wouldn't see. Amy makes our excuses to Mistress, and this time there is a coach, and we take it. The coach is anything but comfortable, and we get bounced around something awful. I'd much rather have ridden Gretchen, but we chatter and laugh, and soon the journey is done, and we are dropped at the big house at Dovecote. We drop our bags in Amy's room, and I'll go over to the mirror and squint at myself in it. Not too bad. The leeches did their job in getting the purple bruises out. Now it's just a few smudges of yellowish tinge. Amy sees me looking in the mirror and says, "Come, we will go to Mother's dressing room. She will have some powder there." "Coo, Amy, look at all this," says I. "The dresser top is full of little jars and bottles and things with stoppers. I thought you Yankees was all Puritans and didn't hold with this stuff. We have a saying here in New England, pray in church, sin at home. Here, hold your face to the light." She picks up a squat jar and opens it, and takes a soft brush and dips into it and applies it to my bruises. It's easy to imagine Amy's mother sitting here at this dressing table. As different from Amy as the night from the day, Clementine Trevelyan is as pink and flighty as Amy is dark and serious. It is certain that Mrs. Trevelyan has never read a book, and her talk centres totally on things of a social nature, the parties, the dinners, the glittering balls, and who was there and who was not. She does not seem to care a whit about the danger her husband's gambling poses to her present way of life, but goes about being gay and frivolous and charming. And maybe she doesn't know. Whatever, she was kind to me when we met at Christmas, clucking over me and saying how nice it was that our Amy has a little friend. She was kind, and I liked her. Amy steps back and surveys her work. There, that's better. I look in the mirror, and sure enough, I can hardly see the bruise. Good work, I say. I pick up a bottle with blue juice in it. What's the rest of this, then? That is perfume, from France. Try some if you wish. I pull out the stopper and put my nose to the tiny bottle. Oh, that's so lovely. I want to stuff the whole thing up my nose. Put some on, if you like. No, not like that. She sees that I was about to shake the open bottle over my head. Like this. She takes the bottle and puts her finger over the open end and tips it, and then takes her finger and puts it behind my ear. Like that. Behind each ear. Maybe a touch at the throat. I do it, and as I am doing it, Amy's attention is captured by something outside, and she goes to the window. "It's Randall," she says, not sounding entirely pleased. "Home for the weekend, again. I've never seen him home so much. It's strange." By the time she turns around, I've put another big dab of the perfume down on my breastbone, loosened my hair from its usual pigtail, and dragged a lock of it over my damaged eye. She narrows her eyes upon seeing me do all this, but I just smile all innocent and get up and go down to our room to brush my hair and tie it back with a ribbon. "Ah, you rogue, you. What have you been up to since last we met?" "Oh, yes. Well, I've heard you've been having quite a jolly time with the girls, you rascal, you. Several babies already on the way. I'm not surprised. Now don't you blush like that." Saying that, I wrap my arms around his head and plant a great kiss on his forehead. The sheik seems glad to see me too. I heard him whinny when we approached the stable. I guess he caught a whiff of me, though how he could through all this perfume I don't know. Maybe he recognised my voice, talking to Amy and Randall as I was. Whatever. His eyes roll and he fairly screams at the sight of me. I give him pieces of dried apple, which he takes off my palm with great gentleness, and I say to George Swindoe, who was the head hostler, "Please, George, tell me you'll allow me to ride him later." Amy don't even bother any more trying to tell me not to do it, and Randall puts on his air of not caring what I do. "Exercise him, miss. You may exercise him inside the track," says George. It's plain he's thinking back to those wild rides I've already had upon the sheik. "Thank you, George. I'll be back as soon as I change." And I lift the front of my skirts and run back to our room, and I put on my sailor pants and shirt, and I get back as they are saddling him up. The people here are used to seeing me in this rig. They have shrugged it off, and they let me be the tomboy I guess I am. I go up to the sheik, and he lowers his great head, nuzzles me, and then shakes his mane and snorts and stamps, which means he's ready to run. And why are we just standing here? Randall appears to hand me up, and I settles myself on the saddle. He is dressed today in a red velvet jacket with white front lapels and a high stiff collar that goes up above his ears, and his dark hair curls over both collar and ears. Above his black boots stretch spotless white breeches. He looks up with hooded eyes, and then reaches up and pats me on the leg and says, "Be careful now, Jacky." I smile and nod. The sheik shies away, and I turn him, and we are off. The first time around the track, I'll take him around slow. Slow for the sheik, that is. My hair is flying out straight behind me, and the great muscles of his shoulders flex and stretch and roll under my legs, and the white fence posts fly by. When we get to the last turn, we go by a small pasture that has some mares placidly grazing, and I've been told that 3 of them are with foal by him, and we shall have some fine colts and fillies by summer. I know the sheik notices them, 'cause he speeds up a bit as we pass, as if to say, "Ain't I some fine horse?" As we pound by the grandstand, I notice that Amy and Randall are sitting at the rail watching, and I stick my bottom up a little higher in the air. To gain better balance, of course. Ain't I some fine rider? And this time around, we really let go. After the last lap, I pull up the sheep, all hot and frothing, but still ready for more. But no, that's it for now. George had waved the flag, and I knew I had to bring him in, or else not be allowed to get up on him again. Sheik's capering around, wheeling and whinnying, and he rears up on his hind legs, but soon I get him calmed down by whispering in his ear and patting his sweaty neck. As he's standing there blowing, I slide off and hand the reins to... What? It's a tiny little man no bigger than me, wearing the silken colours of Dovecote Farm, green and white striped top, tight white knee pants, white silk stockings, and a green cap. He wears also a little man's cocky grin, and says, "Ain't it a wonder? A female jock!" And since I don't hear an accent, he must be another Cockney. "Hello, Jock," says I. As we stand, I look directly level into his eyes, something I ain't used to doing. "London? Cheapside?" "Couldn't be more right, missy. Peter Jarvis, called Pete, sometimes Petey, whelped and weaned in Ludgate. You too?" "Takes one to know one," says I, patting the sheik on his flank. We lead him, all blowing and snorting, on a cooling-off walk. "Jacky Faber, Blackfriars Bridge." "You live near the bridge?" He looks quizzical. "Under it," says I. "Ah," he says, and he don't press it. "You ride real fine, miss. The nag seems to like you." "That's some horse. Is he the best you've ever seen?" I ask, wanting the real expert's opinion. "He's right up there, Jacky," he says, looking up with admiration at the sheik. "But then, any horse can be beat, given the wrong day, the wrong rider, the wrong luck." When we're done walking the big horse, we go back to the stable, and I see Randall waiting by the racetrack gate. Not that he gives any indication that he's waiting for me, exactly, just sort of lounging about and surveying the scene and talking with some others. I follow Petey into the stable, and we put the sheik into his stall, and I get his oats and put some in his trough, and he eats. "I wonder why you get on so well with the horse, Jacky," says Pete. "He'll do things easy for you that he won't do for me." I thinks for a bit, and then says, "You know, it may sound stupid, but I think it's 'cause he knows I'm a girl." Pete raises an eyebrow. "Aye, and don't think this rogue don't know it. Aside from running, getting with mares is his main occupation, so he knows." "Ah, what's the big difference?" asks Pete, the track-hardened jockey. His age, after you get over his boyish size, is about 30, 35. "The difference is, with male jockeys, he sees competition, like, and so he acts that way. He runs good for you 'cause he wants you to see just how good he is, so you go away in shame. With me, he sees someone he wants to, well, impress. He wants me to admire him and like him." I blush a little at this speech, but I think it's true. "Pretty deep there, Jacko," says he, laughing. I laugh too, and think how long it's been since I've been called by that Cockney name. I spend a good deal of the rest of the afternoon with Pete, learning the tricks of the trade, listening to his stories. "And that time at Ascot, when I was on a big dumb hammer-headed black, and 4 of the bleeding bastards had me boxed in against a wall, and I—" He's a good sort, and we become fast friends. When I leave the stable, night is falling, and Randall is no longer at the gate. I go into Amy's room, and she is sitting there scratching her quill in her manuscript, as she calls it. She rises, and we dress for dinner. We take our evening dinner with Randall at the great long table in the grand dining room. Amy wanted to take our dinner in the kitchen, all jolly and easy like we usually do, but Randall insisted, so here we are. I like being here, and look about like any simple country girl. Candles are lit in a crystal chandelier above the table where we sit, and the lights from it reflect warmly on the polished top of the huge table. It reflects also on the fine china and silverware laid out before me. At least I know what to do with it now, and don't have to cringe in fear. There are about 25 chairs ringing the table, and we 3 sit in the middle, Amy and I together, and Randall across from us. There are windows at the end of the room, and they are covered with thick red drapes gathered with gold cords.
Behind me is a big double door that opens on the hall, and through which we came in, and on the other side is another set of wide doors that open on what seems to be a big, dark ballroom. What a thing, I thinks, to go to a real ball in there.
"So how go your studies, dear brother?"
asks Amy. A soup is brought and placed in front of each of us, and I lay into mine thinking I just might keep my mouth shut just now and let these two go at it.
"I'm sure you are finding Homer and Virgil most exciting."
"Boring,"
says Randall.
"How goes the girly school? I'm sure you're finding your courses in the changing of the baby's nappy is quite entertaining."
A man in livery, the footman, Randall's valet, the butler, I don't know, comes in to serve the wine.
"And you?"
he asks, raising an eyebrow to me. I like my French, and I love art and music. Could do without embroidery, though. And as for household management, which is where the changing of a diaper might some day come up, well, Amy and me don't like it much, but all knowledge is useful is what I hold. And as for equestrian, well, you know I like that. I've gotten so I can do medium jumps now. I figure a little girlishness wouldn't hurt just now, and I flutter my eyelashes and clasp my hands all helpless and flighty. It's dreadful scary, but I can just do it.
"Indeed,"
says Randall, puffing up till I swear his waistcoat buttons will pop.
"Well, perhaps we shall ride to the hounds in the summer."
He raises his glass and looks at me over the rim. "Only if you spare the fox, sir." I raise my glass in return and look back at him over my own rim. "Or the vixen, whichever one is being chased."
"That would depend on how fast the vixen runs."
Randall smiles lazily. "Or how clever she is in evading capture," says I. He nods his head in a kind of bow. 2 girls with trays come in and serve the meat, potatoes and greens. I take some and thank them. They dip and go. Randall notices this, and I know he wants to say that I'm too familiar with the servants, but he don't.
"Another glass of wine with you, Jacky?"
Randall is feeling good, I can tell. "Just half, please." The man fills my glass halfway. "Thank you." I take my water glass and top off the wine, turning it from deep red to pink.
"A travesty!"
snorts Randall, leaning back in his chair.
"Leave it,"
he says to his man, and the man places the bottle on the table and leaves the room. He turns to his plate and shovels some in, and while he's chewing and tossing back the wine, I think how different he is from his father, as different as Amy is from her mother. Well, maybe it's only in appearance that they are different, Randall being tall and slim, and the Colonel being medium-sized and built like a door. But I got to admit they got the same arrogant kiss-my-royal-bum look in their eyes. The Colonel was civil to me over Christmas, but it was plain that he had very little use for such as me. Randall pushes his plate away and wipes his mouth and fills his glass again and lobs the mortar.
"The Sheik will race all comers on Saturday, April the 19th.
Amy drops her fork to her plate.
"Yes, and Clarissa will arrive here at Dovecote the day before. You know Clarissa Howe, do you not, Jacky?"
He smirks, obviously recalling the grand tea party at the school. I own that I have had the pleasure of her acquaintance. I look over at Amy. She is not happy. "You will excuse us, brother," says Amy. She throws her napkin down and rises. He takes out a long, thin cigar and curls back his lips and places it between his teeth.
"Perhaps we'll retire to the piano room."
He looks at me with his sly look. "Perhaps not," says Amy, and brother and sister glare at each other as I get up a bit more regretfully. Pity. I was having fun. So, we will return in a month to see a fine horse race, where the Sheik will certainly conquer all who dare to challenge him. or we will witness the fall of the House of Trevelyan. That evening, after we're dressed for bed and I'm brushing out Amy's long black shiny hair, I ask, "What's a piano, and why does it have a room?" She has already brushed out my hair, and I've put on my mob cap, which now has an anchor worked in blue thread on top of it. Might as well use that embroidery, I figure. Although it ain't near as good as the other girls, I got to admit it looks right smart. I think Faber Shipping Worldwide shall use that as its flag. The blue anchor line, from Cathay to Bengal, from the rocky shores of New England to the sandy beaches of Mexico, from the— Come, I'll show you. She gets up and puts on her own cap and takes up the lamp and goes to the door. We creep down the broad staircase and down a hall and into a darkened room. Amy goes forward and puts the lamp down on a big— what? It's got 4 thick legs and is flat on top and is all rich and smooth and glossy and warm and— "It's called a piano," she says, sitting down at a bench in front of the thing and lifting a wooden cover that slides back to reveal a row of gleaming black and white keys. Or actually a pianoforte, which is the Italian for soft loud, which is appropriate because, unlike my harpsichord, it can make a note loud or soft depending on how hard you hit the key. Like this. And she strikes a white key hard and lets the sound die out, and then does it again, only this time lightly, and the note is much quieter. "That's wonderful," I say, and can barely keep my fingers off the keyboard. "Can you play something?" "Well, Father has only recently brought it here, but I have started a few things," she says shyly. "Like this pretty little tune. It's by Ben Jonson, from back in Shakespeare's time, and is called 'Drink to Me Only with Thine Eyes.'" She arches her fingers above the keyboard and brings them down and plays and fills the room with rich and sweet sound. After she plays the melody, she sings a verse. "Drink to me only with thine eyes, and I will pledge with mine. Or leave a kiss but in the cup, and I'll not look for wine." I am sitting all wrapped up in the music and don't notice when the door opens and Randall comes quietly in, but Amy does, and she stops playing. "I was about to ride up to the tavern in Braintree," says Randall, "to find more convivial company than was available around here, when I heard the noise." "Please leave, Randall. We are not dressed," orders Amy. "No, wait," says I, rising and facing him. "It's just Randall, and if I am your sister, Amy, is he not then my brother, and all is right and proper? Isn't that right?" A bow of agreement from Randall, a snort from Amy, but she don't press it. "Shall we have a song, then? Have you a good voice, Randall?" I asks.
"I have a passable baritone," says he. "What would you like to sing? The riddle song? Captain Marshall's courtship? The maid who lost her cow?"
"Oh, no, sir. None of those songs where the maid sets forth these riddles to try to protect her virtue from the advances of the man, and the man is not supposed to be able to answer them, but he does, the rascal, and the girl always loses, and we both know what she has to do then." I plant my finger in the centre of Randall's chest and push him back. "No, sir, we shall not sing those. Perhaps we will dance instead. Amy," I say, "that pretty song you were playing, the one about 'Drink to me only,' could you play that again, please, for me?" Amy turns back to the keyboard and with a reluctant sniff begins to play. I turn to Randall. "Shall I teach you a simple country dance then, Lieutenant Trevelyan?" He seems willing. "Very well. Put your right hand here on my waist. No, here on the small of my back. A little higher, please. That's it.
Now put your other hand in mine, and then we move together, like this. Your feet make a pattern like this. Watch me, I'll lead, and then when you get it, you'll lead. Good. Shuffle, shuffle, and turn. Smooth and light. See, by pushing and pulling me with your right hand, I know what direction you're going to go in, and I can follow, and we glide about together like this. Isn't this nice? I think he finds it nice. I'm liking it too. When we started the dance, there was some space between us. There ain't no such space now. When the music comes around to the beginning again, I start to sing the verse into his ear. Drink to me only with thine eyes. He brings his face to mine, and I pull back, but he comes on further, and I lift my fingers and place them on his lips and lightly push him back. He retreats, and we dance like that until Amy finishes. She makes it plain that she is done by pulling down the keyboard cover. "Good night, Randall," she says firmly. Randall bows, and I curtsy. "Good night, Jacky." "Good night, Mr. Trevelyan. You be careful tonight." "I shall. Thank you for your concern. I look forward to showing you about tomorrow." He bows and leaves. I sit down on the bench next to Amy again and put my head back and smile in the darkness and let out a sigh and... "What?" I say to Amy, who seems right steamed about something. Chapter 41. The next morning after chapel, I say I'm going to go give the sheik a pet, and Amy goes off to our room, and when she's well off and gone, Randall appears. He had sat between us during the service. It seems he never passes up a chance to make Amy angry. "May I show you around Dovecote now, Jacky?" "I think dear Amy has shown me most of it, Mr. Trevelyan," I say, all demure in my lovely riding habit that Amy gave me, my soul newly scrubbed free of sin, but I have no intention of letting him get away. I had spent most of the service checking out the fit of his clothes from the corner of my eye. It's none of my business, but aside from the flaws in his character, arrogance, a tendency to swagger, false bravado and all, he is really a most beautiful boy, and deep down I think a very sweet one too. The young groom Edward brings out Randall's horse, a big bay gelding with a good head and fine white boots all around, that Randall has named Comrade. Randall puts his foot in the stirrup and smoothly mounts. "She cannot show you the place like I can. I know of places she does not know. Come." And he extends his hand. There is no mention of rigging up a buggy, I notice, like I know he would for Clarissa. Well, we must know our place. "Wait, I'll go get—" "No need," says Randall. "Climb up here behind me. Comrade can carry us both." I consider this for a moment, and then I hand my hymnal to the groom and say, "You'll keep this for me, won't you, Edward?" He nods, but he don't look happy. He sends a glare in Randall's direction, and I lean over and whisper, "Don't worry, Eddie. I can take care of myself." "All right, Mr. Trevelyan. Go over by that feed box if you would," I say, and he does. I put my foot on the box, and then I leap up behind Randall onto Comrade. I get settled with my leg to each side and wrap my arms around Randall's middle and says, "So, show me." Randall touches Comrade with his spurs, and we are off. It is a glorious spring day, with all the world rejoicing in it. There is a steam rising from the ground, and the birds rise with it and whirl and sing, and we ride down along the river till it meets the ocean, and the sea is as blue as any sky I have ever seen.
There is a long beach made flat and smooth by the tides, and we gallop along it, tossing up sand, and Comrade even goes into the water, and I squeal at the spray thrown up by his hooves, and I pound on Randall's back and tell him to stop it. My clothes are going to be ruined. And we go back up along the river bank, and Randall points out a boathouse that he says has several small boats in it, and I say maybe I'll teach him to sail if I come back here in the summer, and he says I must. We go farther along the river, leaving the main houses of Dovecote to our right, and then far behind. "Where are we going now, Mr. Trevelyan?" I ask from behind him. I twist my head around. There don't seem to be any buildings or anything else around here.
Please, call me Randall, Jacky. I think we know each other well enough now to do that.
"Very well, Randall," I say. "Where are we going now?"
I thought I might show you a spot that was quite dear to me in my youth, a place where I used to come to read and think and be by myself with my thoughts and dreams.
"Ah, ain't that sweet," I thinks. "The young lord off by himself, dreaming like any silly boy or girl." I look up at the back of his head with its black curls looping over his collar. Without thinking, I hugs him a little tighter. We come to a bend in the river, the bank of which is covered with bushes that are already putting out their leaves. Randall pulls up, throwing his leg over his mount's head. He slides off, and then he reaches up for me. Before I can lift my own leg and slide off in my usual manner, he reaches up and grasps me by the waist and lifts me up and off and puts my feet on the ground. I look about, and there's an opening in the thick bushes leading to a dark glen within.
Uh-oh.
"Randall, I don't know. Suddenly I ain't quite so brave any more."
But, Jacky, this is the place I want to share with you.
"Mr. Trevelyan, I've got to tell you that I'm promised to another," says I, all prim. "And I think you've been promised to Clarissa Howe."
Of course, my dear,
he says, his hand still reaching for me.
This is only a little visit between friends. Think of us as brother and sisters sitting on the banks of the river to rest from the ride and to have a nice talk. You did say last night that if Amy was your sister, then I am your brother."
"I guess," I say.
"We have to be friends, Jacky. You're not like the other girls, prissy and afraid of their own shadows. No, you're different, you are, and I knew the minute I saw you the first time, dressed as a midshipman and so pleased with yourself that I thought you might just explode with joy. And when you were on stage at that tavern, so confident, so unafraid."
While he's saying this, his mouth is getting closer and closer to mine, and I'm pulling back, but he goes on.
"That's why we're so much alike, Jacky, and why we have to become very good friends, Jacky. We have to become such very, very good friends. A friendship that goes beyond who we are promised to, Jacky, beyond who we will marry, beyond the very bonds of convention itself."
His breath is on my face, and I say, But
nothing. You know it's true. Now I will kiss you, Jacky. Close your eyes, Jacky. Just a brotherly kiss now, Jacky. Jacky."
His words are making me dizzy, sleepy even.
Just what the hell do you think you are doing, you philandering cur?
Amy pulls up and takes a swing at Randall's head with her riding crop.
"Minding my own business, sister,"
he roars, ducking his head such that the crop swishes over it. I figures it's time for Jacky to disappear and leave them to it, and I cuts out and heads back to the house, and they do go at it for real. Milly comes up and bounds by my side as I'm trudging along, and then I hear hoofbeats.
Oh, no, Randall, you'll not again. But no, it's Amy on Daisy, and she comes up behind me, her face the very mask of doom and damnation. Amy, just keep walking, you, she says, not looking at me. Millie, mind her. Millie takes that as an order to keep me moving and on the path. She pokes at me with her nose and seems just out of her mind with joy. Nothing happened, I throw back over my shoulder. I know, she says. I was in time. Just, Millie, mind her. Millie comes after me as I try to veer off the path to escape Amy and her wrath. She brings me back. I thought you was my friend, I hisses to Millie, but she just shrugs a doggy shrug as if to say, a job's a job, and keeps me to the straight and narrow. I look back, but Amy still won't look at me, so I'll keep walking. You'll not give me a ride, sister? I say, a little miffed. It's a long way to the house, in disgrace or not. Ladies ride, tramps walk, is all she says, and with that she wheels Daisy about and gallops back to the main compound, leaving me there in the dust. Fine, I says to myself. My sea bag is always packed. Later, anyone standing outside our window, by Millie's whining side, would have heard us go at it. My sea bag is packed. I always said you could put me out at any time, and I don't hold it against you. It is only because I love you and don't want to see you hurt, and I would never put you out, no matter what stupid thing you have done. I know how to take care of myself, thank you. I've done it all my life, and I means to keep on doing it. You think you are so smart and cunning in the ways of the world, but all I've seen of your cunning is you getting beaten and ill-used. I've made it this far from a pretty low start. You may think you know how to manage low ruffians. My mates ain't low ruffians. My mates are them what loves me and have, mind you, been loyal and kind to me and stood beside me, unlike present company. You may think you know how to manage low ruffians, but you have no defences against smooth-talking gentlemen who have nothing on their mind but to have sport with you. Randall is good at what he does, and you wouldn't be the first link in his chain of broken hearts, Jacky, I can tell you that. Father has had to get him out of several scrapes of that nature so far. There are at least 2 local girls who are older and far, far wiser now. Don't care, don't care, don't care. Put down that bag. Stop that. You are not going anywhere. It will be dark soon. Yes, I am. Jacky Faber don't stay where she ain't wanted. Don't worry, I can make my way. Oh, yes, I had forgotten. The redoubtable Jacky Faber and her magic whistle. How could I have forgotten that wonderful life-sustaining talent? Tell me, sister, how will it be when it is the old Jacky Faber squatting on a street corner in rags, tootling on her penny whistle? You shut up, you! Will the crowds hoot and hooray for you then, when you are not the brisk young dame that jumps up and down so pretty? Stop it, Amy! Will they say, oh, ain't she the prettiest thing when... All right, now wait. Stop that. Stop crying. I'm sorry I said those... I ain't cried. You can't make me cry. You can't. Please, come here. There, I did not mean it. I know you mean well and have a good and open heart. That's the problem. Please stop crying now, Jacky, please. Here, dear, let me hold you. Come, dear child, put your head on my breast. Collect yourself. And then we will go down for dinner, which we will have in the kitchen. Then maybe to the piano. I will start to teach you to play it. There, that is better. Quiet now, quiet. That night, in bed, we start off sleeping without touching, each of our backs toward the other. But by morning we are snugged up as usual, and I am forgiven. Again. Chapter 42. We're back in Boston, and we could have come back on horseback with Randall as escort, but Amy would have none of it, so we came back by that damned rattly coach. But we're back, and hardly the worse for wear. Amy's right, of course. I always think I know what I'm doing, and I don't. I always think I'm in control of everything, and I ain't in control of nothing. I always think I know everything, and it always turns out that I don't know nothing. I do know, though, that I'll watch that Mr. Randall Trevelyan real close. I just wish that I'd got a letter from Jaimy. Something. Anything. It's been 5 months since I sent that letter with Davy. And I know, maybe the wakes of their ships didn't cross. Maybe they'll never meet. I don't know. It's hard, Jaimy, it is. It's hard enough for me to be good when I know you're waiting for me. But if you ain't... I attend to my studies. I got to, 'cause I ain't got much freedom around here no more. Since my last outing when I came back with the smashed eye, Peg has told Herr Hoffman I ain't to check out no more horses, and Mistress Pym won't let me spend the night with the Burns sisters no more. Ladies don't associate with servants, you know. Amy, too, has her eye on me constant, so I must be good. I must content myself with going over to the stables to see dear Gretchen and just ride her around the paddock and walk her and comb her down. And we have been to see Ezra again, under Amy's watchful eye. I would not be surprised if she has not been given a club by Peg and the sisterhood and ordered to drop me in my tracks should I show any interest in straying from the straight and narrow. But I am good as any angel, and except for a few growls from Amy when I look longingly toward the pig, things go smoothly. Ezra has nothing new to report, other than the fact that people are beginning to remark upon the preacher's growing strangeness. They do let me out for Rachel's wedding, though, mainly 'cause Peg's going too, in all her finery, and I get to go under her watchful eye. Peg's kids are all grown and gone, but she considers us all to be her brood too, so she bawls most uncontrollably when the words are said. Amy gives Rachel a fine leather-covered family Bible that has a family tree in the front, where they will put in all the names of their babies, and the babies that the babies have down the years. I, of course, give 'em each a portrait, which is all that I seem to be able to do of a lasting nature in this world. Annie and Betsy and Abby and Sylvie give 2 needlework pillow slips that they all worked on and put in their names and wishes, and if you ask me, it is as fine as any of the framed needlework in the school. And Peg some kitchen tools, and Ephraim gives the bridegroom a fine wood plane he made himself, and Henry a finely worked bridle. Across the Alleghenies, imagine that. And she the oldest of us, and in some ways the calmest and the wisest, and I can't stand to see her go, 'cause I know for certain I'll never see her again, and to keep from blubbering we promised to write and never forget each other. And then Rachel and Paul Barclay get on the seat of the loaded wagon, wave, and are gone. Along with my other studies, I keep working on the miniatures, and I have taken them to a new turn. Now I have the sitter turn a little toward me, a 3/4 view, as Mr. Pete would have it. It is harder than the profile view, but it does let the painter fix the eye of the viewer with that of the sitter. I have had 2 miniature portrait commissions that Mr. Pete got for me, and I made a decent penny out of them too. One was of a prosperous ship owner, and I did him in his office at the end of Hall's Wharf. I think the portrait was a present for his wife. I brought along my long glass and had him cradle it in his arm as I posed him. I gave him a little more hair than he actually has, and slimmed him down a touch. He was enchanted with the result, and tipped me most handsome. The other one, curiously, was a portrait of a young bride whose new husband was about to go off to sea, and she brought me into a private room, and she locked the door, and she took off her cloak, and revealed herself in a very sheer slip, one so sheer that parts of her upper self were plainly visible through the filmy garment. "Paint me as you see me," she said, sitting down on a stool, "and don't leave anything out." I did it, and I made the parts to which she was referring most plump and proud and pink. When she saw the result, she blushed and squeezed my arm and said, "It is just the thing. That will keep him warm, and he will look to no other soft breast for comfort." "You'd better not," I thinks, "or this fierce young bride of yours will make short work of you." I have shown Maestro Fracelli the Lady Lenore, and my intent to try to learn her. He sucks in his breath as he picks her up and cradles her in his arm and puts the bow to her and plays. "It's like one cannot play a false note on it," he says in wonder, and examines her most closely. "It is Italian, without a doubt," he says, with a hint of national feeling and pride. "And if you should ever want to sell it—" "Ah, nay, sir," says I could never sell her, as I am but keeping her for a sometime friend who will one day return to claim her." "Ah," says Maestro Fracelli, handing the lady to me, "then hold her thus, and put this under your chin, and put your left hand just so, and take the bow, and the Lady Lenore and I are off on a long voyage." The preacher is losing his congregation. As I look about the church, I see the hapless Pimm's girls are really all that's left, and they look at each other and cringe at his rambling, disconnected sermons, and keep their gaze down in their laps. His twitchy actions during the service have made even the most hidebound Puritans, them what's used to taking their lumps in church, feel weird and discomforted, and they know they have only to go down to the Old South Church to find a preacher that, though fierce, at least ain't crazy. And there they have gone. I do not meet his eye, because if I do, I think he will know what I have been doing for Janey. I passed the time during the service today wondering how he's dealing with his own board of directors. Those collection plates been looking mighty thin. I think he sleeps on one of the hard pews, afraid to sleep upstairs, where sometimes he hears the scratching of fingernails or the moaning of a young girl saying, "Please, sir, don't," over and over. Sometimes I'm there, and sometimes I ain't, but I know he hears her anyway. One more haunting should do it, I think. I must call the brothers and sisters together one more time before Amy and I return to Dovecote and the great race. Chapter 43. "You see how he comes around with the dog every hour on the tolling of the meeting-house clock?" I whisper. The bell sounds off in the distance. There is the call of a night watchman down in the town saying that all's well. He is not a smart man, as he never varies in his rounds. Ephraim nods in the dark, and he and I duck around the side of the school as the man with the dog appears in the graveyard under the pale moonlight. Betsy is there in the shadows too, and she clutches Ephraim's arm as he comes back to her from our scouting mission. So I will distract him when he's at the far end of his round on the other side of the church. Right, but you must give no sign you know anything about this school or anyone in it, or the preacher will know that it is not ghosts who are after him but real people, and that I know he can deal with. How long, Jacky? Just 5 minutes is all it will take.
I have a special treat for Reverend Mather tonight. We are arrayed. I put on my costume with the aid of Annie and Betsy and Sylvie up in my old room, into which we have all snuck. Ephraim is given a bottle to portray a wandering drunk, and in my sack I have my other item. At the appointed hour, Ephraim heads to the east side of the church, and I make my preparations by the wall. I can see the man and his dog over there, and then I see the dog raise his head suddenly and pull at the leash.
"What is it, boy?"
the man asks, and follows the dog out of sight. This is my cue to rise up, go to the wall, and kneel down. I'll then crawl to the grave and stand up and wait for the Reverend. If he don't come to the window, then the night's work is lost. I'm standing there, weaving back and forth, hoping I don't hear Ephraim's warning whistle, which'll signal that the watchman is coming back to this side, when Reverend Mather appears in the window, and he sees me right off. He starts backward as usual, but then he comes to the window and opens it, and leans out and says in a low voice, "I know what you are and what you want, but you won't succeed, you won't, you—" I think he's just noticed my other item. Cradled in my arms, I have my baby doll that I used in our act when we sang Queer Bungo Rye, and I am rocking it back and forth like any young mother, set more slow and sad. And I hum a lullaby, slow and sad, more of a soft keening, as strange and not of this world as I can make it. At the window he lifts his arms and crosses his fingers in the cross sign in front of his face to ward off evil. Well, preacher, that ain't gonna work, 'cause the evil ain't down here. Look within yourself. I hope this will help. "No, no," he croaks. "No, I didn't! I didn't!" I have taken the baby doll from my breast, and I slowly extend my arms and hold it up to him. I have blacked out the doll's eyes and blackened its nose and drawn skull teeth across its mouth so it looks just like me. I hear a low but clear whistle, and I pull back the doll to my chest and slowly bend my knees more and more, so it looks like I'm sinking back into the grave till I'm on my knees. And then I bend forward till I'm hid behind the wall, and then I quick crawls away. Done! We meet back in the upper room. We are quiet, and I wish Abby could be here too. I'm glad we all come together in good fellowship, for I feel an ending coming. A good one or a bad one, I dunno, but an ending for sure. Part 4. Chapter 44. We are back at Dovecote, but there is to be no getting in my sailor togs this weekend, oh no, as many of the area's finest people, as well as some that are not so fine, will be coming here for the great race tomorrow. Colonel and Lady Trevelyan arrived yesterday, and we paid our respects, and Mrs. Trevelyan said she was glad to see me, and how nice Amy was turning out. I guess you were good for her, miss. The Colonel nodded and grunted, and I headed for the stables. When I am in front of him, I have to keep myself from bowing my head and putting my knuckle to my brow, and force myself to curtsy instead, as he is so strongly in command of his family and his holdings that it brings out the lowly ship's boy in me. Would that he was equally in command of himself. The field for the sheik to conquer has been narrowed to 10, they being the very finest of all the horses in the north-east. We have been watching them being brought in, just as we watched that day the sheik was brought in from the same hill that is again turning green, and will soon be once more covered in daisies. We are mounted side-saddle, Amy on her Daisy, and me on a little bay mare named Molly. She ain't my dear Gretchen, but she's nice.
Milly races around as usual, delighted with our company. "Here comes another one," I say. It's a big chestnut that is being just as difficult as Sheik can be when he's in a foul mood. I look over at Amy and catch her heaving a great sigh. She also is in a foul mood, and no wonder. Tomorrow could be the end of her life as she knows it. I don't want to do it, but I got to ask. "Will you really lose everything if the Sheik loses?" Amy nods. "Everything." "How fast would it happen?" "Oh, it would take a while for the mortgages to be called, for the creditors to pick the place apart." She looks out across the fields of her home. "My tuition at the school is paid until the end of the term, and then I would have to leave. I don't even know if I could bring myself to go back with you after all this is over. All of them will know of the shame. I don't know."
"Clarissa will still marry Randall?"
"I think so, unfortunately. It's the name Trevelyan she wants, not the money. Her family has lots of money."
"She arrives today?"
"At any time."
"How will she come?"
"In a coach and four. That is her usual style."
She is quiet for a while, and then says,
"If the Sheik loses and I leave for school on Monday, I will know then that I will never see this place again." I reach over and put my hand on her arm and say, "He will not lose, Amy. He is too much horse. But if he does, we will go out in the world together, and we will make our way. And we will not make that way by being governesses or by making dull marriages. Do you believe me on that, sister?" She puts her hand on mine and manages to smile. "Of course. Are we not the wild and contrary Valentine sisters?"
"Yes, we are," I say, sitting up in my saddle and cocking my head to one side.
"Now what's that?"
I thought I'd heard a far-off trumpet call and a rattle of drums.
"The local regiment of militia is having their spring muster today as part of the festivities, over in the field across from the paddock. They came in yesterday and are camped in their tents. They march about and shoot off cannons and other foolishness."
As if to echo her statement, a dull thud of cannon is heard.
"But why did you not tell me?" I shout joyfully. "Let's go. I'll give Molly my heel and we're off."
"Why not indeed?" I hear Amy say with a certain weariness in her voice. We get to the parade ground and I size up the battlefield. There are 4 companies of about 100 men each, and they seem to be drilling by company, as they certainly are not all moving together. In fact, their drill seems pretty sloppy all round, but then, what can be expected? They're only militia after all, and not regulars. The uniforms of the men are varied at best, ragged at worst, but the officers are well turned out. There is a lot of bellowing of orders, and the ranks lurch back and forth like unwilling beasts being trodden with sticks. I see that Randall and his company are the ones nearest to us here by the road. That is good. I look back up the road and note that I can see up it all the way to the 2 stone pillars at the entrance. Perfect. We dismount and go to the edge of a slight rise and watch. I know that Randall spots us right off, 'cause of the way he straightens up and struts all the more. I swear he is flexing the muscles of his tail for my benefit. He has on his blue uniform with the tight white breeches and the shiny black boots, and his sword scabbard hangs by his side. He has his sword drawn for the giving out of his orders, and has on his hat, which I have not seen before. It is like the hats that the officers on the Dolphin wore, except that it's worn with the peaks front and back rather than sideways. Contrary Yankees, I thinks, but it does look quite dashing. I check the road. Nothing. Down next to the drilling troops, not far from us, is a tripod of rifles, and next to it a drum with sticks and straps.
like my old drum from the Dolphin. Even better. Randall gives an order. "To the right flank! March!" And half the unit goes right and half goes left. Randall sneaks a glance up at me to see if I've seen the mess. I put my hands to my mouth to stifle my laughter, and Amy says, "Shall I remind you that it was just such a rabble that defeated—" Oh, never mind. Down below, Randall rains a torrent of abuse upon his hapless troops, and kicking and swearing tries to get them back in order again. And then I see it. A coach and four just passing the pillars and heading down the road towards us, about a half-mile away. "Amy, dear, will you take Milly by the collar so she doesn't follow me? I want to get a closer look at their equipment." "I do not have to hold her collar. Here, Milly. Sit. Stay. Now what—" But I am already heading for the drum. I hang about the tripod of guns, pretending interest in the old flintlocks and keeping an eye on the road and its approaching coach. About a quarter-mile now. I dip down and pick up the drum and slip the harness around my shoulder and take it up a few notches till it sits on my hip, just like my old drum on the Dolphin. And I take up the sticks and rattles off a drum roll, and then settles into a pattern, and then I sings out as loud as I can.
Lord Randall, he was tall and slim, and he had a leg for every limb. But now he's got no legs at all, for he ran a race with a cannonball with me roo-dum-da, fa-riddle-da, whack for the riddle with me roo-dum-da.
When I come to the whack, I give the drum rim a hard hit with the stick so it sounds like a rifle shot. All the men are facing me, and their delight is plain. They are trying to keep from laughing at their gallant commander's discomfort, but some are not succeeding. Randall's back is to me, and I can't see his face, but his head seems to sink down beneath his high blue collar, and while I cannot see his ears, I got a real suspicion that steam is coming out of each. I keep the drum rhythm going, and go to the second verse.
"Oh, were you deaf or were you blind when you left your two fine legs behind? Or was it sailing on the sea that wore your legs right down to the knee with me roo-dum-da, fa-diddle-da, whack for the riddle with me roo-dum-da?"
Still not enough, Randall? All the companies are now watching this play out. Very well, here's another verse.
Lord Randall, he was long and tall till he lost a race with a cannonball. Now he sits with...
That did it. He jams his sword back into his scabbard and turns to chase me. I squeal and slip off the drum and run back up the rise toward the road, and I can hear him pounding up behind me, and I run fast, but not too fast. "Now run, Jacky, that's it. A little bit more. Let him get right behind you. Now get close to the road. Now trip, Jacky. Oh, poor dear. Now trip and fall to the ground, you frail female thing, you, and feel the tangle of his legs with yours as he falls on top of you and pins your wrists to the ground. Now look up into his face, Jacky. Why, he don't look half mad at all, does he, Jacky? He looks more, well, lusty-like. He brings his face down to mine, and I turn my face to the right and feel the rasp of his jaw on my cheek, and he tries again, and I turn my face to the left, and again he misses. Then I face forward, and he's about to come down for the prize when he hears the rattle of the coach and four, and he looks up into the wide-open and unbelieving blue eyes of Miss Clarissa Worthington Howe staring out the window. The coach rumbles on. Randall thrusts himself to his feet and calls me a name I wouldn't have thought he would have known, him being a gent and all. I get up on one elbow and watch Lord Randall follow the retreating coach to the house. Then I feel Milly's cold nose poke me in my cheek, and I hear Amy say, "Take her back to the house." I do not take my dinner with the Trevelyan's this night, as I am banished by Amy to the kitchen.
Fine, just as well.
Let the lovers stew.
I have a fine dinner with Mrs. Grubbs and the downstairs staff, and afterward I walk out into the evening and go to see Pete in his room. There's a line of rooms built into the grandstand for the visiting jockeys and grooms, and it sounds like there's parties going on in several of them, but I look at Petey and know for sure he ain't going to any of them, as he don't look good at all. He tries to put on a brave front, but I place my hand on his forehead and feel that he's burning up with fever. Don't worry, lass, I ain't never missed a race yet. Ain't there no one else what can take your place tomorrow? Take the load off, you like, in case you need more time in the kip. Nah, there ain't enough jocks to go around, and the other owners... He stops to cough long and deep, and it racks his small frame. The other owners ain't going to be lending their jocks to the Colonel. There's a lot of money riding on this race. Plus the sheik don't like nobody on him but me. Nah, he wouldn't run for 'em. There's a noise at the door, and 2 jockeys in silks burst in and say, "Come on, Petey, there's a rum bash and—" Ah, now he's got a girl. Old Petey, just like him. Bring her along then, 3 doors down. Pete waves and says, "Right-o," but he don't move. I ask him if he wants me to get him something to eat, chicken soup perhaps, but he says that he couldn't keep nothing down. Maybe another blanket, though. And so I find a clean horse blanket on a shelf and throw it over him. He says, "Thanks, you're a good lass," and appears to go to sleep, shivering in spite of the warmth of the night and the blankets that are piled on him. I go to sit with the sheik for a while, petting him and talking low and soft to him while he wickers in the dark. I sit and think for a long while. Then I go back to our room. After I'm all ready for bed, I open my sea bag and take out the acidity bag that Mademoiselle Claudel put around my neck that night in Boston, and I lay it out with my things I'll be wearing tomorrow. Just in case. Chapter 45. Amy wakes up with a huge, worried, shuddering sigh and gets out of bed. We get up and get ready without speaking much. There is not much to say. We can only hope that Petey is better. Breakfast is a grim affair. I eat, she don't. I put my hand on hers. "Don't worry, Amy. It'll be all right either way." "I know," she says. "I just wish it was over." Well, it will be over at 2 o'clock, 5 hours from now, 'cause that's when the race is to be run. Come, let us walk down to the sea. It's a fine day. It will take your mind off things. And we do it, and we sit on rocks by the shore and take off our shoes and stockings and wade in the gentle surf. The sea, as usual, calms me, and it calms Amy too. The grandstand is full. There's trumpet blasts and horses are being paraded around, and there's excitement and gaiety in the air. There's finely dressed women with parasols, and there's fine gents decked out in bright jackets, smoking cheroots and hallooing to one another, some placing bets and others covering them. There's plenty of men who look slightly shady, and there's some women that wouldn't look out of place at Mrs. Bodine's too. And oh look! There's a pair of Royal Navy officers next to Amy's mum and dad. They must be guests. A captain, no less, and a lieutenant. I must get next to them later to see if they know anything of Jaimy. Maybe at the ball tonight, and they brought some midshipmen with them. We'll have dance partners tonight, that's for sure. The Trevelyan's and their party are in a boxed-off area, I guess to keep the riff-raff away from the quality. Well, it ain't going to keep this piece of riff-raff out. Come on, Amy, let's join your family. She don't want to, but I prod her, and up we go. The Colonel is in his finest uniform, and his wife is a froth of pink silk, and Randall looks absolutely smashing in a dove-grey velvet jacket. And Clarissa, of course, is the very picture of beauty and white with touches of lavender. I'm in my school dress, it being the only one I have except for my blue one that I made on the Dolphin, and that one I'm saving for tonight's dinner and dance. Amy has lent me a fine hat, 'cause us ladies can't be in public without one, and I sure can't wear my mob cap or my school bonnet to something like this. Besides the Royal Navy crew, there's bunches of other swells and nobs about, but nobody introduces me to none of them. Guess it's 'cause of the excitement of the moment. That midshipman looks like he'd like to be introduced, though. But of course he can't move from his spot. These boys weren't brought here to have fun. They were brought to serve the captain and the lieutenant. The captain is a loud, garrulous fellow, but he seems a decent sort for a captain, while the lieutenant is a tall, thin, dark cove who's got a pair of mustachios that he continually twirls as his eyes go over the nearby girls. I know what's on his mind, and it ain't horse racing. Randall is standing at the rail with Clarissa on his arm. She must have forgiven him. Or maybe she just considered it his right as Lord of the Manor to cover whatever lower-class girls he wanted. Or maybe Randall came up with a real good explanation, which I wouldn't put past him. He's a clever one, he is, as I know right well. Whatever, she sends a glare in my direction, which I return with a smile and a slight, ever so slight, curtsy. I go to the rail myself, but not close to the young lovers, as I don't want to get into a down-on-the-ground, hair-pulling, face-scratching fight with Clarissa just now, what with everything going on. And if I know anything about proud Clarissa by now, it's that she wouldn't be afraid to do it any place, any time. So I look out over the track, and the jockeys are starting to get on their mounts, the little men in all their colourful silks, each one different depending on the farm they're racing for. I look around for the green and white stripes of House Trevelyan, but I don't see none. I don't see Pete, neither. Uh-oh. There's the sheik, dancing and prancing, but it's a groom what's leading him about, not Petey. I look at the Colonel, and he's looking down at the track too, and his mouth is set in a grim line around a cigar that is clenched tight in his jaws. I spied a groom George working his way through the crowd toward us, and I know what that means. Petey ain't gonna make it. I hope he ain't dead, 'cause I've grown fond of the little man. George leans in and says something in Colonel Trevelyan's ear, and the Colonel nods curtly and bows to his party and leaves the grandstand, but before he does, he motions for Randall to follow him. I grab Amy's arm and pull her along. "Let's go, sister. Things are going wrong, and we must do what we can." "But what? Petey ain't gonna make the race." I turn and look at her, and her face is now empty of all hope. "Please, just go along with whatever I say, no matter what, no matter how crazy. Will you do it?" She nods and follows me out of the box, her face ashen. We hit the ground and race toward the jockey rooms, and we meet the Colonel and Randall as they are coming out of Petey's room. I give an elbow to Amy and hiss at her, "Ask them what's the matter," as it ain't my place, and I don't want to spook 'em. "Father, what is the matter?" she says.
"Jarvis can't race. He's barely conscious," growls the Colonel. He takes his cigar and throws it to the ground. Damn it! Damn it all to hell!"
"Can't you forfeit? Call off the bets?" asks Amy without much hope in her voice.
"I can forfeit, but I cannot call off the bets. And what daughter gave you the idea that you can talk to me in this way?"
His face is bright red and his tone is dangerous. "I shall ride him, father," says Randall, and he begins to unbutton his jacket.
"Oh, you're too damned heavy, boy. You'd surely—"
It is time, Jacky, I says to myself, and I pulls out my acidity bag and clutches it in me hand and I steps forward. Begging your pardon, Colonel Trevelyan, but I have here in my hand an answer to your problem. I ain't used to talking up to large, powerful men, so my voice shakes a bit. What? Shouts the Colonel, shock and outrage on his face as he stares down at me. I pushes on. I have here this powerful voodoo potion that I picked up when I was sailing on the Caribbean Sea, I says, and waves the bag decorated with its strange symbols in front of him. It's powerful, strong magic, sir, as it was put together by Mama Boudreau herself, a most famous hoodoo conjure woman.
Let me see that, orders the Colonel. He reaches out a meaty paw for my bag, but I shrinks back and holds the bag tighter to my chest.
Oh, no, sir. Don't mess with the gree-gree, sir. It's very dangerous in unschooled hands. It's very powerful stuff and no telling what would happen. I shivers and looks all scared at the very thought.
Rubbish, says he. Has this girl ever been to the Caribbean? He asks Amy.
It looks like he is ready to grasp at straws. Yes, says Amy. And then, incredibly, she says, she has often spoken of her knowledge of the mysterious arts of that region. The Colonel squints at me.
It's powerful enough to cure someone as sick as him?
Sir, it was made to raise the dead. It may not cure Mr. Jarvis, but it will get him up.
He hooks a thumb over his shoulder. All right, go get him up, and hurry.
Ah, and now for the hook. I have terms, Colonel Trevelyan, and you may not like them. I'm putting up a brave front, but I'm shaking inside to talk to a colonel like this.
What? What terms, girl?
If I rouse up Peter Jarvis enough so he can get on the sheik and win the race, you must swear, on your honour as an officer and gentleman, to never again bet on anything. Not a penny, not a pound, not a dollar, not a dime. Nothing wagered ever again. He balls his fist and lifts it high above me.
Why, you insolent piece of baggage!
I cringe and hunch my shoulders and wait for the blow, but the blow does not come. Father, please, says both Amy and Randall together. I open my eyes. The Colonel is standing there, and he is a bit shrunken, like the air's gone out of him. I have no mercy. Do you swear?
Yes, he says quietly. I swear.
All right, I say all brisk. Amy and Randall, I need your help. Randall, get everybody out of Petey's room. I cross my arms at the wrists over my chest like I'm a voodoo princess, and I put my head back and slit my eyes and start into a low chant. Hey-ya, 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 hey! Over and over, and follow them in. We surge into Petey's tiny room, and there are people in there standing around him lying there in the bed. Petey's mouth is open and his face is grey and he looks half dead.
Everybody please leave,
says Randall curtly. They look confused.
Out,
he roars this time. Now! And out they go, falling over each other in their haste. Randall's blood is up. As soon as the door is shut, I say, Randall, put your back to the door and let no one in. Amy, help me. And I flip my hat to the floor and start to struggle out of my dress. Randall, turn around. Petey's silks are hanging on the wall, with his boots beneath them. Amy has undone the buttons in the back of my dress, and I flip it over my head. Off with the shoes and stockings, and I pull off my slip and, Randall, turn around. Oh, to hell with it, there's no time. I put my thumbs in the waistband of my flouncy drawers and pull them down and step out of them. I reach for the silk pants. Don't let him. Petey's talking. His eyes flutter open. I dash to his side. Don't let him what, Petey? Don't let him... But he passes out again, and there's no time to try to bring him back. I go to the wall and get the silks. I sit on the edge of the bed to pull on the white stockings, and then stand and tug on the tight pants and buckle 'em below the knees, then the loose, blousy green striped top, which'll hide what I got up there. On with the boots. They're a little big, but they'll serve. There's the call of a trumpet outside. Hurry! I take the white silk scarf I had seen last night when I visited Petey, and I'll wrap it around my lower face. Tie it in back, Amy. It can't fall off or all is lost. But why? 'Cause the other jocks won't race against a girl, is why. Male bleeding pride is why. Now tie it tight. She does it. I take the green cap and cram it way down on my head and head for the door, Amy, terrified, in my wake. At the door, a red-faced Randall stands and says, Later, Randall, I say. Let us out and let no one else in. When we come back, we'll give 3 raps and then 2. Got that? He nods and opens the door, and we rush out. There is a roar from the crowd as I head for the track and the sheik. I stop halfway there and make a great fakery of doubling over and coughing loudly as if seized by a spasm. I steal a glance up at the Colonel, who is back in his box looking at me and standing a little straighter. I give it a few more coughs, as deep and disgusting as I can make 'em, makes a show of being a bit weak and wobbly on me pins, and then I go to the sheik and put my foot in George's intertwined hands, and I'm up in the saddle, and oh, he knows me, he does. The sheik gives me his big rolling eye and whickers a greeting as I get my feet in the stirrups and settle in and take the riding crop from George and stick it in my right armpit. I don't want this small whip, 'cause I wouldn't want to use it on the sheik, but I take it anyway, 'cause it'll look wrong if I don't. I pat his neck, and he dances around a bit. He is ready to go, no mistake. "Glad you could get up there, Petey," says George. "I had my doubts, for sure." He adjusts the cinch on the saddle. "Now, watch out for the big bay horse. That jock Muir from Tenbrook's farm don't mean us no good. At the start you'll have him on your right, and that bastard Thayer over there on that hammer-headed roan'll be on your left at the start, so you know what that means." What? What means? I thought we just started running and the fastest horse wins, and that's the sheik who'll run away from all the others and will win. All of a sudden I'm thinking that there might be more to this, and maybe I don't know what I'm doing. I want to blurt out to George just who I am sitting up here and what the hell is he talking about. But the fewer people what know about this the better, or the secret will be out and the race will be forfeit and all will be in vain. So I just give a low grunt and another cough. "I'd go wide on the first turn if I was you. You'll lose some ground, but the horse'll make it up on the straightaways. Good luck to you, Pete. There's a lot riding on this." I nod and grunt and throw in a racking cough, and there's the trumpet call for the horses to parade by the grandstand, and I take the reins and somehow get him in line, and it's all I can do to keep him there. What with all the other stallions and mares around, he's in a fine lather and in no mood to be good. Fine. It's his job to win the race, not to be good. We come off the line and head for the starting positions. The crowd noise is nothing like anything I've ever heard. There must be 1,000 people here, counting the grandstand and those circling the track. Grooms take hold of the bridles and pull the horses to their spots, and it is a very brave groom who puts his hand on the sheik's bridle. We are third in from the rail, it having all been decided by the drawing of lots, and George was right about the 2 to either side of me. They look like the meanest of blokes, and they're both glaring at me. I can't let 'em look too close, so I coughs and leans forward and hisses in the sheik's ear, "Scream, sheik, scream!" And he rears back on his hind legs and does just that. He screams out his defiance to all those who would dare to come here to his own kingdom and challenge him to shame him and to take his mares. It is a fine show. "Mind your mount, jock!" shouts Muir. "Sod off!" growls I, as deep as I can. "Mind your own nag!" A tall man with a red sash across his belly goes to the end of our line and then takes 10 paces forward.
He has a pistol by his side. All eyes are on him now, so I don't got to worry about Muir or Thayer peering at me. The man holds up his hand, and the crowd falls silent. He takes a deep breath and bellows,
"Ladies and gentlemen, the race is to be 12 furlongs, once around the track and up to the finish line in front of the grandstand."
I look forward and see the white line drawn with lime on the track. He raises the gun.
"Ready?"
There is a hush. All of us jocks point our tails skyward and lean forward.
He fires! The crowd roars as 12,000 pounds of muscle, hide and bone surges out of the gates, and the first thing that happens is that Muir brings his horse a sharp left right into us and forces the sheik to miss his footing and stumble, and Thayer on the other side does the same thing, and the sheik almost goes to his knees, and Muir and Thayer pull ahead of us. The sheik screams in anger, and I can hear his teeth snapping at the other horses, but I urge him forward. Run now, fight later. And he gains his footing and his muscles gather under me and he charges down the track after the rest of them. A sob chokes me. I messed up bad. We are dead last. But the sheik don't sob and cry. All he wants to do is run and beat the others back to wherever the hell they come from, and he don't care about nothing else. And he flies down the track with his ears laid back, and by the time we are approaching the first turn we have passed 1, 2, now 3, 4, we are catching up. We are flying. We lean into the first turn, and I see that Muir and Thayer are running first and second, with a big chestnut running third. There's a short straightaway before the next turn, and we pass 2 more horses, leaving only the front 3. As we get close to the middle of the turn, Thayer, who's on the inside, lets his mount drift a little to the right, leaving an opening at the rail. An opening! If we can get through there, we'll save distance being on the inside, 'cause there's less ground to cover, and we'll be in the lead, and we won't never let go of it. I urge the sheik forward toward the opening, and he goes for it. Poor trusting horse to have such a poor, stupid rider. As soon as we get close, Thayer pulls back to the rail, and Muir comes alongside to the right, and I realise to my horror that we're trapped, boxed in. That's what P.T. was trying to say. Don't let 'em box you in, you incredibly stupid girl. And George said stay outside on the first turn. Oh, why didn't I? Why do I always think I know everything about everything, and all I ever really do is make a hash of things? As we come out of the turn, Thayer slows his horse just a little, not so the people in the stands could notice and cry foul, but just a little bit slower so a horse can come up behind us to keep us from escaping that way, and the chestnut can come up on the outside to take the lead. It's a set-up, a scam. I've been scammed again. Muir and Thayer never had no thought of winning the race. All they wanted to do was to keep the Colonel's horse from winning. Stupid, stupid, stupid! The chestnut is now 4 lengths ahead, now 5, and if he gets too far ahead there'll be no catching him even if I do get out of this. In desperation I veer the sheik to the right to try and force Muir away enough to break free, but Muir don't move. Instead he brings up his crop and crack! He brings it down on my leg, and it's like a hot poker was laid there. The pain shoots up my side and into me head, and I lets out a howl of pain and sorrow and desperation right into the sheik's ear, and he hears it, and the muscles of his neck swell up, and he darts his head forward and bares his teeth and clamps down on the arse of Thayer's horse up there in front of his nose. The roan screams and breaks stride, and there's an opening, and this time we make it through. We are free! But the chestnut is now at least 12 lengths ahead, and we're in the back stretch. "Catch him, sheik!" I shrieks. "Catch him!" The leader is so far ahead I despair of closing the distance, but I urge the sheik on anyway, bouncing up and down in the saddle, tears of pain and desolation running out of the sides of my eyes. How could I have been so stupid? And the sheik pounds on ever faster, and I can feel his hatred for the horse ahead of him, and I start to babble. "Oh, come on, sheik, come on, boy. He's gonna beat you. He's gonna shame you. He's gonna take your mares. He's gonna beat you, boy." And the horse pumps faster, and we've gained a length or two, too, but that horse up there ain't no scrub neither. He's fast and he's strong and he's at the end of the fast stretch and he leans into the last turn and clods of dirt are flying up at us from his hooves what are digging out to the sides as he leans. But we don't care, we just pound on, and the white rail posts and the screaming people standing and waving their arms flicker by in the corner of my eye like they ain't even real, just pieces of a crazy dream. Come on, boy, come on, boy! And we're in the last turn too, and we go right up to the rail, 'cause there ain't nobody to box us in now, and we gain another length in the turn, and when we come out of it, we're only 4 lengths behind. The roar of the crowd in the grandstand hits us like a wall as we turn into the home stretch and the race for the line. We're only 4 lengths behind, but that'll be enough to doom us if the chestnut don't weaken, and he ain't showing no signs of that, no he ain't. So I keep babbling, "Beating you, Sheik, he's beating you! And the sun is in our eyes now, and he's gonna beat you, boy, he's gonna beat you to the bright shining sun, he's gonna beat you!" And I know I ain't making no sense, but it don't matter. What matters is that the sheep would rather die than lose, and he finds the strength somewhere down in him, and now we're up to 2 lengths and now 1. The other jockey's flailing away with his whip, but it ain't doing him no good, 'cause we're gaining. And now the sheep's nose is up level with the chestnut's flank, and now up to the jockey's knee, and now the horse's shoulder, and the crowd is howling. There's the white line up ahead, and now we're neck and neck, and now we push forward by a nose, and then by a head, and then we're going away, and then the line flashes by underfoot, and we win! I pull the sheep back and slow him down and turn him so I can get back to the clubhouse, but he don't want to quit just yet, no he don't. He rears up and screams out all the rage and defiance that's in his bloody, glorious heart. No, he ain't done yet at all. He wants to get at that other horse and fight him and beat him into a bloody mess. He squeals in anger as if to say, "I didn't catch him just to let him go. Let me go!" And it's all I can do to hold him till George and his grooms come running up to take his reins and calm him down. Uh-oh. The grandstand is empty and people are pouring onto the track. I slide off the dear sheik's back, give a few coughs, and wipe the tears from my eyes with an end of the scarf and wave off the grinning George's "Well done!" and head for the clubhouse. I take 3 steps and then fall down in the dust, and this time I ain't faking. It's the pain in me leg. But I get right up and start a running, limping lope for Petey's room, 'cause I see the Colonel bearing down on us, but I can't let him catch me and fold me in his manly embrace, which is what the big, burly, grinning fool seems intent on doing. There's Amy, and she throws her arm around me and helps me the last several yards. She gives the signal rap on the door, and we fall into the room. Randall puts his back to the door again and looks at us with a big question mark in his eyes, and I don't think he really wants to hear the answer, 'cause he's looking at me with the tears running down through the dust on my face, and he fears the worst. "We won," says Amy, and Randall lets out a huge breath and sinks down a ways on the door. I whip off the scarf and go to the washstand and splash water on my face. "Stop crying," I tell myself. "Don't mess it up now. It's just the excitement. Stop it." And I do. And I dry my face and straighten up and go to Petey's bedside. "Pull back his covers," I orders. Amy furrows her brow in question. "Just do it," I say, and she does it. Poor Petey's skinny legs lie there helpless, the black hair on them standing out sharp against the dead white of his skin. I swing the riding crop back over my shoulder and bring it down as hard as I can on Pete's right thigh. Amy gasps at the sound of the whip hitting flesh. Petey's eyes pop open. I didn't think he'd wake, but he does. I kneel down by him. "Sorry, Petey, but you got that on the near turn. Muir gave it to you. You won, Pete. You got that. You won. And Muir give you that welt on the near turn." "That son of a bitch. I'll get him for that," says he, all weak. A smile comes to his lips. "Nice tattoo, Jacko." "You rogue," says I, putting my hand to his forehead. He's covered in sweat now, but his head is cooler. The fever is broken. "Worse luck, you'll probably get better." His eyes close again. The pounding on the door is loud and insistent. "We can't keep them out forever," says Randall, his back to the shaking door. You'd better hurry and change. His arrogant smile is back. I cuts him a narrow-eyed glare. Right, Randall. I reflects that the I know Jacky's got a tattoo and I know where she's got it club has just added 2 new members. Only one show for you today, Mr. Trevelyan. I turn away so that my bare back is all that's for him to look at, and I'll take off the silk top and flip it to Amy. See if you can slip that over Mr. Jarvis, if you would, Amy. She goes to do it, and since there's a little more time for a bit more modesty now, I take my dress and put it on over me, and then reach up under and pull off the pants and stockings. Carefully pull off the pants. The welt looks all purple and wicked, but there ain't no blood, and that's good. I fling the silks to the floor, as if Petey had just thrown them there on his way back to bed. I bundle up the rest of my clothes and tuck 'em under my arm. The cap goes on the bedpost and... Button me up, Amy. All right? Done. Let 'em in, Randall. Randall steps back from the door and the people pour into the little room, showering the half-conscious Pete with praise and congratulations. The Colonel was first in, and he rushes over to Petey and shakes his senseless hand, and Amy speaks up with, "He will need a salve for his leg, Father." And the Colonel nods and says that all saw the blow, and that damned Muir shall never ride a horse at Dovecote again. A groom hustles over with a jar, and the covers are pulled back, and all around the room there are gasps at the soreness of the slash. Well, maybe I didn't have to hit him that hard. A man who has to be Mr. Thayer bursts in and shouts, "Your horse bit mine! That's a foul!" "Your nag had his fat, slow ass in my horse's face, and that's even more of a foul," retorts the Colonel, puffing up. "And if you'd like to continue this discussion with pistols on the field of honour, then say one more word, sir. One more word." But Mr. Thayer don't say that word, but instead turns red and storms out. Needless to say, he and his lady will not be joining us this evening. And how much sure money did you lose today, Mr. Thayer, Colonel Trevelyan looks over and sees me standing there. "Get these girls out of here. This is no place for females." I put the back of my hand to my forehead and close my eyes like I'm a poor, weak female about to swoon from tossing around heavy spells and stuff, and Amy leads me out saying, "The poor thing needs rest," which, of course, I do. The sheets feel so cool and nice, and I feel I could lie here forever in this delicious doze, their light weight resting smooth and easy on my skin. A great wave of tiredness sweeps over me like it always does after the wildness that comes on in me slowly ebbs away. "Yow!" I say, without meaning to. Amy has turned back the sheet and is putting some salve on my welt. "I am sorry," she says. "I should be saying it serves you right, you could have been killed and all that, but I did not say that before you took the ride, so I have no right to say anything at all. Except thank you." "Ah, go on. All I did was go out and ride a horse." "That, and extract that promise from Father." "Do you think he'll be as good as his word?" "He will. Male honour and all that." Amy looks about her room, and I know she is seeing it in a far different light than she did this morning, or any time in the near past. Go ahead, Amy. There's no sin in loving your own little room. There's a tap on the door, and then it opens, and Randall walks in. "Randall, she's not dressed," says Amy, and she brings the sheet back over my leg. I bend my other leg at the knee to make a tent so that the salve don't stick to it. "Oh, it's all right," I say, all sleepy and drowsy, running my tongue quickly over my lips and parting them slightly in my best dying Juliet's last gasp pose. "The sheets are to my chin, so what's the harm?" Randall comes over to the bedside, but he don't say nothing. He just looks at me. He reaches down and with one finger
gently pulls a lock of hair from my face. I smile, all weak and frail. "What can we do for you?" he finally asks. "What? How can we repay you? What will you have?" I goes to say I don't want nothing, but then I changes my mind and says, "The silks. I want to keep the silks." I don't know what he says to that, 'cause I slip off to sleep. Later, when I wake up, the silks have been cleaned and are folded on my sea bag, and by them is a pair of supple black riding boots, and they fit too. "We shall dance and we shall be gay. That tall midshipman is rather cute, don't you think?" I'm all rested up and ready to go to my first ball. Little Mary Faber, late of London's better gutters, is dressing for a ball with captains, colonels, lieutenants, swells of all kinds, and the finest of ladies. What a thing! "Ah, yes," smiles Amy. "Miss, I am promised to another Faber." Amy's been smiling a lot since the race, and that is good. I feel a wave of sadness slip over my gaiety, and I am quiet. Yes, and no word from the one I am promised to for over 9 months. Not one word. Amy says mail comes to Dovecote on Monday, but I dare not hope. I shall be good, I say, but I shall also be gay. We had crimped up our side curls with the curling iron warmed on the cooking fire in the kitchen, being careful to stay out of the way, 'cause mighty preparations are being made for tonight's dinner, and Mrs. Grubbs ain't putting up with no silly girls, not even if one of them is the daughter of the house. There's steaming pots and great joints of meat, but thankfully no little suckling piggy. Her serving girls are being run ragged, and well I know the drill, so we get done and get out. But not before I lifts us a couple of hot cherry tarts from a tray. Ain't lost me cheapside touch. We then go up and watch the doings in the great hall. Men stringing banners, and a chamber orchestra setting up their music stands, and that's sure to be a treat, dancing to music provided by someone other than myself. The men have also set up a long table with crystal goblets set out on it, and another man brings in a huge punch bowl in the centre. The great chandeliers are being lit, and the place just glitters with light and promise. Entering the dining room, we find the table set, with the silver polished and the gold-rimmed plates placed just so, and the wine glasses winking in the light so cheerily. I walk around the table, peering at the name cards. I muses. I think there's been some mistake. You and I are all the way down at the end. Surely whoever did this did not know I must sit next to the Royal Navy officers to get the news, so we'll just put this Mrs. Cabot in my place at the end. Who is she, anyway? An old lady, but good, she won't notice, and we'll put me next to this Captain Humphreys, and we'll take this Mr. Adams and put him here. Jacky, you can't put an Adams down at... I just did. And I'll put you in his place next to that lieutenant, what's his name? Oh, Flashby, the one with the mustachios. And Clarissa is there, and Randall there. And I believe we've got it right now. Our work here is done, I say all grand. Let us go dress for the ball, dear sister. We are dressed and ready to go. I have on the blue dress that I made myself, and I know that Amy does not quite approve of it, being as low cut as it is, but it is all I have. My hair is up and my dress is on. I am powdered, pampered, and perfumed. There is a tinkling of a bell in the hall. It is time. Are you ready, Miss Faber? I am, Miss Trevelyan. We put on the look and glide down to the dining room. We enter the room, and introductions are made, bows and curtsies all around, and then we go to our places. The place is a blaze of colour, what with the ladies in their finest, and the gentlemen in their jackets that go through all the colours, from bright blue to deep purple, light mauve to Kelly green, but never, oh never, red.
None of these Yankees want to risk being taken for a redcoat. I mean, the war is over long since, but some things linger on. The naval officers are, of course, in blue with much gold. I am handed to my place by Captain Humphreys, who's beaming and twinkling away at me, having already consumed a good deal of wine, I'll wager. He pulls out my chair, and I sit. Would it pain him to know that he had just performed a courtesy for a ship's boy, I wonder? I settle in and grin at Amy across the way. She looks absolutely wonderful in her rig, a black silk thing with red ribbon worked into the bodice and puffed sleeves, and I think she knows it. She has the lieutenant on her right and Randall on her left, and Clarissa next to him. Clarissa, of course, looks gorgeous and is laying a charm on all about her. She even smiles upon me, which makes me wonder what she is up to. The grace is said, the wine is poured, toasts are drunk to the host and to several of the guests, and the soup is served, and the conversation begins. "Isn't it wonderful that Amy could have two of her dear classmates from Mistress Pym's here?" warbles Mrs. Trevelyan from the head of the table. The three of us allow that it is indeed wonderful. "How is the old witch?" says a woman with hooded eyes and parted lips a few chairs down. "Ah." "Mistress is well, madam," says I, taking a chance. "You would find her skill with the cane is quite undiminished." Laughter all around. Phew, I'm glad that went over well. I take some soup and look across to see that Lieutenant Flashby is taking an avid interest in me, or at least in the rise and fall of my chest. I sneak a quick look down to make sure I ain't dribbled something down there, but nah, it looks all right. Each of the officers has a midshipman standing ramrod straight behind their chairs to get them anything they might need, but it's mainly for show. This is what Royal Navy discipline looks like, Yankee rebel.
"Expecting weevils?"
says the captain, his eyebrow raised in question. "Excuse me, sir," I say, confused. "I don't understand." Then I realise I've been tapping my biscuit on the tabletop without thinking. Damn. "I'm sorry, sir. It's an old habit."
"That's all right, missy. Here, a little more wine with you."
He gestures, and the tall midshipman goes to the sideboard and takes a bottle and fills my glass. Too bad. I'd meant to fill my glass with water to dilute the wine, but I didn't get to it in time. Oh well, next time. I take a sip.
"So, schoolgirls, eh?"
says the captain, and then he leans in close and whispers,
"Thanks for being here. I thought for sure I'd get stuck next to some old biddy, and I sure didn't come all this way to talk to ancient dames, ha ha!"
He laughs out loud at his wit, and I gulp and nod. Under the table he places his hand on my leg and gives it a squeeze. I gulp again. I don't know what to do about it. The soup bowls are taken away and the main course is brought. The captain, needing both his hands to dig into his dinner, frees my leg, and I squirm and move a little out of his range. I know the serving girls a little bit now, and I wink at them in thanks as I'm served. They know me for one of them, and I think they delight in my being here. Clarissa speaks up. "Perhaps, classmate, you'll tell us something of your family?" She smiles sweetly and brings her glass to her lips. Uh-oh. I looks at Amy, but she shakes her head and mouths, "Not me." And then I look at Randall, and he just looks back at me as if he's mildly interested in my answer. Clarissa, however, looks me right in the eye, and there is a wicked merriment in her gaze. She knows, and how she knows I don't know. Probably looking through Amy's scribblings when she wasn't around. I lift my chin and say, "I have no family. I was orphaned as a young child." "Oh, what a pity," says dear Mrs. Trevelyan. "Who took you in?" "No one took me in," I say.
I put my hands in my lap and looked down at them. I was left on my own. I know what's coming. A pity. This would have been such fun. Ah, well. Amy tries to change the subject. Captain, could you tell us of the exotic ports you have? But Clarissa rides right over her. But what did you do, you poor thing? She purrs. Left on your own, as you were? I stick out my lower lip and say quietly, my parents died when I was a little girl, and I was put out on the curb to live or die. I fell in with a gang of street children, and I ran the slum streets of London with them for several years. I put my napkin on the table and looked Clarissa in the eye. You ask me what I did, Clarissa? I was a beggar and a thief. What kind of beggar was I? I was a naked beggar and a filthy beggar, any kind of beggar you can imagine, and I was it. I begged pennies and I stole bread. I lived under a bridge. But I had good mates in Rooster Charlie's gang, I did. A lot better mates than some I have now. I take a sip of wine and I will my hand not to shake and rage as I continue. Actually, if you must know, I was a better thief than a beggar. I stole bread, and I pickpocketed fancy handkerchiefs, and I stole clothing off clotheslines, and I stole anything that would keep me and my friends alive. In fact, I picked pockets at the very foot of the gallows that was sure to be my fate some day. The whole table is looking at me with open mouths, their knives and forks and glasses held motionless in mid-air. It would be comical if this were a play, which it ain't. Then I find it a shame, dear Jacky, that you did not remain in your chosen profession, purrs Clarissa. I look at her without expression. It is true, Miss Howe, that my estate was very low. So low indeed that it was very like that of the slaves you hold in bondage, except that I was free. There were rumblings around the table as some of the guests realised that Clarissa and I could actually go at each other right here and right now, and they tried to soothe ruffled feathers with there, and all right now, and such like. But Clarissa is not to be soothed. Free? Oh, yes, free, says Clarissa, tilting her head as if what I had said amused her. Free to beg, free to steal from honest folk, and free. Here she pauses, and her tongue flicks over her upper lip as if she is about to taste something delicious. Free to have yourself tattooed. There is a common gasp from the guests at the table. Why don't you tell us about your cunning little tattoo, Jacky? Says Clarissa, relentlessly ploughing on. What is it? An anchor? How daring of you, Jacky. I do declare you leave all the rest of us poor girls far behind in the pursuit of new fashion. The game is up now, for sure, for there are no tattooed ladies in this world, not outside of freak shows. I get to my feet and I turn to my hostess. Mrs. Trevelyan, you have been nothing but kind to me here at Dovecote, and I thank you for it, and I beg forgiveness if I have brought dishonour to your table. I am sorry. Sometimes I get above myself. I'll be excused now. She sits there stunned. I get up to leave the room, but a rough hand comes down on my bare shoulder and shoves me back down in my chair.
"Oh, nonsense," says Captain Humphreys. "Sit down. That's the best story I've heard all day."
I take up my napkin again and look over at Mrs. Trevelyan, but she's just all agoggle with the turn of things and simply takes another dainty sip of her wine.
So, how did you get from there to here? From the rags to the riches, from an urchin in the streets to a neatly turned-out young lady in the very bosom of New England society? The captain booms out. We must hear. Leave nothing out.
Before I say anything, I turn to my hostess again. Please, Mrs. Trevelyan, if anything said here causes you pain, just tap your knife on your glass and I will be out of here in an instant. All right. She manages to nod. I look at Amy and she's stunned. I look at Randall and he is astounded. I look at Clarissa and she is smirking. I look at Lieutenant Flashby and he has left off looking at my chest and is instead peering at my face as if trying to figure something out. Actually, Captain Humphreys, I had a bit of very good luck, I say. I had a great good fortune to be taken into your own service.
The Royal Navy? He says, perplexed. How? In what capacity?
First as ship's boy, then as midshipman on board the—
It's bloody Jacky Faber, by God! Shouts Lieutenant Flashby, bringing the flat of his hand down hard on the table.
He points his finger at my nose.
It's the Jackaroo! What? Can it be? The girl from the Dolphin? Says the captain, all incredulous. Are you sure? Yes, yes, says the lieutenant. Look, she's still got the mark on her neck where they tried to hang her.
That scar has mostly gone away, except when I get excited like now, and then it flares up all red. I pull my hair around to cover it.
Is it you? Asks the captain.
I don't know. Yes, I was on the Dolphin, but I had no idea my poor adventures had—
Oh, Trevelyan, you dog, says the captain to the colonel, who's sitting there like he's been hit with a bludgeon. You set this up for us, didn't you? Oh, what a fine thing. It's too perfect.
The captain's hand has found my leg again, higher up this time, but I am too amazed to move. But this can't be, I stammer.
Oh, yes, says the captain, giving my thigh an affectionate squeeze. It is the talk of London. It's all around the fleet, on all the broadsides. You there, Paget, sing a few verses of the song Jackaroo.
Midshipman Paget, the pretty one, flushes in mortification. He will, of course, obey, as he would obey if his captain told him to drop his breeches and waddle around the table clucking like a chicken, but he does not have to like it. He fixes his eye on a wall lamp, and dying 1,000 deaths, he opens his mouth and gives forth.
She brought herself unto the dock all dressed in men's array, and stepped on board a man of war to convey herself away. Oh, to convey herself away.
I'm completely astounded. The melody sounds like a faster version of my ship's boy's lament, done in a major key instead of the minor. I think I hear Liam Delaney's hand in this.
Before you come on board, sir, your name I'd like to know. She smiled all in her countenance, they call me Jackaroo.
It weren't like that at all, I'm thinking. I've recovered my senses enough to reach down and lift the captain's hand off my leg. He does not seem to mind. He merely uses the hand to refill my glass. Sailors, I swear, be they captain or be they seaman, it's all one in the same. Midshipman Paget launches into what proves to be the last verses.
Your waist is light and slender, your fingers are neat and small, your cheeks too red and rosy to face the cannonball. Oh, to face the cannonball. I know my waist is slender, my fingers neat and small, but it would not make me tremble to see 10,000 fall. Oh, to see 10,000 fall.
Poor Captain Locke, I say after the applause for the mortified midshipman stops. Poor Jaimy, too, what he must think, he being so upright and all. And I can well guess what his mother must think. I take another deep swallow of the wine to calm myself. Next time I must water it.
Poor Captain Locke nothing. He is drunk for free on that story for months, chortles the captain. He has a grand speech on the matter. I myself heard him deliver it at our club.
Captain Humphreys puffs up and puts his hand to his chest like a grand orator.
I will bear the ridicule of any man who has stood on a ship's burning deck with the masts coming down and the air thick with hot cannonballs. A man who has smelled the foul breath of the cannon and seen the scuppers run red with the blood of his friends. Yea, a man who has seen all that and yet did not run and hide to save his own life. I will suffer that man's insults and call him brother. But should any man who has not seen those things, one who has sat comfortable at his table with his pipe and his dinner while we were on the cruel sea, should such a man dare make sport of me, or the Dolphin, or any who were on her, then I will gladly meet with him in the morning, and cheerfully put a hole in his unworthy chest. I put it to you like this. The girl stood by my side in the heat of battle, and she did not run.
The captain finishes and lurches to his feet.
A toast! A toast to bloody Jacky Faber!
All cheer and rise, and I try to sink into my chair. Amy beams at me over her glass. I look over at Randall and see that he is stricken to the core. Uh-oh. I see that male pride has been wounded and is in need of repair. I know he is thinking that, for all his arrogance and posturing, it is I who have faced combat and come out of it with some honour, and he has not yet been tried, and he wonders in his heart of hearts just how well he will perform. After the toast, Randall sits down heavily and seems to sink within himself. At his side, the good ship Clarissa is in flames, her plan for the sinking of the good ship Jacky having gone awry. She crosses her arms and looks straight forward in a storm of anger. More wine is poured, the dessert brought, the captain's hand is back, and the lieutenant has resumed his leering. But I am soon saved by the announcement that the dance is about to begin, and all are invited to the main ballroom. I toss off the rest of the wine and rise up on the captain's arm, and am escorted into the dance, my head up, eyes hooded, lips together, teeth apart, the finest of the ladies. Many more people pour in the door of the ballroom and are announced, and the band strikes up the first tune. There are people, both young and old, from all over the country, as this is the ball of the year by all accounts. The place fairly glitters with light and colour and wild excitement. First we have a Virginia reel, which is good because it frees me up from the clutches of Captain Humphreys, who's a good sort in his way, but I really want to get close to that pretty midshipman Paget, to ask him if he's heard of Jaimy, of course. So during the reel, when there's 2 rows of dancers and everybody sort of gets to touch hands with everyone else for a moment, I'll give his hand a squeeze. On the next dance, a minuet, he comes up to me and, blushing, asks me to dance, and I bat my eyelashes and say yes. And then we go to the floor with the other couples, and we dance, and it is lovely, and he is so pretty and nice, but I wish so much that Jaimy was here with me to see all this. He would look so dashing, and I would be so proud. After the dance, I ask Mr. Paget if he knows of Jaimy, but alas, he reports that he does not.
My gallant escort takes me to the punch bowl, which has a big chunk of ice floating in it, and he gets me a cup of punch, and it's good. And I wonder what's in it, but I don't wonder long, because I'm stolen from the midshipmen by Lieutenant Flashby for the next dance, and he is a very good dancer, and is very charming, and smells of cologne water, but somehow I don't quite trust him. Then there's another dance, a quadrille, and another partner, and my head is spinning, and I have some more punch, and I have a vague notion of Amy coming up to me and warning me about something, but I can't remember what it is. And then there's another dance, and then, wonder of wonders, Clarissa comes to me and says, "Oh, don't mess with that silly punch, dear Jacky. Here, have some of this. We call it a julep, yes we do. A mint julep, as a matter of actual fact. Oh, yes, Jacky, it is just the very best thing. No, there's no rum or whiskey in it, just a little of our own fine bourbon. Here, refresh yourself. You must be exhausted, poor thing. You dance so well, I declare you put the rest of us to shame, you really do. You really are the belle of the ball, Jacky. Let me get you another. Why, it's no trouble at all, dear Jacky." I taste it, and it's sweet and smooth and cool and good, and it must be all right, 'cause it's not harsh at all, not like rum, which burns its way down, and this is just so lovely. Why, it's just like that root beer. Oh, thank you, Clarissa. I'm so glad we can be friends. Friends. Only it's soft, so soft. Another dance? Well, sir, I'll be delighted. Excuse me, Clarissa. Sir, let us whirl onto the floor. I don't know what I mean. Whoops! I'm sorry. Did I stumble? Isn't this all so lovely? Isn't it just the best night ever? Isn't this just the finest?
Chapter 46. I wake up looking at the bottom of a chamber pot, by which I am kneeling and into which I am throwing up. "Oh, please, God," I hear myself say.
"God shall not help you," I hear Amy say severely. "You brought this on yourself." I dimly see that she is standing above me as I swim back into full awareness and total misery. "Please, Lord, take me now. I can't stand this." I cough and spit up some more vile juice. I have never been this sick before, ever, not even when I was seasick. "Please, I want to die now. Please, Lord." A long string of spittle hangs from my lower lip down into the mess at the bottom of the pot. I wipe it away with the back of my hand, and then look up at Amy for sympathy and forgiveness, but I do not get it. Who undressed me? How did I get back here? I see that I am clad in my underlinen and stockings. "I undressed you, Jacky," she says. "But as to how you got here, that story is a little more vivid, shall we say? Would you like to hear?" "No," I say in a very small voice. My back suddenly bucks and a stream of sick comes out of my mouth and into the pot. There is a strong, sour smell in the room. "Oh, hear it you shall, Jacky," she says, disgusted. "Make no mistake about that. Shall I start with a description of the dance you performed on the tabletop? It was quite well received by those sailors and other low males in the room." "Oh, no." "Oh, yes. And the song you sang up there, Jacky, oh, that was such a hit. Why, it brought the house down. Do you recall? It was the one about bullies rowing other bullies, the one that ends with, 'Please,
No more?"
"Oh, there is more, and plenty. It gets better and better. After you came down from your stage, well, actually you fell unconscious from your stage right into the arms of that loathsome Lieutenant Flashby, who picked you up and strode off out of the ballroom looking for a convenient room to put you in. I suspect you and he would discuss naval tactics or tell sea stories. I'm sure that was his intent. He had gone down the main hall, kicking open doors, finding nothing appropriate to his needs, until he came to one of the guest rooms and was about to enter when Randall came storming furiously into the hall, confronting your naval comrade and bidding him put you down.
"I've got the strumpet, and I've got the time. Now get out of the way and sod off, puppy," roared the bold lieutenant. And our own beau sabreur, Randall, roared back, "Puppy? I'll give you puppy, by God!" And swords were drawn and crossed. I'm sorry, miss, that you weren't awake for that, because I know how you love it all so, all that dash and gallantry and daring-do. But you were dumped in a pile on the floor, rather unceremoniously, I thought, for the supposed prize of this encounter. By the by, you might notice a pain in your derriere, as that is the part of you that hit the floor first, with something of a dull thud. The impact did seem to rouse you a bit, because you did manage to get to your hands and knees and try to crawl down the hall for a space, but then you passed out again, with the aforementioned bottom remaining in the air, leaning against the wall. Your arms were splayed out, and your face was against the carpet, and your mouth was open, and I believe drooling slightly. Most elegant. It is an image that will stay with me a long, long time. Oh, please. I don't know what feels worse, the sickness or the knowing what I had done. I moan again, my head down, more gagging, more spewing. Anyway, as I said, the swords were crossed, and Randall made an ill-considered lunge at our lustful Lieutenant Flashby, which that experienced officer easily parried. As Randall was unbalanced, his opponent brought up the hilt of his sword and smashed it into Randall's face, bloodying his nose and opening his cheek. "Dear God, no, not Randall, not hurt," and rocking him back against the wall. The bold lieutenant did then draw back his sword, and was about to put it through our Randall and into the wall, when our jolly little party was joined by Father and Captain Humphreys, who stepped up and ordered his officer to stop, since, as he put it, sitting at a man's table and then putting a sword in his son, well, it just isn't done, old boy, not even in America. Then Randall wipes the blood from his mouth and snarls, "I'll meet you in the morning, you filthy son of a bitch!" And Lieutenant Flashby says, "Fine, I'll kill you then, puppy, name your second." Then Father draws his own sword and says, "You'll not hurt the children of my household, by God, my son will second me, and I'll meet you myself, you British bastard!" Captain Humphreys holds up both his hands and says, "I absolutely forbid it. All we need is an international incident over a dumb girl." Amy sniffs and says, "Actually, Jacky, he did not use girl in referring to you. He used a short, harsh word that I did not know the meaning of, it probably being of low Anglo-Saxon origin, and I'm sure quite crude." "I am so sorry." "Sorry? Sorry? Of course you are sorry. You are always sorry. Every time one of your cockeyed schemes goes wrong, you are sorry." A spasm racks my body and my mouth opens, but nothing but sour spittle comes out. Why are you so cruel to me, Amy?" I'm crying now, the tears running down my face and dripping into the pot with the other. I start keening in distress. "I thought you was my friend. I said I was sorry.
Milly outside the window howls at the sound. "You can stop making that noise. It will not help." She primly folds her hands before her. "Do you know what I think, miss? I think that when you first came to our school and were treated badly by Clarissa, that you vowed that some day and somehow you would bring her down, because the good Lord knows that nobody ever runs roughshod over bloody Jacky Faber and gets away with it. Isn't that right? And do you want to know what else I think? I think that you used me to get close to Randall, and you used him to get to Clarissa, and you—" I stop keening, and a coldness comes over me that is stronger than the sickness. "That you should think that, miss," is all I say, and I look up into her face. "Jacky, no, I'm sorry," she says, uncertainty now in her eyes. "I didn't mean that you should think that, miss," I say again. I begin to get up. "Please, Jacky, forgive—" And at that instant came a pounding on the door and a girl's voice calling, "Miss! Miss! Your mother wants to see you in her chamber right now." "Tell her I'll see her in a while," says Amy, all frantic. "No, miss, she wants you right now. She's hopping mad, and if you don't come, she'll have me beat, she will." All right. Tell her I'll be right there." By now I've sat back on my heels and am staring straight forward, saying nothing. "I must go see what Mother wants, Jacky. Do not leave this room." "I hear you, miss," is what I say. "Please, Jacky, please don't try to leave." "I hear you, Miss Trevelyan." "That's not an answer, Jacky. Please, miss, please, no!" the wretched girl pleads, and Amy has to follow. "You sit right there, Jacky. I'll be right back." When she comes back, she will find me gone. "Milly, you silly dog," I plead. "Please go back. You can't go with me. Go back. Shoo now." But she will have none of it. She just grins a joyous grin and leaps about. Maybe she'll go back when we get farther along. I plan to walk along the beach till I meet a road, and then I'll take that road till it meets the post road, and then I'll head down to New York, as I think that's the best place for me. I sure can't go back to Boston. Clarissa will spread the news of my disgrace at the school, and Mistress will surely boot me out, this time for good and ever. And I can't just go down and live at the Pig, 'cause the preacher'd find me there, and that'd be the end of me. And I sure can't go back to Dovecote, what with Amy so mad at me, and Mother was probably calling her upstairs to tell her to get rid of me quick, 'cause I was stinking up the place. Nah, New York's the place for me. Maybe they'll be more forgiving of my ways there. I'll worm my way into another tavern and do the music, and I've got my colours and some discs, so maybe I'll do some portraits of sailors to send to their girls. And there's letter writing too, just like my dad used to do, and I stopped to be sick again. Oh, Lord, if you're going to take me, please take me now. This is so awful. The drink sure tasted better going down than it does coming up. Damn that Clarissa. I had her in flames, and now I'm the one that's burnt to the waterline. And oh, my poor head, you sure showed me, Clarissa, just who was the thoroughbred and who was the mutt. I sit down on a rock to rest, and I put my throbbing head in my hands. I know, Liam, as you've often said, 'tis the iron fist 'neath the velvet glove. And it is. Milly comes up and puts her chin on my knee and looks up at me with her big eyes. I put my 2 hands on the dome of her forehead, and I say out loud, "I swear by the sweet, gentle soul beneath my hands that I will never, ever take a drink of spirits again. Amen." I've got a little money in my money belt, but I think I'll be sleeping out tonight. It don't look like rain, and I'll have to watch what I spend, 'cause now my plan is to make enough to buy passage to England and see what's up with Jaimy. I can't wait no longer. I got to know so I can get on with things, no matter which way it goes with him. So I'm sorry, Ephraim and Betsy. Sorry that I didn't finish up the preacher. But he's almost done, so maybe you can finish the job yourself. And if not, I hope you can put that all behind you and get married and have lots of fat, happy babies. And Sylvie and Henry be happy in the company of each other. I'm sorry, Amy, that I couldn't stop Randall from marrying Clarissa. I did what I could, but it wasn't enough. I never did really learn to fight like a lady, to fight like Clarissa knows how to fight. She showed me that for sure. I had my foot on the neck of my enemy yesterday, but still she wriggled free and beat me down. And Amy, I'm sorry that I made a mess of things and brought dishonour to your house and family. And I'm sorry, Randall, that you got hurt in protecting me when I was helpless. I really am. And helpless I was, all my cunning and cleverness gone because of my wanton ways. It's funny that you, Randall, the one who mounted the most ardent assault on my poor virtue, should be the one to save it. I thank you for that. Sorry, Gully, that I left the Lady Lenore back at the school. I thought I'd be back, but now I ain't gonna be. Maybe Amy'll save my stuff, though she sure seemed to hate me last time I saw her, so I dunno. And I'm sorry, mistress, that I didn't turn out to be a lady. I know you tried. Dear Milly, why do you leap and bound about so? You've nothing in this world but your hair and hide and bone and your foolish doggy grin, and yet you are full of joy and think it is just the very best of things to be going down an unknown dusty road with one such as me. Go back now, Milly. You must know I am so very hard on my friends. I open my sea bag to pull out my serving girl gear, as I think I'll cause less comment that way. Bad enough a girl alone and on the road, let alone one dressed in a blue party dress. As I'm getting it out, I feel a pang as I spy the bright racing silks all folded up there. Was it only yesterday that I had that triumph on the chic and was looking forward to my first ball like any silly girl? I'm starting to feel better. Maybe I'll live after all, I thinks as I finish dressing. The waistcoat feels good cinched up tight against my ribs, my shiv and my whistle nestled in there all snug where they belong. Milly, will you not go back? No? Oh, well. Then stay and herd your one black lamb, as she certainly needs it. Shall we have a tune, then, to cheer us and speed us on our way? What? The boys won't leave the girls alone? Why, that's one of my favourites too, a perfect travelling song. What? And you dance too? You foolish dog, of course you would. All right, here we go. I'll tell me ma when I get home, the boys won't leave the girls alone. Jacky's fair and Milly's pretty, and they've both gone to New York City. Chapter 47. Delivered to Dovecote on May 21st, 1803. James Emerson Fletcher, on board the Essex, at sea, April 18th, 1804. Miss Jacky Faber, the best girl in the world, Dovecote Farm, Quincy, Massachusetts, USA. Dearest Jacky, joy, pure and absolute joy. The heavens open and pour forth their celestial light, the angelic choruses shout Hosanna, and my heart, which was at my feet, leaps to my throat in total joy. In short, dear one, I got your letter. Shall I tell you of the way I got it? Yes, I shall, for I have the time, the quill, the ink, and oh yes, I do have the inclination. Joy! Anyway, it was an ordinary day. Watches, patrols, eat, sleep, more watches, all unrelieved by any thought that you still cared for me. When word comes that Nelson, the great Nelson himself, will come over today on the Raleigh to visit the Essex. Well, having spent your time before the mast, and how you were able to endure it, my poor frail creature, I do not know, and scarce can think of it even now. I know you can well imagine the mighty preparations that were made prior to the arrival of the very hero of the Battle of the Nile. The ship did shine, I can tell you, with every piece of brass at its highest glint, every flag snapping, every man scrubbed pink and in his finest uniform. The frigate Raleigh, 44 guns, came by and heaved to, and the great man descended from it into a boat and came alongside, and in a moment was standing on our deck, followed by Captain Fishburne and the senior officers of the Raleigh. I, of course, was drawn up as stiff as a ramrod on the quarter-deck near the rail. Lord Nelson was bowing and shaking hands with our captain, and I'm drinking in this historic moment when I hear a psst. Shocked at this breach of etiquette, I look over the side, and there, as a member of the boat crew, is our own brother Davy. The boat's coxswain was looking at him most severely, a look that grew from severe to incredulous as Davy left his oar and scrambled up the ladder and thrust a letter into my hand and whispered, "She said no other hand but yours," and then retreated back down to the boat. The coxswain reached out and backhanded Davy a terrible blow across the face, and then settled back down. But I knew that would not be the end of it. I knew he would be flogged when he returned to his ship. What could be so important as to risk a flogging, I thought. And then I looked at the packet in my hand and saw that it was from you. I was almost unmanned on the spot, almost sinking to my knees in joy and dread, but I did not. I stood there in a high state of agitation for a good 20 minutes, while the captain and Lord Nelson exchanged compliments. And then, when it was time for Captain Fishburne and Lord Nelson to return to the Raleigh, I stepped out and said, "Begging your pardon, sir, but I must have a word with you," thereby ending my naval career. "But Seaman Jones of your ship has just delivered to me a letter from one I hold most dear, and I would prefer that he not be flogged for doing that, sir, if you would be so good." Captain Fishburne was transfixed in shock, and my own Captain Warren was astounded that one of his junior officers could act in such a manner. I was fully convinced that my naval career was over. But can you believe it? Nelson himself comes over to see what the matter is, and says to me, "Explain yourself." I am afraid I am going to faint dead away from even being spoken to by such an august person, but I managed to blurt out some gibberish, the sense of which could barely be made out, but which was essentially, "My lord, when Seaman Jones and I were boys together on the Dolphin, he and I and several others on the Dolphin came together and formed a brotherhood, a club, if you will, such as young boys will do, and we swore great oaths of fraternal loyalty and promised ever to be watchful of each other, and Seaman Jones here has brought me a letter from one of the group, one who was especially dear to me, and from whom I have not heard since the person was taken from... and the person made Jones swear to deliver it to no hand but mine, so you see—" "Ah," says Lord Nelson, and I say no more. "The Dolphin? Yes, I have heard of that incident. And so you are the young rogue who is involved with the girl, then?" My face betrays my answer before I could say, "Yes, my lord." He considered this for a while I died 1,000 deaths over my temerity, my probable punishment, but mostly the pain of waiting to see what you had writ. Lord Nelson turned to Captain Fishburne and says, "Do you mind terribly if we grant this young man his wish, John? It is entirely your decision, of course." "The sailor shall not be flogged, my lord," said good Captain Fishburne. What else could he say? "And Captain Warren," said Nelson, turning to my own captain,
Would you be so good as to assign this young man to my staff when I return to this area?"
My captain nods, and Lord Nelson continues, "Good. I like to have about me men who are bold in the defence of their friends, and are handy with the ladies." He paused. "Then what shall be your punishment, Mr. Fletcher? For some punishment you must surely get, having broken sacred naval tradition." "I suppose it shall be the usual one. Up to the foretop, Mr. Fletcher, and do not come down till the bell rings for the second dog watch." My heart leaped for joy, and I saluted and said, "Thank you, sir." And I was about to head for the Ratlands when he said, "And leave the letter down here, Mr. Fletcher. There will be plenty of time to read it when again you return to the deck." He could not have devised a more exquisite torture. The bell had not ceased ringing when my feet hit the deck, and I scooped up the letter and raced down to the stateroom I share with Elliot, and I leaped into my bunk and tore open the packet, and the portrait of you fell out into my hand. Again I felt on the verge of shedding not very manly tears upon seeing your bright countenance shining out from the tiny disk. That open and trusting face, lips slightly parted as if to speak, and knowing you, capable of either declaring eternal love or challenging me to a race in the rigging. When I had read the letter and discovered that you had painted the picture, I could not believe it, that you had gained such a skill in such a short time. A short time? Listen to me. It's been an eternity waiting for word of you. I devoured your letter as a starving man devours bread. I care not a whit that you've been demoted, as I know that you were brought down by that same excessive high spirits that I find so endearing in you. You are a fine girl, and never forget that, whether you are dressed as a chambermaid or as a lady. Rest assured, too, that whoever in my household has been keeping your letters from me shall be dealt with. I shall write to my mother, directing her to look into it immediately. When I was in the foretop, I watched the boat with Davy in it go back to his ship, and I saluted the departing boat and held the salute till all aboard climbed up the Rawleys' ladder. That he would risk a certain flogging to deliver the letter, I cannot even speak of it. We have such good friends in this world, Jacky, and I am glad you have found good friends there too. I shall lie here in my bunk and gaze at the picture of you until it is time for me to go up on watch. I cannot tell you how happy you have made me. Your most humble, obedient, faithful, and overjoyed servant, Jaimy. Part 5. Chapter 48. Colonel John Trevelyan, Dovecote Farm, Quincy, Massachusetts, May 23rd, 1804. Beadle and Strunk, Private Investigations, 30 Devonshire Street, Boston, Massachusetts. My dear sirs, I am writing herewith to engage your services in the pursuit and return of a young female named Jacky Faber, formerly associated with members of my household. This person was last seen at my house in Quincy 3 days ago, and my daughter believes the girl will try to go to New York. She is penniless, so she will, in all probability, take some time in gaining her objective. She will probably play music and dance in various roadhouses along the way, and you would be well advised to inquire in such places. You know my name, and that I will pay you the going rate for such an undertaking. Sirs, I relate to you that this is a matter of utmost importance, as my daughter will not eat, and my son has broken off his engagement to a fine girl and is trying to climb into a bottle. Bring me that wretched girl. I am your most humble and obedient servant, Colonel John Trevelyan. Chapter 49. My hands are tied behind me and my ankles are bound. I'm face down on the floor of a coach. I can hear my kidnappers outside, bartering with someone over something. I guess that something would likely be me.
Well, sir, as we had the girl, we figured that we'd see who'd be paying the most for her. I mean, Colonel Trevelyan did hire us, but we figured you might pay a bit more, sir, considering you had hired us to keep an eye on this one before he did, and who did we owe our loyalty to, sir, I ask you?
I hear a low rumble of a voice, and chills run up me spine.
Aye, sir, she's the one. Tattoo on her belly and all. We checked.
He gives out a low chuckle, the bastard.
Oh, no, sir. We didn't do that. She's in exactly the same condition in which we found her. We're not that sort, sir. We are professionals.
Professional thugs, I'd call 'em if I could call 'em anything, which I cannot, having a gag in me mouth. I've been spending my time chewing on the gag, it being a single piece of thin cloth put across my mouth, pulling my lips back and tied tight in the back of me neck. I figures if I can chew through and free my voice and shout out at the right time, well, I might yet be saved. I can see that darkness is falling outside, and that's not good. As if reading my thoughts, a clock chimes out 9 o'clock. It's spring, and night comes late. That clock, does it sound familiar?
Yes, sir. We caught her on the post road, heading south. We found her the night before, playing her whistle and singing in a roadside tavern. Pretty good show it was, too. We all enjoyed it hugely. Anyway, we let her spend the night there, and then took her when she was out and on the high road the next day. Aye, the Colonel's daughter told us where to look for her.
Amy? Oh, no, not you, Amy. You couldn't hate me so much as to betray me, could you?
Now, as to the matter of money, sir, it's like this. If it was just the apprehending of a wayward child, a helpless girl, like, then the price wouldn't be so much. But this is a different case altogether. Yes, it is, sir.
I notice that the wind is really whipping up out there. He's the leader of this bunch, the one called Strunk, I think. He clears his throat and goes on.
But, sir, it weren't no helpless child, 'cause after we got in a circle around her there on the road, and she saw there was no escape, the slut came at us with this wicked blade. Yes, sir, she did. And she cut poor Dick Beadle sore after he killed her dog. The vicious beast laid about very free with its teeth, it did, and then sunk them in poor Dick's leg, which is when he brained the cur.
Poor Millie. You was the bravest and best of all of us, you was. Tears rolled down over the bridge of my nose and onto the floor of the coach. You stood your ground, Millie, and you tried to save me, and now you're dead for it. I am sorry, Millie, I am. I am so very hard on my friends.
We would, sir, have dearly wished that either you or the Colonel had warned us that she was armed with a knife and willing to use it. And it's not like we can bring charges against a female, 'cause we wasn't working in an official capacity, like, and we still ain't. So we would like compensation for poor Dick's wounds, we would, as we got added medical expenses, like, and his pain and suffering, too, poor devil, only doing his job like he was. Oh, like a serpent's tooth, sir, the fury of a woman.
There is the clink of coins. I have been bought and sold.
Why, that's very handsome of you, sir. Very handsome indeed. I hope you'll keep Beadle and Strunk in mind for any future business of this sort. Where do you want her?
I can't hear the man's reply, but the man Strunk says,
"Help me wrap her in this here rug, Dick, and we'll carry her inside. Here's a bag. Toss it over there."
I see Strunk's hateful face for a moment, and then the rug floats over me and I feel it tucked around me, and then I'm flipped and rolled up in the thing. They ain't too gentle about it neither. I'm thinking they got to sneak me in someplace where I could get spotted and maybe saved if they didn't cover me up somehow. Then I am lifted and carried inside. I can tell 'cause I hear echoes like it's a big enclosed place. I'm dropped to a floor and given a kick for good measure. That's it then, sir. I wish you the joy of her. And there is the sound of the men leaving, and the sound of a door closing, and the sound of a latch being thrown. Footsteps approach. An edge of the rug is taken and tugged, and I am rolled out onto the floor. I see high windows and a high lectern and pews. I roll over and look up into the crazed eyes of Reverend Richard Mather. "Ah," he says, "the little witch, at last." "Yes, grandfather," says the preacher. "Yes, I have the witch now, and—" He cocks his head as if to listen to a voice. "Yes, grandfather. It will not be long now." I tuck me legs under me and struggle to a sitting position so's I can face him. I shake my head back and forth and try to say, No, I ain't no witch, please. I'm just a stupid girl. Now let me, please, go." But all that comes out past the gag is a strangled mumble. I'm scared beyond clear reason, but I keep on grinding me teeth on the gag. "Yes. And now we have all the evidence we need to kill the witch with a clear and open Christian heart. No court in the land could ignore the damning proof. The mark of the devil, the very pitchfork of the fiend burned on her belly." No, you lunatic, it's an anchor, not a pitchfork, it's not— "See, grandfather? Come look, you will be amazed." He takes down a lighted lamp and puts it on the pew next to me, and then he reaches for me. I try to wriggle away, but he leans down and grabs my arm and brings me to my feet. He pulls down me skirt and drawers farther than he needs to see the tattoo. I squeal in terror. See, it's an anchor! See? Suddenly, his head snaps up and the colour drains from his face. There is a scratching at the door. A scratching like I'd scratched as Janie Porter on his roof all those times. Maybe, oh God, maybe. The door is at the side and there is an aisle leading to it. The preacher throws me back down on the floor and takes me by the feet and drags me a bit up the centre aisle so that I can't be seen by anybody when he opens the door, and the scratches come again, and he recoils and puts his hand to his throat in horror. I wriggle like a worm back up the aisle to get my head to where someone could see me if they looked around the preacher when he opens the door, and I'll get my head there, and I've got my eyes glued on the door when he opens it a crack. He looks out, and it's not a horrid spectre coming to haul him down to hell, but instead a medium-sized black and white dog looking in at me from between the preacher's legs. "Millie! Oh, Millie, it's you! You didn't die, you wonderful dog, you didn't! I try to call to her, but I can't. All that comes out is a mumble. Millie tries to get in to get to me, but the preacher blocks her with his leg and closes the door on her. She yelps and retreats. "Begone, fiend!" says the preacher, and he turns his attention to me, and to old dead Grandad. "Her familiar has found her already, grandfather, and she not here 10 minutes. You see what a trial it has been to me. Who knows what other minions she has about her? We must be quick." Millie's still alive! My mind is churning for a plan. If Amy is next door at the school, and she sees Millie, she'll know that I'm nearby, 'cause we ran off together, so— How to alert Amy? Maybe if Millie sets up a huge barking, Amy'll hear and come down. The girls'll be in the dorm now, getting ready for bed. I almost choke on my gag. I want to be there with them so bad. Calm yourself. Now I can't shout to Milly, but I can whine. Whine like a hurt dog. I can keen. Milly sets into barking, loud and sharp. "It won't do you any good to cry now," says the preacher. "No one will hear you." "Someone has already heard me, murderer." I do it again, as high-pitched as I can. And Milly goes into a wolf-like howl, and she keeps doing it. Good girl. "What's that?" he says, all fearful. "It's the hound of hell come to take you, preacher. Take you down for the murder of Janie Porter and me, that's what it is." I keep grinding on the gag about halfway through now. Milly's unearthly howl suddenly stops, followed by a yelp. A shiver runs through me. Was that a yelp of delight upon seeing Amy come down to her, or a yelp from being kicked by someone to just shut her up? I can't tell. I only know my life depends on which one it was. The preacher takes the lamp and hangs it on a hook on the stairway wall. He comes back and pulls me to my feet again, and we start toward the stairs up the back of the church. I struggle and twist, and he hits me, and I fall and pretend that he knocked me out so I can play the dead weight to the full without being hit again. He drags me to the foot of the staircase. Probably wants me up in his office, where I'll be hidden for the rest of the time I'll be on this earth. And when I tell the court of her openly practicing witchcraft at that horse race, why, they'll applaud my sending her back to hell, and wonder why I did not do it sooner, says the preacher. Can you believe it, grandfather? The boldness of the beast, casting spells in front of multitudes, the fiendish boldness. Oh, yes, I had my spies there, too. You may rest assured, sir. Me being all limp is proving a harder bundle to get up the stairs than he would have thought. In flopping my legs about, I managed to stick my feet between the posts of the railing and hook my toes to stick them there. The preacher curses and tries to free my entangling feet by tugging at me ever the harder, but it don't do him no good. So he throws me down, and when he lets me go, I try to slither head first back down the stairs, but he comes after me, and this time he picks me up with one arm under my knees and the other under my back like you'd carry a child, with my feet toward the wall. He's huffing and puffing with his labours, and I can feel and smell his breath on my face. We go past the lit lamp on the wall, and I kick out with my feet, and I hit the lamp, and it comes off its hook and falls to the stairs behind us. The preacher don't notice, 'cause he's wheezing away with the effort of getting me up to his lair, and 'cause the lamp hit the carpet on the stairway, which muffled its fall. But I notice, 'cause I can see over his shoulder, and I see that the lamp has spilled out all its oil onto the stairs, and the wick flickers in the middle of the mess like it's gonna go out. But it don't. It lights the spilled oil on the wooden floor, and it flares up with a whoosh. But he don't notice. No, he don't notice, 'cause he's still mumbling with his gramps. He just pushes us through the doorway at the top, and with his foot slams the door shut behind us. He lurches forth, and we go into a room. But it ain't his office like I'm expecting. Nah, it's a plain room with a single bed with high bedposts and a bedstand with a pitcher and a basin. There's a window, but the curtains are pulled. There is a chest of drawers, and one of the drawers is half open, and I can see some things inside. Girl things. There is a neatly folded handkerchief on the top. It is Janie Porter's room, the one she died in, and the one I'm going to die in too. He throws me down on the bed. You recognize your old chamber, do you? He leans over my face and peers into my eyes. Yes, I've quite figured it out, you see. I did not punish you enough last time, and so you came back to haunt me, to tempt me again into sin, to make me do it again. I did not kill you enough then, I did not punish you enough then. I shall not make the same mistake this time. Oh, no, I shan't.
Great plan, Jacky. This worked out just fine, Jacky, you fool. He reaches into one of the deep pockets of his coat and pulls out me own shiv. Oh, to be killed with me own shiv. I can smell smoke. He takes my knife and very carefully cuts the cords from my ankle. I wait a moment, and then lash out my foot to kick him, and I connect, but not hard enough, because he just goes, ugh, and sits down on me and takes a piece of the cord and ties my right ankle to one bedpost, and then pulls me legs apart and ties the other ankle to the other bedpost. He does the same thing with my wrists, and I can't do a thing to stop him. He don't notice the smoke curling under the door, but I do. He puts me shiv on me breastbone, and I thinks, this is it. I'm sorry, Lord, for everything I've done. And it's this moment that I finally chew through the gag, and the slimy pieces fall to either side of my mouth, and I gathers all the fear and terror in me, and I opens my mouth, and I lets out the longest, most blood-curdling shriek I got in me. God help me! I don't want to burn! It ain't God who comes smashing through the door in a shower of splinters. It is Ephraim Fife, but he looks damned good to me. The door falls off his hinges, and Ephraim stands there looking like the very avenger of the Lord, with his fists clenched, his shirt torn, and rivulets of blood coursing down his face. The preacher gazes at him as if at Beelzebub himself. Ephraim brings his fist around, and the preacher's mouth falls in on itself, and blood and teeth spatter against the wall, and he sinks to his knees and moans, "Ephraim, get the knife!" Ephraim bends down and picks up my shiv and starts cutting me loose. There's loud crackling now, and the smoke what's coming in is thick and black, and hurry, Ephraim! And he's done with my hands, and he flips me the blade, and I catches it and saws through the ropes on my ankles while he goes after the preacher, who's staggered to his feet and out into the hall. I'm on me feet, and I stick me shiv back in me vest, and I grabs Janie's hanky and puts it over my mouth and nose, 'cause the smoke is choking me and me eyes are running from the sting of it, and I gets to the hall and see that the flames are roaring up the staircase, and I follows Ephraim's white shirt in the black smoke, and he shouts, "Jacky, in here!" And we fall into a side room where the smoke ain't so bad yet. I see it's the preacher's office, and Ephraim goes to the window what's been busted in, and what has jagged glass pointing in all around the inside edges, which is how he got all cut and bloody coming through that window. He kicks at the glass from the bottom edge and looks out. "Look out, she's coming!" The flames are at the door behind us, and the floor is hot. "I can't," I shouts over the roar. "No time," says he. "Keep your arms to your sides till you're clear of the window." And he lifts me up, one hand on the scruff of my neck and the other in the clothing bunched up around my crotch, and holding me level like, he pitches me out of the window like a sack of grain clear of the cruel glass. I hit the blessed cool air and expects to kiss the hard ground, but instead land on something soft that gives beneath me, and I look up and see all around me people holding the edges of the blanket they held there to break my fall. There's Henry, and Annie, and Dolly, and Betsy, and Sylvie, and Sturdy Peg on a corner. And there's men and women I don't know but can only gawk at in wonder, and there's more people pouring up the hill with buckets and axes, and there's water wagons and men in helmets, and the people holding the blanket let it down to the ground, and I roll off it, and I find, wonder of wonders, that I have rolled up next to my sea bag. It's here by the door where my kidnappers had thrown it. They pull the blanket up taut again for Ephraim, who's now standing in the window. The flames are right behind him now. All the windows below have melted out, and thick tongues of fire lick out of the wooden sides of the church. It is going up fast. "Jump, Ephraim!" cries Betsy, tears pouring down her cheeks. "Oh, jump, please!" He does. He lands feet first on the stretched blanket, and it serves to break his fall enough so he is not hurt. He still hits the ground hard, though, the upper windows being real high and him being real big.
As soon as he's upright, Betsy's arms are around him and crying about the bloody cuts on his face and arms.
Nay, it's nothing, Betsy. They ain't deep. See, they're stopping already.
Reverend Mother, sobs Betsy, still clinging to him. Did you...
Ephraim shakes his head. Kill him? Nay, he ran up to the steeple. Let his God kill him.
And then it's Milly's loving tongue I feel on my face, and I starts into blubbering from all the shock and terror and the choking smoke, and I don't make much sense, just, Milly, you sweet, sweet dog, you saved my life, you did, you did, you did. And then my friends are pulling me to my feet and kissing my cheeks and pulling me away from the heat of the doomed church and the sparks that are darting everywhere like fireflies in the wild wind that's swirling about. I see Sylvie's sleeve next to my face, and there's little burn holes in it from the embers floating down and about. Poor Sylvie, your shirt, I think crazily, as if that was important now in all this. My mind is churning around, and I got the mad urge to run, 'cause I'm the one what started this fire, and everybody's going to be mad at me. And oh God, there's Wiggins, and I know he's looking to arrest someone for all this, and I know who it's going to be. And I pick up my sea bag and start weaving away. There's the rest of the upstairs girls in their white nightgowns blowing about them in the crazy wind, wringing their hands and wailing. And there's Amy running toward me, and Milly loping out to meet her. Then all eyes go to the church steeple, 'cause it's now completely engulfed in flame, and from inside it comes this high, awful shriek, a long scream of a soul in terrible pain and in utter desolation. Then there's this rending sound of something giving way, and the great bell comes loose from its belfry, and falls seemingly slowly through the burning timbers to the ground, and when it hits the cobblestones there's this deep, sad bong. I wouldn't have thought that something that heavy could bounce, but it does, and it turns over slowly in the air and comes down again, and bong, still softer, and then there's one more faint bong, and it rolls over and comes to rest. Finally, Janie, the bell has tolled for thee. But the screaming continues. It can't still be him. No, it's not. It's horribly not. The roof of the stable has caught fire from the sparks, and the horses trapped inside are screaming in terror. Amy's running to me, but I yell at her, "Amy, the horses! Let the horses out!" And I point at the stable, its roof ablaze. She stops and turns, confused, and then runs for the stable, followed closely by Henry and Herr Hoffman. "Look!" shouts one of the girls. "The school!" The school, too, is on fire. The embers blew into the bushes around the foundation, and they flared up, and the first floor is already in flames. "Is everybody out?" I shout. And Peg says, "All Minor!" And the upstairs girls look at each other and can find no one missing. There's more men streaming up the hill with buckets and axes to help. There's John Thomas in that bunch filling buckets at the pump and passing them along a line to throw the water on the base of the fire, but it ain't going to do 'em no good. It's too far gone. It's... "Oh, my God!" says someone pointing up. "It's Mistress!" I look up, and sure enough, there she is, standing at an upper window, lit from the light from the burning church. She's in a nightgown, and her long grey hair is loose and flying out wildly from her head. The big entrance doors are a sheet of flame. There's no way out that way, and if the first floor is gone, then she can't come down through the kitchen. She's trapped. "What's she doing?" asks a girl on the edge of hysterics. "Jesus," says I, "she's taking the precious needlework off the walls, that's what she's doing." Damn! I start running to the side of the school and bellows out the sailor's call for help. "John Thomas, to me, to me!" He jerks up his head and hands his bucket to another man and follows me. Get the ladder, there on that shed, I order as we round the corner. Put it up there by those rungs. He does it, and I'm up to my old window in an instant. I throw it open. Thank God they didn't lock it when I was gone. Follow me up. I may need you to carry her. And with that, I'm through the window and in my old room. Good, no smoke yet. I race across and open the door and head down the stairs to the hall. I can smell smoke now. I can see tendrils of it coming up between the cracks in the shrinking floorboards. And there she is, calmly taking down the framed examples of fine embroideries, samplers and needlework from the hallway wall and tucking them under her arm. "Mistress, come on, you've got to leave!" She calmly turns and faces me. "Why?" she asks. "The British are coming?" "Only one, mistress," I say. She looks me in the eye. "You. Of course, you." "Even so, mistress," I reply. "And now we must go. The school is on fire." "You were the worst of my girls, you know." "I know, mistress, and I'm sorry, but we've—" "And here you are at the end of things. How appropriate. How utterly appropriate." The smoke is getting serious now, and I can see the flames below through the cracks. The floor is hot, the varnish on it curling in the heat. "Where are my girls?" "They are safe, mistress. Now you must go join them." "No, I can't leave my school." "You must take care of your girls, mistress. They are outside and they need you. There will be another school. You must go now." "John Thomas, where the hell are you?" "Now look at this one," she says conversationally. "This was done by one of the Cabot girls. Now that was a girl. And that one was done by a Lowell, and finally I hear John Thomas's boots on the stairs. "Take her!" I shout, and he scoops her up and heads back up the stairs. The framed things fall from her hands and crash to the floor, their glass shattering. I pick up the Cabot one and follow them up. The far end of the hallway floor gives way as I make it back into my room. John Thomas and his load, which is protesting vigorously, are disappearing out the window when I spot the Lady Lenore hanging on the wall where I left her weeks ago. I put the strap over my shoulder and bid farewell to my sea chest, and I too go out the window. When I hit the ground, I sling on my sea bag and go around to the back of the school. The girls are enfolding mistress into their midst, their hands fluttering about her like little white birds. The stable doors are open and horses stream out screaming, their eyes wild and rolling with fear, and in the middle of them is Amy. And there's Wiggins with his rod again, and the vile Dobbs is with him, and he's pointing at me, and Wiggins is coming at me, and I got to go. My mind is reeling and bent on escape, and I see dear Gretchen and I call to her, and when she goes by me I grab her mane and swing up onto her back, and away we pound, away, away from Boston burning behind me. 'Cause sure as hell they're gonna blame this on me, and it weren't all my fault. Epilogue. Jacky Faber, New Bedford, Massachusetts, June 20th, 1804. Miss Amy Trevelyan, Dovecote Farm, Quincy, Massachusetts. Dear Amy, I hope you read this letter, and do not just throw it away, seeing it's from me, who you were so mad at last time we spoke because I brought shame and disgrace to your family by my actions. I guess all that lady stuff just ain't gonna stick to me. Anyway, great good news. I've been taken aboard a whaler. Can you believe my good luck? It seems that these Quaker whalers ain't shy at all about sailing with women, as all they care about is the profit to be made. The increase, they call it. When I rambled into New Bedford town, I, of course, went straight to the docks. And there, in front of the ship, was a table set up, and the captain and his first and second mate were signing up crew members for a voyage to the North Sea grounds. and I marches up as bold as brass and says that I am the notorious Jacky Faber what can climb the rigging in a living gale to trim a luffing sail. And after they're done laughing, the sods, they take me on for a quarter share. Not as a sailor, of course. I'm to be companion to the captain's wife, who is big with child, and to help her when her time comes. Also to tutor her young son, who is also coming along. After the child is born, she and her brood will get off in England to be with relatives, and I'll be put off then too, and I can go see what's going to happen with Jaimy. Either way, I've got to know. The captain's wife is a real sweet lady, and I know we'll get along fine. The captain's a bit of a queer duck, what with him stumping about on his peg legs, shouting orders like he's the very angel of the Lord and glaring out from beneath his shaggy brows. But the crew says he knows his business, one leg or not, and so I am easy in my mind. We're leaving real soon, so I got to hurry and get this off in the post. Say goodbye to the sisterhood for me, and tell them they'll always be held close in my heart for as long as I live. And dear Peg, of course. Tell her she was like a mum to me, and I'll never forget her for the love and care she gave to an outcast stranger. The boys, too. I never got to say thanks to all for my daring rescue. Say farewell to Randall for me, too, and give him my thanks for saving my rather shaky virtue. Tell him to mind his studies at that college and to leave the girls alone. And a big hug for the blessed Millie. Tell them all not to worry about me. It's funny, but lately I've been getting the feeling that I'll be a lot safer at sea. I left the sweet Gretchen at a farm near the shore. I saw 2 children playing with a ball, and I stopped and they petted her, and she seemed to like them. And their father came up, and there were cries of, "Father, father, can we keep her, please, please?" And I told the father how I came by her, and didn't want to just sell her to anyone who might abuse her. And he seemed kind and agreeable, so I gave him a paper showing where she come from and all, and he gave me a ride back into town in return. I believe she is well placed, Amy. Tell mistress she can take the cost of her off the money still in my name with the school. And as for you, sweet Amy, I pray that some day you will find it in your heart to forgive me, and once again call me sister, that dearest of names. The captain calls, and we must obey. The gangway is pulled, the sails are loosed, and the lines are cast off. Pray for me, sister, for I go to the home of the whale. Your friend, Jacky. Thank you for listening to Curse of the Blue Tattoo by L.A. Meyer, read by Catherine Kelgren, directed by Elisa Weberman, recorded and engineered by CDM Sound Studios, and produced by Elisa Weberman and Alfred Martino. Production copyright 2008 by Listen and Live Audio Incorporated, all rights reserved. This has been a Listen and Live audio production. To receive a complete catalogue of other fine audiobooks, please call 1-800-653-9400 or visit our website at www.listenandlive.com. If you enjoyed this audiobook, be sure to listen to Bloody Jack, an Odyssey Honor Award winner by L.A. Meyer.